Welcome, dear friends, to a space where relaxation unlocks the door to sweet dreams. Here, in our cozy nook by the gentle crackle of the fireplace, let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds and soothing tales. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us tonight. Remember, you can enjoy these stories ad-free on our Patreon. Now settle in and let the magic of storytelling envelop you. Story 2. Extended Story. In the heart of the verdant vale, where willow branches trailed their fingers across mirrored ponds and moonlight pooled like liquid silver, there existed a clockwork of magic older than the first snowfall. Here the trees whispered in colors unseen by human eyes, indigo sighs at dusk, viridian laughter at dawn, their roots cradling stories in the sacred language of growth rings. It was in this realm of dappled shadows and sighing breezes that a young fox named Sorrel first noticed the trembling in the earth, a vibration too subtle for pause but felt deep in the hollow of one's bones, like the hum of a plucked spider's thread. The trouble began during the moon of drifting petals, when the air should have been thick with the perfume of night-blooming jasmine. Instead, an unseasonal frost crisped the edges of leaves, leaving them curled like frightened caterpillars. Sorrel's mentor, Thistlewood, an ancient barred owl with feathers like charred parchment, observed the anomaly from his perch in a lightning-scarred oak. His amber eyes, flecked with the wisdom of centuries, narrowed as he rasped, the everbloom stutters, the heartstone dims. Sorrel's paws prickled with unease. She had always been attuned to the vale's rhythms, the way dew clung to cobwebs like liquid crystal, the murmur of creek beds trading secrets with stones. But this silence felt wrong, a skipped heartbeat in the world's chest. When she voiced her fears, Thistlewood's gaze softened. "You feel it deeper than most," he said, a note of pride beneath his graveled tone. "Your mother once traced the vale's song in her sleep." The mention of her parent, lost to a forgotten blight, tightened Sorrel's throat. She blinked away the memory of silver fur fading into snowfall, unanswered questions buried like acorns in her heart. That night, as Sorrel nestled in her den of moss and birch bark, the scent of frostbite sharp in her nostrils, she dreamed of her mother. Not as the fading specter of memory, but vibrant, copper fur glowing like embers, paws weaving patterns in the air as if conducting an unseen symphony. "The stone remembers what we forget," her mother's voice echoed, resonant yet distant, like wind through a canyon. Sorrel woke with a start, the taste of burnt thyme on her tongue, and knew the dream was more than a phantom. Every creature in the vale knew the tales, of the crystalline heartstone buried deep beneath the elder tree, its rhythmic pulses dictating the dance of seasons. For centuries, badgers had trimmed its glowing roots with teeth filed to precision. Spiders had spun protective webs across its chambers in geometric devotion, and fireflies performed their luminous rituals to sustain its power. But now whispers threaded through the hollows, the frost crept further each night, gnawing at petals. The spring rains slept too long, their absence cracking the tongues of frogs. The maple saplings forgot how to blush crimson in autumn, their leaves paling to the gray of forgotten ashes. Sorrel's quest began with a single maple key spiraling onto her russet fur, not the usual emerald helicopter of summer, but a brittle gray thing that crumbled to ash at her touch. The acrid scent of decay clung to her nose as Thistlewood directed her to the Stillwater's memory. "Even stones dream," he urged, though his talons gripped the oak branch a heartbeat too long, as if restraining himself from following. Before she departed, Sorrel lingered beneath his tree, the weight of unspoken words thickening the air. "You once told me joy was the first lesson," she said, recalling his stories of festivals where owls danced on thermal winds. Thistlewood's feathers ruffled, a rare crack in his composure. "And the hardest to keep," he admitted, his voice a rasp of willow bark. "I lost sight of it long ago. Do not let the vale's sorrow become your own." The journey to the obsidian lake led her through the veil of mists, a place where time frayed at the edges. Here frost bloomed in fractal patterns across spider silk, and the air tasted of iron and elderberries. Sorrel's breath billowed in plumes as she navigated the shifting paths, her mind echoing Thistlewood's warnings, "Trust not the whispers that walk on two legs." Yet when shadowy figures flickered at the edge of her vision, their voices honeyed and hollow, "Rest, little guardian, the veil is beyond saving." She bared her teeth and pressed on, her mother's unfinished story of fire in her chest. One figure solidified, a fox-shaped silhouette with eyes like frozen ponds. "Why bleed for those who let her vanish?" it crooned, tendrils of mist coiling around Sorrel's legs. Her heart clenched, but as the vision mirrored her mother's final moments, a blur of snow and silence, Sorrel snarled, "You don't know her." She lunged, scattering the apparition into vaporous threads, her chest heaving. The mist recoiled, and the path ahead sharpened, as if the veil itself approved. At the still water, water striders etched prophecies with their delicate legs, their ripples casting visions beneath the surface. Leafless forests, silent brooks, the Heartstone's light guttering like a dying candle. But as Sorrel leaned closer, the lake's cold kiss against her muzzle, another image flickered, a fox with fur like molten copper, dancing atop the elder tree's roots. Herself, but older, surrounded by a chorus of creatures she'd yet to meet. The vision vanished as a carp breached the surface, its scales the blue of midnight ink. "To grieve is to be alive," it murmured, voice bubbling with riverweed, before disappearing into the depths. Her path wove onward through landscapes that defied simple day and night. In the glimmer glade, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed in symphonic rhythms, their caps oozing a sweet, earthy scent that made Sorrel's head swim. A hedgehog midwife, her quills dusted with starlight, cradled newborn dewdrops in a fern-lined nest. They arrived listless, she fretted, her nose twitching. The twilight lullabies no longer stir them to shimmer. Sorrel nuzzled one droplet, its surface cold and slack. "What song do they need?" she asked. The hedgehog's eyes widened. "Why, the old ones, the ones we've forgotten to sing." As Sorrel hummed a melody her mother had crooned, a tune of dappled sunlight and rustling ferns, the dewdrop quivered, casting prismatic sparks. The hedgehog gasped. "You carry the songweaver's blood." Sorrel's ears flattened. "My mother." The hedgehog nodded. "She once healed a blight with that very song, but after she—" Her voice trailed off and Sorrel's throat tightened. The droplet's newfound glow mirrored the ember of resolve in her chest. Further east in the amber hollow, a family of river otters slid down ice-sheathed banks, their playful flips weighted with concern. "The frost spinners came too soon," they chattered, breath frosting the air. One pup pressed a mittened paw to Sorrel's shoulder, his eyes wide as winter moons. "The ice tastes like tears," he whispered. Sorrel licked a fern frond, the metallic tang of sorrow sharp on her tongue. "What if the ice could laugh?" she ventured, recalling Thistlewood's words. The otters tilted their heads, whiskers twitching. With a deep breath, Sorrel leaped onto the slick bank, deliberately stumbling into a clumsy somersault. The pups erupted into giggles, their laughter melting tiny craters in the frost. Soon the otters joined, their slides and splashes etching winding grooves into the ice, transforming it into a labyrinth of joy. Water trickled beneath, singing once more. New scene, the memory of moss. In the moss-cloaked grove, where emerald lichen draped the stones like velvet cloaks, Sorrel encountered a tortoise whose shell bore carvings of forgotten storms. His voice, slow as sap, rumbled. "Your mother once sheltered here when the winds howled their rage." He gestured with a claw to a hollow beneath his feet, where a single copper whisker lay entwined with roots. She left this, saying joy must be anchored in memory. Sorrel's chest ached. She tucked the whisker into her fur, its warmth a silent promise. That night she lit a fire of dried lavender, the smoke coiling into shapes of her mother leaping through starlit meadows, a private ritual of remembrance and resolve. New scene, the skeptical stag. At the skyward thicket, a young stag with antlers like twisted obsidian blocked her path. "Your mother's songs didn't save her," he sneered, breath sharp with juniper. "Why should we trust a pup chasing ghosts?" Sorrel's tail bristled, but then she noticed the frostbite on his hooves, a pain he hid beneath pride. Softening, she pressed her paw to the ice-hard soil and hummed until a single crocus pushed through, its purple hue defiant. The stag staggered back. "Magic requires more than anger," she said gently. He let her pass, though his eyes lingered on the bloom long after she'd gone. The true turning point arrived in the Chamber of Whispers, a cavern where stalactites hummed with the voices of ancestors. Sorrel's claws clicked against stone as Elder Stag Rowan emerged, his antlers twined with ivy that sprouted sapphire buds. "The Heartstone isn't failing," he intoned, pollen swirling like miniature galaxies in his wake. "It's grieving. We've become caretakers, not kin." His words struck Sorrel like a physical blow. She thought of the badger's rigid precision, the spider's joyless weaving, and her own relentless focus on the quest, ignoring the ache in her pause for rest, the skipped meals, the unspoken fear that she, too, might vanish like her mother. "Magic requires not just duty," Rowan continued, "but joy. The stone feeds on laughter as much as moonlight." Sorrel's tail drooped. "How do we remember joy when the world is crumbling?" The stag bent until his muzzle brushed her ear. "By choosing it even now, especially now." As the first snowflakes of the unseasonal winter fell, sharp as pine needles, Sorrel rallied the creatures. In the elder tree's shadow, fireflies staged a shadow puppet theater using moth-wing screens, their laughter tinkling like wind chimes. Mole architects sculpted ice palaces that melted into nourishing streams, their walls etched with riddles that made the otters snort with glee. Even the solemn badgers loosened their shoulders, their root trimming transformed into a stomping dance that sent chuckles rippling through the soil. Yet when Sorrel approached the moon moth's cocoons, silken and silent in their cedar hollow, doubt crept in. "Why should we wake?" came a voice from within, fragile as dried petals. "Our light is a mere flicker." Sorrel pressed her forehead to the cocoon, her voice cracking. "But flickers can start fires." Moments passed. Then with a sound like unfurling sails, the moths emerged, their wings scattering iridescent scales over the Heartstone. The cavern shuddered, not with the grinding of stone, but the deep, resonant chord of a lullaby remembered. The restoration arrived not with a cataclysm, but as gently as dawn unfurling. Frost retreated from the ferns like shy lovers parting. Maple keys pirouetted in plump spirals again, each carrying the faintest golden shimmer. And in the deepest hour of the night, the Heartstone pulsed once, a rich, amber beat that bloomed through the elder tree in snowdrops, their petals singing as they opened. At the celebration feast, Thistlewood ruffled Sorrel's fur, his claws trembling faintly. "You've mended more than the stone," he said, and in his eyes she saw the ghost of a younger owl, one who'd once carried his own burdens too rigidly. In the years that followed, Sorrel often visited the still water, now alive with carp that leaped in arcs of liquid moonlight. The vale thrived not as a relic of ritual, but as a tapestry of balance, work and play, sorrow and joy. Thistlewood took to humming as he surveyed the stars, and the badgers' dances became as essential as their pruning. When new cubs asked about the whispering frost, elders spoke of ice palaces melting into laughter, of moth-wing lullabies, and of a fox who learned that joy is not the absence of sorrow, but the thread that weaves through it. And if you press your ear to an ancient willow, you'll hear the truth thrumming in its sapwood, alive and ever-growing. Listen, little sapling. The stones breathe, the stars root, and every act of joy is a stitch in the great tapestry of being. Story 5. extended story with new additions. In the velvet shadows of the elderwood, where willow wisps danced between cedar trunks like stray constellations, there existed a realm where maple seeds carried secret messages and foxfire lanterns bloomed nightly on lichen-covered stones. Here, where the air hummed with the memories of 1,000 summers, a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first crack in the world's tapestry, a single frost-strimed leaf falling through the golden haze of an autumn afternoon, its veins glowing an unnatural cobalt blue. The forest elders had always said the true seasons lived in the heartroot chamber, an ancient oak hollow where luminous sap pulsed in rhythm with the equinoxes. Thistle's grandmother, a venerable badger whose fur had silvered from decades of tending the moonflower patches, taught him to read the subtle languages of the wood. How the scent of impending rain carried different notes when brought by north wind versus west, how the pattern of spiderwebs at dawn predicted the strength of the coming winter. Yet nothing in those lessons explained why the stream behind Thistle's fern-covered home now ran warm as broth while icicles clung stubbornly to the holly bushes, their usual seasonal dance thrown into disarray. It was the fireflies who first whispered of the disturbance. They gathered one twilight in a trembling constellation above Thistle's head, their usual amber light flickering urgent cerulean. The stone sleeps, they chimed in their high, glass-bell voices. The weaver's threads unravel. Following their shimmering trail, Thistle ventured beyond the milkweed meadow where dandelion clocks always struck the perfect hour, into parts of the forest where trees wore bark like overlapping silver scales, and the very shadows seemed to breathe. Deep in the mossbone vale he found Lila, a snow-haired hare whose ears bore intricate tattoos mapping celestial migrations, studying the cracked face of the moonpool. The water's surface, usually mirror-smooth and scattered with star reflections, churned as though stirred by invisible hands. "The Heartstone's rhythm falters," Lila murmured, her paw tracing the pool's trembling edge. When last the seasons tangled thus, the starlit chronicles tell of a journey to the sky's cradle. Their quest party formed like dewdrops gathering on a spider's web, Bramble, an owl whose feathers shifted from sage to storm gray as she fretted over the unspoken dangers ahead. Fen, a mole with starstone lenses over his weak eyes, whose quiet grumbles about foolhardy surface dwellers belied his fascination with the world above, and Juniper, a spider who spun bridges from harpstring silk, her 8 eyes glinting with the thrill of uncharted paths. Together they followed the Polaris orchids, flowers that turned their faces ever northward, through the whispering gorge where wind-carved stones murmured forgotten sagas, past the lake of floating frost where ice never melted but drifted like lily pads year-round. New scene, the clashing river. Their first true test came at the Rivenrush River, where spring's torrents collided with winter's frozen grip. Bloated ice floes cracked against banks bursting with premature cherry blossoms, their petals scattering like confetti over the chaos. The air reeked of mud and melted snow undercut by the cloying sweetness of rot, a bloom strangled by frost. Bramble's feathers turned the ashen white of dread. "We must cross quickly," she urged, "before the currents shift again." Juniper anchored silk lines to birch trees, her threads humming with tension. "The ice won't hold our weight," Fen warned, lenses revealing fissures hidden beneath slush. Thistle's paws itched with the memory of his grandmother's voice, "When earth and water quarrel, seek the mediator." He scurried to the shore, gathering cattail fluff and pine resin. Lila, the chronicle's tale of the frostmelt compromise, what binds opposing forces. Moss, Lila realized, tracing a constellation on her ear. Star moss, which grows where contradictions meet. They found it clinging to a half-submerged boulder, velvet patches glowing faintly blue. Juniper wove the moss into her silk, creating a bridge that adhered to both ice and blossom-choked water. As they crossed, Thistle felt the precarious balance in every shivering thread, a lesson in temporary truces. New scene, the amber thickets echo. Days later, the amber thicket loomed before them, its canopy a fractured mosaic of crystallized autumn leaves. Each copper leaf, frozen mid-fall, chimed like glass when the wind stirred them. Thistle reached out, his paw trembling as he grazed a leaf's edge. A honeyed memory surged through him, his grandmother's voice, warm and resonant, recounting the great harvest when the forest brimmed with unity. But the vision fractured, replaced by a discordant screech as the leaf shuddered, its surface splintering. Bramble swooped low, her talons skimming the ground. "The thicket's memories are corrupted," she said, her feathers shifting to the muted brown of sorrow. "These leaves were meant to preserve our history, not trap it." Fen adjusted his starstone lenses, revealing faint pulses of light within the leaves. "The Heartstone's fractures are echoing here. If we realign the leaves, perhaps we can mend the memories." Working in silence, they combed the thicket. Juniper spun delicate threads to lower Fen onto high branches, where he tapped each leaf with his claws, recalibrating their inner light. Lyra hummed an old celestial hymn, her ear tattoos glowing as she guided them to leaves humming out of tune. Thistle, though small, navigated the underbrush, gathering fallen leaves and whispering apologies to their fractured spirits. When the last leaf was set right, the thicket erupted in a symphony of chiming notes, the air thick with the scent of aged parchment and ripened apples. A single leaf drifted into Thistle's paw, its surface now smooth, showing an image of their united party, a promise of resilience. The imbalance grew more pronounced as they traveled. In the amber thicket, autumn's copper leaves crystallized mid-fall, hanging in the air like stained glass shards. Bramble's wing brushed one, releasing a shower of honey-scented memories, bonfire smoke and apple harvests, the crisp musk of acorn piles. Further north, they waded through spring's unseasonable blush, meadows erupting in poppies and clover while snow still crusted the shaded hollows. Juniper spun moisture from the air into glistening shawls when winter's lingering breath grew too sharp, her silk retaining the summer warmth stored in every thread. Deepening character bonds. That night, as they camped beneath a granite outcrop, Fen startled them by producing a tiny clay oven from his pack. "Dandelion root bread," he muttered, kneading dough with claws better suited to tunneling. "Grandsire's recipe strengthens the spirit for fool's errands." The warmth of the fire drew out stories. Bramble confessed she'd once been too timid to leave her hollow, until watching a stubborn sapling split stone inspired her to embrace change. Lyra revealed her ear tattoos were inked during a comet's passing, each constellation a chapter inherited from lost kin. Thistle, emboldened by their vulnerabilities, admitted his fear of failing the forest. "Grandmother's lessons feel like water slipping through my paws," he sighed. Juniper settled beside him, her voice a whisper of legs against silk. "Wisdom isn't a pond to possess, but a river to navigate. You've already charted new currents." New scene, the sprite's dilemma. As they neared the sky's cradle, a whimper led them to a hollow where a family of voles huddled beneath a snow-dusted hawthorn. Spring shoots wilted at their feet, while winter's chill nipped at their noses. The smallest vole stared at Thistle with wide eyes. "The colors keep fighting," she whispered. "Mama says the world's gone mad." The seasoned sprite, unnoticed until then, materialized from the shadows, her form flickering guiltily. "I didn't mean to hurt them," she murmured, her voice a brittle mix of frost and dew. "I only wanted to help." Bramble extended a wing, sheltering the sprite from the vole's wary gazes. "Help requires listening," the owl said gently. "Even the strongest winds heed the tree's whispers." When at last they reached the sky's cradle, a circular meadow where 4 ancient monoliths marked the cardinal directions, the source of the disruption lay revealed. The Heartstone, a geode taller than 3 badgers standing nose to tail, normally pulsed with colors corresponding to each season. Tender greens and pinks for spring, vibrant golds for summer, rich crimsons for autumn, serene blues for winter. Now its crystalline interior swirled like storm clouds, dark veins spiderwebbing through its structure. At its base crouched the creature none had seen outside of legend, the young seasoned sprite, her form flickering between maple leaf russet and snowdrift white, fingers desperately pressing against the cracks. "I only wanted to make the colors brighter," wept the sprite, her voice shifting between cricket chirps and wind chimes. "The autumn hues looked faded near the stone's edge, so I." Fen adjusted his starstone lenses, revealing what ordinary eyes couldn't see, countless hairline fractures where the sprite had tried to adjust the stone's chromatic flow. The seasons weren't meant to be controlled, only gently guided. The mending. Thistle remembered his grandmother's words, "Balance is not stillness, but the art of graceful yielding." He approached the trembling sprite, offering a thimbleful of moonflower nectar from his travel pouch. "Every color has its time," he said softly. "Strip the canvas bare to favor one hue, and the painting loses its truth." Bramble fanned her wings, now deep indigo with concern, to lift drifting cherry blossoms from a wayward spring breeze, letting them settle around the stone's base like healing salve. The mending required all their skills. Lyra charted celestial alignments on her ear tattoos, directing Juniper to spin silk lines along precise meridians. Fen read the stone's mineral composition through his lenses, murmuring instructions to Thistle on which roots and resins to gather: goldenrod for stability, willow bark for flexibility, pine resin to seal. The sprite, guided by Bramble's knowledge of seasonal lore, learned to weave her magic with the stone's natural rhythm, rather than against it. As the last fracture sealed, the Heartstone blossomed into its true form, not just a geode, but an enormous rose crafted entirely of crystal, petals slowly rotating to maintain equilibrium. Their return journey became a celebration of restored harmony. The whispering gorges stones hummed lullabies instead of dirges. In the lake of floating frost, ice melted into perfect circles that bobbed like floating moons. When Thistle's grandmother greeted them at the milkweed meadow's edge, even her wise old eyes widened at the sight of the sprite, now glowing with steady, pearlescent light, curled trustingly in Thistle's quills. That night, as the first true snow of winter drifted down to kiss the rejuvenated forest, the creatures gathered beneath the heartroot chamber's sheltering boughs. Juniper's silk banners hung between cedar branches, catching snowflakes that melted into tiny prismatic pools. Lyra read stories from the starlit chronicles not as warnings, but as gentle reminders etched in light. And when the sprite danced, her form cycling peacefully through seasonal aspects, the fireflies wove themselves into a living crown above her head, not because balance required it, but because beauty shared is harmony multiplied. Years later, when new sprouts pushed through the thawing earth and the forest sang with the promise of maple wings spinning through sunbeams, elders would tell of the time the seasons forgot their steps. They'd describe how a hedgehog's courage, a hare's knowledge, an owl's empathy, a mole's perception, and a spider's artistry, woven together with a sprite's redeemed intentions, taught the forest that true magic grows not from dominion, but from the quiet alchemy of mutual care. And in the heartroot chamber, if one listened closely during the hush between twilight and stars, the crystal rose could still be heard turning its petals, a soft, eternal rhythm like the forest itself breathing. Added elements. 1. The amber thicket's echo, a scene where corrupted memories in crystallized leaves challenged the party, deepening their resolve and showcasing Fen's technical skill. 2. The sprite's dilemma, introduces emotional stakes by revealing the sprite's unintended harm to innocent creatures, humanizing her struggle. 3. Enhanced sensory details, chiming leaves in the thicket, the scent of aged parchment, and tactile warmth of Juniper's silk shawls. 4. Character growth, Bramble's empathetic interaction with the sprite highlights her evolution from timid owl to compassionate leader. 5. World building, the Heartstone's true form as a crystal rose reinforces the theme of delicate, living balance. Each edition strengthens the narrative's emotional core while maintaining the story's lyrical tone, and thematic focus on harmony through collaboration. Story 6. The Whispering Teapot and the Star Fox's Gift. Beneath the quilted sky of the village of Bramble Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats and cobblestones glistened with evening dew, there lived a shy girl named Lila, whose hands always smelled of cinnamon. Her cottage, nestled between two ancient oaks with bark like wrinkled parchment, held a secret even she didn't know, until the night she found the teapot in the attic. It was tucked inside a cedar chest that hummed when touched, wrapped in cloth the color of twilight. The teapot's porcelain surface shimmered with constellations no scholar had ever named, and its spout curved like a question mark. When Lila brushed her thumb over its handle, warmth bloomed in her chest, and a voice like steam rising from hot cider whispered, "Brew kindness under the moon's left eye." Aye, the first brew. Lila waited until her grandmother's snore song drifted down the hallway. Clutching the teapot, she crept into the kitchen, where copper pots hung like drowsy moons. She filled the kettle with water from the silver well behind the house, water that sparkled even in darkness, and plucked 3 sage leaves, a star anise pod, and a drop of honey from the hive in the weeping willow. As the moon reached its highest point, casting a pearly glow through the kitchen window, she poured the water into the teapot. The brew shimmered turquoise. When she sipped it, the world softened at the edges. The hearth's flames danced in slow motion, and the grandfather clock's ticks melted into a lullaby. Then the teapot's constellations detached themselves, swirling into a path of glowing stardust that led out the back door. Lila followed, her wool socks silent on the dewy grass. The stardust wound through the violet-dark forest, past trees that leaned close as if sharing secrets, until she reached a clearing she'd never seen before. At its center stood a ring of mushrooms glowing like captive fireflies, and within it, a creature as impossible as it was beautiful, a fox with fur like liquid moonlight and eyes that held entire galaxies. "You're late," said the fox, though her voice carried no reproach, only amusement like wind chimes. "The Glen of Whispers has been waiting." 2. The Glen's Sorrow. The fox introduced herself as Thalia, guardian of the Glen, a hidden realm where emotions took physical form. Joy bloomed as primroses that chimed when touched. Sorrow pooled into silver streams that sang dirges. But now the Glen was fading. A shadow crept from its edges, leaching color from flowers and silencing the streams. Thalia's once bright fur had grown dull at the tips. "The Glen survives on stories," Thalia explained, nosing a wilted blossom. "Humans stopped sharing true ones, the kind that taste of tears and honey. They offer only hollow words now." She gazed at the teapot in Lila's hands. "But this can brew stories into medicine. If we restore the Glen, the shadow will retreat." Lila's throat tightened. "I'm no storyteller. I barely speak to anyone." Thalia's tail brushed her wrist, cool as starlight. "Courage isn't a roar. Sometimes it's a whisper that says, 'I'll try.'" 3. The 3 stories. To heal the Glen, they needed 3 true stories brewed under specific moons. 1. The new moon's memory, a loss faced with grace. 2. The harvest moon's hope, a sacrifice made for love. 3. The blood moon's truth, a secret that freed the heart. But where do we find them? Lila asked. Thalia grinned, sharp and bright. Where all stories live people. 4. The baker's regret. Their first quest led them to Felix, the village baker, whose gingerbread could mend quarrels. Lila often lingered by his shop, soothed by the scent of burnt sugar and his rumbling laugh. But lately his laughter had hollowed. Thalia shapeshifted into a sparrow, perching on Lila's shoulder as they entered the shop. Felix stood hunched over dough, flour dusting his beard like snow. Your rye loaf, please, Lila squeaked. He handed it over, his smile not reaching his eyes. The teapot warmed in her satchel. Ask him about the rosemary, Thalia whispered mind to mind. On Felix's windowsill sat a withered rosemary plant, its scent sharp with neglect. Did someone gift you that? Lila ventured. Felix stilled. Years peeled away as he whispered, my sister. She planted it the day she left for the city, said rosemary stood for remembrance. His calloused fingers trembled. She asked me to go with her. I refused. We never spoke again. Lila poured him a cup of tea from the teapot. As he drank, tears fell into the brew. The shop filled with phantom scents, fresh rosemary, a farewell embrace, a letter gone unanswered. When the cup emptied, a single vibrant sprig lay at the bottom. That night, under the new moon, they buried the sprig in the glen. Where it touched soil, a tree sprouted, amber bark with leaves that chimed like distant bells. The shadow recoiled, hissing. The widow's lighthouse. Next, they visited Maris, the lighthouse keeper, who hadn't lit the tower in years. Villagers claimed she'd gone mad with grief after her wife's death. Thalia became a cat, curling on Maris's lap as Lila knocked. The cottage reeked of salt and unwashed sorrow. I brought honey, Lila lied, holding out the jar. Maris's gaze pierced her. You want the story? Lila froze. The teapot chose wisely. Maris gestured to her mantel, where a faded portrait showed two women laughing in a storm. Elena loved the sea more than life. When the hurricane came, she took the boat out to warn a passenger ship. I begged her not to go. Her voice splintered. She said, the world needs more light, not less. The teapot brewed without prompting. As Maris drank, the room brightened. Phantom waves crashed. A lighthouse beam cut through fog. In the vision, Elena's hands glowed as she steered the ship to safety before vanishing into the depths. Under the harvest moon, they poured the dregs onto the glen's shadow. Maris's sacrifice bloomed into a lighthouse flower, petals radiating soft gold. The shadow writhed, shrinking further. 6. The blacksmith's silence. The final story belonged to Corwin, the blacksmith, whose forge had fallen silent. Children claimed he'd cursed himself by crafting a sword that drank blood. Thalia, now a rabbit, nudged Lila toward his smithy. Inside, Corwin glared at a half-formed blade, his face gaunt. I need a dagger, Lila fibbed. He snorted. You need the truth. Go on, ask. The teapot pulsed hard. Lila swallowed. Why did you stop smithing? Corwin's hammer clattered. I crafted a crown for a king, beautiful, deadly. He used it to conquer a peaceful realm. He opened a chest, revealing a crown twisted like thorns. I thought creating was neutral. I was wrong. Lila poured the tea. The vision came bitter, villages burning, the crown laughing in a voice like clanging metal. But then Corwin melting it down, the molten gold forming 1,000 medallions stamped with enough. Under the blood moon, they fed the glen the last story. The crowns remained sprouted into a bramble of roses with thorns that sang lullabies. The shadow shrieked, dissolving into smoke. 7. The last drop. The glen blazed with restored magic. Streams laughed, flowers burst into choruses. Thalia's fur gleamed anew, and Lila felt an unfamiliar warmth in her chest, the echo of her own courage. But the teapot cracked. Its magic was finite, Thalia said gently. It gave its last brew to heal the glen. Lila cradled it, tears falling. I don't want to forget. Oh, little brewer. Thalia nuzzled her hand. Stories don't live in objects, they live here. She pressed a paw to Lila's heart. And you've learned to listen. 8. The Return. Lila walked home as dawn stained the sky peach. Her grandmother met her at the door, eyes knowing. You've got starlight in your hair, child. The cracked teapot sat on the kitchen table, ordinary now, yet when Lila made chamomile tea that evening, her grandmother sipped and gasped. Tastes like Maris's lighthouse and Felix's rosemary, how? Lila smiled, staring at the moon. Some stories don't need magic, they just need to be told. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who cured silence with a teapot. Children left honeycakes by Lila's door, begging for tales of the star fox. She always obliged, her voice weaving spells as the cracked teapot sat beside her, empty, yet full of everything that mattered. And in the glen, whenever someone whispered a true story, the roses hummed a familiar tune, and a moonlit fox smiled beneath a tree of chiming leaves. Story 7. In the heart of Glimmerwood, where trees whispered secrets in the rustling tongue of leaves and rivers hummed lullabies over polished stones, there existed a hollowed oak known as the Sky Mirror. Its trunk cradled a pool of liquid starlight that reflected not the forest canopy, but the ever-shifting moods of the heavens. Here the turning of seasons was not merely observed, but orchestrated. Petals unfurled when the water rippled with spring's first rain, and leaves blushed crimson when autumn's breath fogged its surface. One crisp evening, as the last amber rays of autumn's sun gilded the treetops, a young hedgehog named Thistle paused mid-forage. His nose twitched at a peculiar stillness. The wind had ceased its playful dance, and the usual chorus of crickets lay dormant. Beside him, Bramble, a badger whose fur had silvered with wisdom, frowned at a cluster of snowdrops blooming defiantly through a crust of early frost. "The Sky Mirror's song is faltering," she murmured, her voice low as rootlets shifting underground. Their journey to the hollowed oak revealed a grim spectacle. The pool's surface had frozen into a fractured mosaic, trapping a half-moon mid-swan dive. Winter's sharp teeth gnawed at autumn's trailing cloak, yet summer's warmth still clung stubbornly to patches of soil. A marten kit skidded across an unexpected ice patch near a bank of blooming lilacs, her confusion mirroring the forest's disarray. Elder Sorrel, a tortoise whose shell bore maps of forgotten migrations, awaited them at the oak's roots. "Long ago," he began, voice creaking like ancient timber, "the mirror's keeper wove seasons from spider silk and storm. When she faded into stardust, the task passed to all who call Glimmerwood home." His neck stretched toward the frozen pool, where ghostly shapes of unseasonal weather, hailstones among fireflies, maple seeds spinning in midwinter gales, swam beneath the ice. "The balance falters when we forget to listen. The storm 3 nights past, it carried more than rain." Thistle's paws tingled with revelation. He'd seen that storm, how lightning had struck the mirror's oak, scattering shards of enchanted ice into the darkest thickets. Bramble nosed a frozen leaf etched with unnatural frost crystals. "The season's threads are tangled, we must gather what's been lost." Their quest led them first to the spring shade, a glade where time dripped like sap. Hazel, a hare whose ears could catch the first sigh of dawn, joined them, her basket laden with dewdrop-laden cobwebs. "For mending broken rhythms," she explained, the air around her smelling of rain-soaked fern. They harvested the reluctant song of a late-lingering robin, its melody bottled in a hollow acorn, and the velveteen touch of moss growing over a fallen log. Summer's realm blazed in the whispering wold, where sunlight pooled like liquid honey. Fern, a fox whose coat held every sunset, guided them to a stone warmed by 3 months of unbroken noon. "It remembers the sun's kiss," she said, placing it in Bramble's care. Bees drowsy with pollen led them to a blossom that had forgotten to close, its petals still spread wide to catch stars instead of sunlight. Autumn's chapter unfolded in the coppice of echoes, where trees shed memories instead of leaves. A maple offered a crimson leaf veined with the laughter of harvest festivals, while a birch surrendered a strip of bark inscribed with the scent of wood smoke. Here they met Piper, a red squirrel who played the wind through hollow reeds. His music loosened a stubborn clingstone peach from its branch, a fruit meant to have fallen weeks prior, now heavy with overdue sweetness. Winter's domain, the foxfire, rose in crystalline splendor at Glimmerwood's northern edge. Icicles chimed like glass chimes as a white owl named Drift swooped low, her wings dusting the air with the promise of silent nights. The storm's heart froze here, she hooted, directing them to a grove where lightning-born ice shards glittered maliciously among innocent snowflakes. Thistle's quills bristled at their unnatural cold, a chill that bit rather than numbed. Bramble, using her claws as chisels, carefully harvested the corrupted ice into a web-slung pouch. The reunion at Sky Mirror Pool drew creatures great and small, moles in their velvet coats, newts trailing aquatic stars, owls with constellations caught in their feathers. Elder Sorrel directed the placement of each gathered essence, spring's dewy web over a crack in the ice, summer's sun-warmed stone melting a fist-sized hole, autumn's laughter-filled leaf floating like a rudderless boat. Thistle, standing on tiptoe, let winter's tainted ice shards dissolve into the pool, their malice diluted by the collective hope humming through the crowd. As Piper played a melody stitching seasons together, the mirror's surface rippled like a sighing beast. The frozen moon shattered, then reformed, whole and radiant. Snow began falling in earnest, but now it danced with autumn's last leaves in a waltz of mutual respect. Summer's residual warmth retreated underground to nurture sleeping seeds, while spring's promise curled tight like fiddlehead ferns awaiting their cue. Drift the owl spread her wings over the assembly. No single thread can weave the tapestry, she intoned. Hazel added, but many hands make the pattern strong, her ears brushing the now gentle frost. Thistle, watching mist rise from the realigned pool in the shapes of dancing stags and flowering vines, understood this was no ending, merely a stitch in Glimmerwood's endless becoming. That night, as proper snow blanketed the forest in a lullaby of silence, creatures retreated to their nests and burrows. In Thistle's cozy den lined with milkweed silk, Bramble snored contentedly beside a store of winterberries. Somewhere above, the sky mirror reflected a sky where clouds and stars coexisted, a harmony of opposites, a pact between earth and heaven. And deep in the dreaming wood, the first tentative bud of snowdrop began its patient push through frost-kissed soil, ready to greet a spring that would arrive precisely when it should. Story 8. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a heart that listened to the world's hidden rhythms. Her grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with dried lavender, held a secret no one had noticed for generations, a music box shaped like a turtle, its shell etched with constellations that shifted when moonlight touched them. One chilly evening, as the girl polished the old trinket, she discovered its hidden hinge. Inside lay not gears but a tiny landscape, a forest of silver thread trees, a river of liquid shadow, and a mountain that pulsed like a heartbeat. When she wound the key backwards, a whim sparked by the way her cat batted at the mechanism, the room filled not with music but with the scent of rain-soaked moss and a voice like wind through reeds. Seek the starfall glade where time folds soft as linen. Bring the moon's fingerprint and the spider's unfinished song. Thus began her journey, though she packed no bag save a handkerchief of ginger cookies and a thimble-sized lantern that glowed with captured fireflies. At the edge of the twilight woods, she met Lila, a barn owl whose left wing bore ink blot patterns that changed with her moods. "You're smaller than the last seeker," Lila hooted, tilting her head, "but your shadow has interesting edges. Follow the stones that refuse to be stepped on." The stones, it turned out, were pebbles that skittered away like shy crabs, unless addressed in rhymes. The girl learned to sing to them in a voice that mimicked the brook's chuckle, and they formed a path glowing faintly with the memory of sunlight. Deeper in the forest, where trees wore beards of lichen and mushrooms hummed in harmony, she found Bramble, a hedgehog who'd forgotten how to uncurl. "The thunder phoenix startled me," he mumbled through his spines. She waited patiently, offering a cookie crumb, until he peeked out with eyes like dewdrops. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with directions written in spider silk. Days melted into nights fragrant with elderflower and secrets. The girl crossed a bridge woven from willow roots, where a river spirit with hair of floating pondweed tested her with riddles. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept?" Nessa asked, her voice a cascade over smooth rocks. "Stories," the girl answered, recalling her grandmother's tales by the hearth. The spirit smiled, parting the mist to reveal a valley where fireflies spelled out forgotten constellations. The true challenge came at the Starfall Glade, a meadow where fallen stars sprouted into flowers that chimed when brushed. The Guardian, a mountain-shaped creature with mossy joints and eyes like quartz, demanded proof of wisdom. "You hold the moon's fingerprint," it rumbled, pointing to the girl's palm where the music box's key had left a crescent mark. But the spider's unfinished song. Here, the girl hesitated. Then she remembered Bramble's acorn cap and the half-woven web she'd seen near her grandmother's window, a pattern missing its final spiral. Humming the tune her grandmother whistled while knitting, she let the melody rise and fall like a sleepy breath. The Guardian's stony face softened. It sighed, songs need not be finished to be true, only felt. From its chest it withdrew a vial of stardust that swirled with all the colors of dawn. The journey home blurred like a dream upon waking. Lila carried her above treetops tinged with first frost, Bramble snuffled directions from underground root songs, and Nessa's river carried her the last mile while otters raced alongside, giggling. When she placed the stardust in her grandmother's tea, the old woman's laughter returned, bright as the music box's newly repaired tune. Years later, villagers still speak of the night the turtle constellation blazed brightest, and how every cobblestone in the square suddenly revealed mosaic patterns no one had noticed before. The girl, now a storyteller with stardust freckles, keeps the music box on her windowsill, where it hums contentedly. Travelers often ask about her adventures, but she simply smiles and says, "The best magic isn't in finding extraordinary things, it's in learning how ordinary things can find you." And if you listen very closely on still evenings, you might hear the turtle's constellations shifting again, ready to guide the next gentle heart willing to wind a key backwards and step into the world's quiet, wondrous whisper. Story 9. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Lila discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Lila's body whispered turn back, her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Lila knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Lila could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker, you've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Lila toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Lila. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Lila approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers. The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Lila's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The Well of Whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Lila's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back, it likes to play tricks." The return journey led Lila to a gorge, where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered, and her own voice echoed around her. "You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way." Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, "I'd like to hear your story." The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Lila crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Lila knew the secret. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. Story 11. The Whispering Pendant. Beneath a quilt of autumn stars, where the air smelled of cinnamon and wood smoke, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes like storm clouds and a heart that listened to the wind. Her story began on the eve of her 11th birthday, when she discovered a silver pendant shaped like a teardrop nestled in the roots of the ancient oak behind her cottage. It hummed when she touched it, a sound like bees drowsing in clover, and in its surface swirled colors no jewel could mimic, the deep green of forgotten glades, the shifting silver of minnows in moonlight. That night, as frost painted feathers on her window pane, the pendant glowed. It pulled her from bed with threads of warmth, guiding her past sleeping sheep and whispering willows to the edge of Glimmerbrook. There, beneath water that flowed upward in liquid spirals, she saw them. Foxfire lanterns bobbing between trees that grew upside down, their roots cradling bioluminescent mushrooms the size of wagon wheels. The brook's surface rippled like a mirror stirred by breath, and through it stepped a fox with fur like molten copper. "You've found the Keystone," said the fox, its voice a crackle of autumn leaves. "I'm Ember, we've been waiting." The hidden grove. The world beyond the brook tasted different, sweeter, somehow, as if the air itself had been strained through sun-warmed honey. Fireflies here moved in deliberate patterns, sketching constellations that shifted when Lila blinked. Ember led her to a circular clearing where 7 stones stood, each carved with symbols that danced when viewed sidelong. "This is the Glimmerwood," Ember explained, paw resting on a stone that bloomed with sudden lichen. "Your world's reflection, but older, wilder. The Keystone chooses its keeper when the veil grows thin." Lila's pendant pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She soon learned its magic. When held to her ear, it translated the language of rustling leaves into warnings of coming storms, the chatter of squirrels into gossip about hidden acorn stores. But the wood held a sorrow. Flowers near the eastern thicket wilted prematurely, their petals curling like arthritic fingers. "The Heartwood sickens," said a badger named Thistle, his muzzle frosted with age. He showed them a tree wider than a castle tower, its bark split with glowing amber fissures. Its roots drink from the first spring, if it falls. A maple leaf spiraled down, its edges brittle. Lila caught it, and the pendant flared. Images flooded her mind, a dark shape moving through the forest's memory, stealing shards of light from the spring's source. The shadow in the weave. They found the first spring in a grove guarded by stone arches, draped with wisteria that chimed like glass chimes. The water here flowed both ways, some streams rising like vapor to water the clouds, others sinking into the earth's dark marrow. But the spring's central pool swirled unnaturally, its currents nodding around a jagged obsidian shard lodged in its heart. A shadow spike hissed Ember, tail bristling. Someone's poisoned the source. The pendant grew heavy against Lila's chest. As twilight bled into the sky, they consulted the Council of Roots, an assembly of ancient creatures who spoke through the rasp of bark and gurgle of streams. A great horned owl named Sorrel, feathers edged in silver, delivered their verdict. The spike must be removed before the next moon's zenith, lest the spring's song fade entirely. But only a child of both worlds can touch it without being ensnared by its hunger. Lila's hands trembled, but Ember nudged her wrist. "Courage, little keeper, look deeper." Holding the pendant over the corrupted spring, Lila saw the truth. The spike wasn't mere stone. It was a memory of darkness, a fragment from some long-ago betrayal that had taken root in the vulnerable places between worlds. To remove it, she'd have to confront not a monster, but a sorrow older than the oldest tree. The Symphony of Roots. Preparation took 3 days and nights. Thistle taught Lila to read the lichen's layered histories, while Sorrel showed her how to navigate by the scent of distant thunderstorms. A family of moles wove her a cloak from spider silk and dried lavender, its hem weighted with river-smoothed pebbles. "The spike feeds on loneliness," rumbled a cedar whose roots plunged deeper than cathedrals. You must offer it connection instead. On the fateful night, the Glimmerwood's creatures gathered. Fireflies strung luminescent bridges between branches. Otters slapped the water in complex rhythms, and the very air vibrated with the forest's held breath. Lila approached the spring, pendant blazing like captured starlight. The spike hissed as her fingers closed around it. Visions assailed her, a forgotten guardian's bitterness, the crushing weight of centuries, the desperate lie that had driven them to wound the spring. Lila's tears fell hot and fast, but she didn't let go. "You're not alone," she whispered, pressing her free hand to the water. "We remember you." Through the pendant's power, she showed the spike's trapped spirit, the badger's new kits tumbling in the ferns, the owl teaching fledglings to ride thermals, the patient moles rebuilding tunnels washed away by rains. She sang, off-key but earnest, the lullaby her mother had hummed while kneading bread dough. With a sound like 1,000 shattered mirrors reforming, the spike dissolved. The spring erupted in a geyser of liquid light, drenching Lila in warmth that smelled of lemon balm and freshly turned earth. Around her, the forest exhaled. The two worlds keeper. Dawn found Lila back in her own bed, pendant cool against her collarbone. Had it been a dream? But her hair carried the scent of petrichor and elderflowers, and when she pressed her ear to the oak's trunk, she heard embers chuckle like wind through wheat. She returned often to the Glimmerwood, sometimes through the brook, sometimes by tracing the pendant's symbols on a sunlit wall. She mediated disputes between pixies and hedgehogs, helped redirect a river threatening to flood the Vole's library, and once even persuaded a mischievous breeze to return the stars it had plucked from the sky. Years later, when a new keeper came, a boy who'd followed a melody only he could hear, Lila passed the pendant on with instructions whispered in Ember's voice. "Listen deeper than your ears allow, even silence sings." And on crisp evenings when the northern lights danced particularly low, villagers still claimed to see a woman with storm-cloud eyes walking alongside a fox made of embers, their laughter weaving through the trees like a promise. No heart is ever truly lost where roots remember. Story 12. The stars above the planet Zoria 7 shimmered like spilled sugar across a velvet tablecloth, casting soft silver light over the moss-covered clearing where two very different spacecrafts lay tangled in vines. From the smaller pod emerged a creature no taller than a willow sapling, her 6-fingered hands trembling as they brushed aside bioluminescent foliage. Layla's amber fur stood on end beneath her patched flight suit, each strand catching the moonlight as she sniffed the humid air. It smelled of petrichor and something sweetly unfamiliar like cinnamon left to melt on sun-warmed stone. Her triple-jointed ears swiveled toward the crash's other participant. The larger vessel resembled a geode split open, its crystalline surfaces refracting starlight into prismatic patterns that danced across the clearing. When its occupant emerged, Layla's breath caught. The being stood twice her height, their body composed of interlocking quartz-like segments that chimed softly with each movement. Moonlight poured through their translucent form, painting the ground beneath them with liquid rainbows. Invader. The word erupted from Lila in 3 simultaneous languages, the cheer-ups of her home forest, the trader's tongue of the spaceports, and a panicked burst of binary. Her translator pendant hung cracked around her neck, its lights dimmed. The crystalline creature reared back, their facets flashing crimson. A sound like wind through copper pipes filled the air as they gestured with tapered limbs. To Layla, it seemed they were drawing symbols in the air with their glittering fingertips. When she didn't respond, the being's light dimmed to worried violet. Night deepened as they circled the clearing, the furry engineer from a world of twilight canyons, and the mineral being from a planet where entire cities grew like crystals in salt beds. It was Lila who first noticed the problem. Her sensitive nose twitched at the acrid scent of leaking thruster fuel. "Look." She pointed a clawed finger at the viscous black pool forming beneath their entangled ships. The crystalline being tilted their head, light patterns swirling in confusion. Lila mimed an explosion with her hands, puffing out her cheeks. A discordant chime rang through the clearing as understanding dawned. Together they scrambled to contain the spill, Lila using her insulated cloak to soak up the fuel while the crystalline creature formed makeshift barriers with their shimmering body. When dawn painted the sky in peach and lavender streaks, they sat exhausted on either side of a hastily dug trench. Lila's stomach growled loudly. The crystalline being extended a tapered hand, light pulsing gently in their palm. Suspended in the glow hovered a perfect sphere of water. Thirsty, Lila guessed, accepting the offering. As she drank, she noticed the being's light dimming slightly. "You made this from the air." Her whiskers trembled in awe. A series of dancing lights answered her gold for affirmation, blue for concern. They called themselves T-Vilk, she learned through gestures and light patterns. Their people communicated through bioluminescence and harmonic resonance, emotions conveyed through color shifts. Lila taught them to read basic galactic standard by drawing letters in the moss, while T-Vilk demonstrated how to condense water from the humid air. The real test came when the rains began. Monsoon clouds rolled across the sky, swallowing the twin suns. Lila's fur stood on end as thunder shook the ground. She huddled beneath her ship's fractured wing, watching T-Vilk stride into the storm. Their crystalline form blazed like a beacon as lightning fractured the sky. "Come back." Lila's cry was swallowed by the howling wind. She squinted through the downpour, heart pounding as she realized what T-Vilk was doing. Jagged energy tendrils snaked toward the fuel-contaminated soil. With a series of resonating chimes, T-Vilk began absorbing the lightning strikes, their body glowing white-hot. Lila didn't remember deciding to move. One moment she was trembling in her shelter, the next she was dragging her emergency repair kit through knee-deep mud. Her paws burned from the acidic rain as she scrambled to ground T-Vilk's shimmering form with conduction cables. "You crazy rock," she panted, slapping the last magnetic clamp onto T-Vilk's ankle. The resulting energy surge knocked them both sideways. When Lila's vision cleared, she found herself nose to facet with T-Vilk, their light pulsing weak but steady. The air smelled of ozone and singed fur. Through the storm's dying growls came a sound like wind chimes laughing. Days blurred into nights of collaborative repairs. Lila learned to interpret the subtle shifts in T-Vilk's luminance, the soft pink of amusement when she got her whiskers tangled in wiring, the flickering gold of concentration as they realigned their ship's fractured prism drive. They developed their own language, a blend of light patterns, galactic standard, and the expressive ear movements of Lila's people. It was during the third lunar cycle that they faced their greatest challenge. The fuel leak had contaminated the local water table. Flowers around their campsite wilted overnight, their usually vibrant bioluminescence fading to sickly gray. T-Vilk stood motionless for hours, their facets clouded, before projecting a holographic map from their chest. Lila peered at the shimmering topography. "Underground purification system. You want to redirect the aquifer." Her ears drooped. "That's a year's work for a terraforming team." A determined chord resonated through T-Vilk's body. They pointed first to Lila's tool belt, then to their own prismatic hands, finally to the sickened flowers. Understanding bloomed in Lila's chest, warm as sunrise. They worked in shifts. T-Vilk used their natural crystalline structure to refract sunlight into laser-precise beams, carving filtration channels through bedrock. Lila jury-rigged pumps from engine parts, her small hands deftly navigating the machinery. When T-Vilk's energy waned, Lila brought them condensed water infused with nutrients from edible moss. When Lila's paws cramped from delicate wiring work, Thimble massaged them with vibration patterns that soothed aching joints. The night the first clean spring bubbled to the surface, they celebrated with shared stories. Thimble's light patterns wove tales of crystalline cities that sang during meteor showers, while Lila described forests where trees grew upside down from amber-hued cliffs. They laughed in chimes and purrs about their first meeting, how fear had made them see monsters instead of allies. When their ships were finally repaired, neither moved too bored. The clearing had become something more a mosaic of their collaboration. Solar stills made from Lila's heat shields stood beside Thimble's light sculptures, guiding nocturnal pollinators. The spring they'd saved now fed a thriving garden where crystalline fungi and furry mosses grew intertwined. It was Lila who broke the silence. The Galactic Council needs engineers in the Kairos belt. Her ears twitched nervously. Might be good to have a partner who understands mineral-based infrastructure. Thimble's facets shimmered with dawn's first light, casting rainbows across their shared garden. When they spoke, the translator pendant Lila had repaired glowed softly. Friendship's gravity needs no charting. As their ships ascended through Zoria 7's atmosphere, Lila's pod trailing vines like farewell streamers, Thimble's crystal craft scattering prismatic light across the clouds, neither looked back with regret. Ahead lay uncharted nebulae and starbridge-way stations, dangers and wonders beyond counting. But in their newly synchronized comm channel, a contented purr harmonized with windchime laughter, weaving a melody that needed no translation. Far below, in a clearing where two crash sites had become one sanctuary, the first hybrid flowers bloomed. Their petals shimmered like captured starlight, roots deep in purified soil, drinking from a spring that would nourish life for generations. And if travelers later wondered at the peculiar beauty of this place, they might find two sets of footprints preserved in crystalline resin, one small and clawed, the other luminous and geometric, walking side by side toward the eastern sunrise. Story 13. The amber light of dusk settled over the village of Willowmere like a quilt being gently tucked around sleeping shoulders. In a crooked little cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a girl named Mira brushed dust from the attic floorboards, her cinnamon-brown braids catching the last sunbeams slanting through the circular window. It was here, beneath a moth-eaten tapestry depicting constellations that no longer hung in the sky, that she discovered the button box. Crafted from wood that seemed to breathe faintly under her fingertips, the box hummed with the resonance of a cat's purr. Its lid bore 9 buttons arranged in a spiral, pearl, copper, obsidian, and others whose materials defied naming. When Mira's thumb accidentally grazed the jade button at the center, the room filled with the scent of rain-soaked earth and something unexpected. The sound of footsteps ascending the attic stairs, though Mira knew her grandmother had gone to market. "Best not press what isn't yours, little wanderer," said a voice like creaking birch branches. A figure emerged through the wall, not a ghost, but a woman woven from twilight shadows and the silvery threads of spiderwebs. Her eyes glimmered with the patience of mountains. "That box hasn't sung in 7 generations." Mira's heart drummed against her ribs, yet she felt curiosity unfurl like fern fronds in her chest. "Who are you?" "The keeper of thresholds," the woman said, nodding at the box. "Each button opens a door, most lead to places. One leads to elsewhere, but the box chooses who may turn its keys." She gestured to Mira's hands, where faint golden lines now traced the paths of her palms. "It seems you've been chosen." Thus began Mira's journey, not into the woods beyond her home, but through the liminal spaces between worlds. The pearl button carried her to a library floating on a cloud, where books fluttered like restless starlings, and a badger in a waistcoat lectured on the etiquette of asking questions. The copper one opened into an underground city of candle-lit mushrooms, where a mole with a pocket watch fretted over, maintaining the balance of quiet and song. Each visit left Mira's pockets filled with peculiar tokens, a thimble of stardust, a map written in freckles, a sorrow turned into a marble of blue glass. But it was the obsidian button, cold as winter window panes, that trembled when touched. That path is for mending broken things, warned Fig, the library badger, adjusting his spectacles. And brokenness has sharp edges. Mira's courage wavered like a candle flame, until the night she found her grandmother weeping silently in the kitchen, clutching a faded letter. Grandpa Rowan's final message, written as his ship vanished into the stormless sea. The sorrow marble burned in Mira's pocket. She pressed the obsidian button. The world dissolved into a shoreless expanse where water mirrored sky, both the color of heartache. Islands floated like half-remembered dreams, and between them drifted a skeletal fairy, pulled by a figure cloaked in feathers. "Lost your way, little button presser," croaked the ferryman, his voice the rasp of a rusted hinge. "I need to find someone who's gone," Mira said, holding up the blue marble. "Ah," the ferryman's beak clacked. "The almost lost still linger here, but beware, this realm feeds on longing. Stay too long, and you'll forget which shore is home." The islands revealed fragments of stories, a laughing man with Grandpa Rowan's eyes building a toy sailboat. A version of Grandma singing a lullaby Mira had never heard. Each vision tugged at her like undertow. When she finally spied Grandpa waist-deep in mist calling her name, she nearly leapt into the water, until 4 small paws gripped her sleeve. "Mira, listen," squeaked Nettle, the Mushroom City mole, materializing with a pop of displaced air. "That's not your grandfather, it's the echo he left behind. True goodbyes happen in the living world." Wisdom arrived softly then, like dawn easing away stars. Mira knelt at the water's edge and placed the sorrow marble into the shallows. "Thank you for teaching Grandma how to love," she whispered. That's why her laughter still feels like sunlight. The sea stilled. The false grandfather dissolved into light. And in Mira's palm appeared a new button, moonstone, glowing with gentle certainty. Back home, she found Grandma asleep by the fire, Grandpa's letter now folded neatly beside her teacup. When Mira placed the moonstone button into the box's center, the cottage filled with the smell of cedar smoke and safety. The keeper appeared once more, smiling. "You've brought something back besides trinkets." Mira looked at her hands, now marked with constellations matching the attic tapestry. "Understanding," she said. "The greatest compass," the keeper agreed. "Remember, doors open both ways. You've mended a thread in life's tapestry. Now tend to the garden outside your door." Years later, villagers would speak of the wise woman in the crooked cottage, how she could find anything from lost wedding rings to misplaced memories. Children left honey cakes for the badger who napped in her rafters, and travelers swore they saw a mole reading maps by mushroom light in her garden. The button box remained in the attic, its spiral pattern now complete with moonstone brilliance. On quiet evenings, Mira would trace the buttons and whisper to her granddaughter, "The true magic isn't in moving between worlds, but in seeing the extraordinary threads that already weave through our own. Every ending is a button waiting to be sewn into new beginnings." And in the space between heartbeats, if one listened closely, the box hummed its agreement. Story 14. In the quiet valley of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into skies the color of apricot jam, there lived a girl named Lila whose pockets were always full of curious things. A smooth pebble from the riverbank, a fledgling's lost feather, a scrap of ribbon frayed by the wind. But the most curious thing she ever found appeared one drizzly afternoon while tidying her grandmother's attic. Behind a trunk of moth-eaten quilts, she discovered a small wooden box inlaid with mother-of-pearl. Inside, resting on a cushion of velvet the hue of crushed violets, was a thimble. Not just any thimble. This one was wrought of silver so old it gleamed like moonlight, etched with tiny, looping patterns that seemed to shift when touched. When Lila slipped it onto her thumb, for it fit no other finger, the air hummed faintly, as if the room had drawn a breath. A warmth spread up her arm, carrying the scent of her grandmother's rosewater soap and something deeper, earthier, the smell of roots threading through dark soil. That night, as Lila mended a tear in her cloak by candlelight, the thimble glowed. The needle moved on its own, stitching thread that shimmered like spider silk. Where the tear had been, the fabric grew whole, and then more than whole. The patched spot blossomed with embroidered forget-me-nots, their petals stitched in thread the exact blue of the summer sky above Willowmere. Lila's heart fluttered like a caught moth. She'd heard tales of the mending folk who'd once lived in the valley, whose tools could heal not just cloth but cracks in the world itself. But those were fireside stories, weren't they? 3 mornings later, the old stone bridge spanning the Whispering River collapsed. No one was hurt, but the village fractured like a dropped plate. Farmers couldn't reach their fields on the eastern bank. Children missed their friends. The baker's daughter Mara and the miller's son Finn, who'd been trading maple candies and secrets since they could walk, now stood on opposite shores, tossing notes in bottles that often capsized. The council argued, rebuild here. There. With what funds? While the river gurgled lazily on, oblivious to the human unrest. Lila stared at the fractured bridge, the thimble snug on her thumb. The air around the ruins shivered, and she glimpsed something others didn't. Hairline cracks not just in the stones, but in the very air above the water, as if the bridge's collapse had torn a delicate, invisible web. She reached out, and the thimble warmed. A compulsion tugged at her ribs, follow the threads. You'll need nettle tea for that journey, and a compass that listens, said a voice like rustling parchment. On a nearby oak branch perched a great horned owl, eyes golden as dandelion pollen. The cracks go far deeper than stone, child. Who? Hoot, said the owl, blinking slowly. A librarian of sorts, keeper of the unwritten tales, and you, his beak crinkled in a smile, are holding a thimble that hasn't sung in 70 years. The journey began at dawn, with Hoot dozing on Lila's shoulder and a knit satchel holding 3 ginger cookies, a canteen of mint-infused rain, and a spool of the strange silvery thread from her cloak. They followed the cracks, visible only through the thimble's lens, that snaked up into the Mossback Mountains. By midday they'd acquired another companion, a pine marten named Pippin, whose fur was the exact brown of a toasted hazelnut, and who insisted on carrying the spool in his bushy tail for safekeeping. It's not thieving if I'm helping, he chirped, darting up a fir tree to untangle a crack from its branches. The fractures, they learned, were memories of old hurts, a farmer's spiteful words here, a friendship neglected there, that had piled up beneath the bridge's stones. Bridges are like stitches, Hoot explained as they navigated a slope studded with wild strawberries. They hold things together, but when the fabric beneath frays. The stitch snaps, Lila finished, touching a crack that pulsed faintly mauve. It carried the taste of unspoken apologies. That night, as fireflies blinked above their campfire, Pippin curled into a cinnamon-scented ball and muttered sleepily, "We'll need the weaver's nettle at the peak. Only that plant grows thread strong enough to mend old wounds." "But nettles sting," Lila said, blowing on her blistered palms from the day's climb. "So do some memories," said Hoot. The weaver's nettle grew in a moonlit clearing that shimmered with dew. Each leaf was edged in silver, and when Lila brushed one after 3 steadying breaths, it didn't burn, it hummed. The thimble glowed, guiding her to pluck 7 stems. As she did, the nettles whispered secrets. Forgiveness is a thread that starts thin but grows stronger as you spin. Listen deeper than words. Mend the fabric, not just the tear. Pippin, uncharacteristically solemn, wove the nettles into a crown atop Lila's head. For protection, he said. Some hearts won't want to be mended. Down in the valley, the village had soured. Mrs. Hale accused Mr. Byron of hoarding lumber. Old friends averted their eyes at the market. Layla's hands shook as she approached the bridge ruins, nettle thread threaded through the thimble. Wait. Hoot alighted on a birch branch. The bridge connects two banks, but what connects the people? Lila paused. The thimble's warmth spread through her, and suddenly she understood. Not stones. Stories. She began at dawn, sitting cross-legged by the river with the thimble, thread, and her grandmother's quilting frame. Villagers gathered, curious. With each stitch, she asked for memories. Tell me about the first time you crossed this bridge, Mr. Byron. The blacksmith blinked. I was 6, dropped my wooden duck into the river. Finn's father dove in to save it. Finn, listening, flushed. Pa never told me that. Mara's mother spoke next. I met my wife here during the Lantern Festival. She was stuck on the other side, holding 2 melted ice creams. Laughter bubbled. More stories came, small kindnesses, shared jokes, borrowed sugar, and mended fences. With each tale, Lila stitched a patch onto the quilt, a blue square for the wooden duck, a swirl of pink for melted ice cream, golden thread for the lantern light. The thimble flashed, weaving their voices into the fabric. As the last stitch was sewn, the quilt rippled. The silvery thread leapt like a living thing, knitting itself into the broken stones. Villagers gasped as the bridge reformed, not as it was, but better, arched with carvings of their stories, its rails twined with iron vines. But the true magic was quieter. Finn and Mara met mid-span, clutching repaired jars of maple candies. Mrs. Hale pressed a loaf of rye bread into Mr. Byron's hands for the lumber. And Lila's grandmother, eyes twinkling, whispered, "You found the thimble's song, little Stitch." That winter, when the first snow cloaked Willowmere, the villagers gathered at the bridge to hang lanterns shaped like thimbles, ducks, and ice cream cones. Lila sat with Hoot and Pippin, sipping rosehip tea, her hands wrapped around a quilt that smelled of nettles and river mist. "Not a bad bit of mending," Pippin said, nibbling a ginger star. Hoot hooted softly. "The finest mends are often invisible, little one." Lila smiled, watching Finn and Mara race snowballs across the bridge. The thimble, now tucked in her pocket beside pebbles and feathers, pulsed warmly. She'd learned that magic wasn't in the thread or the silver. It was in the spaces between people, the tiny, brave choices to weave understanding where cracks had been. And high above, the stars seemed to stitch the sky together, one glimmering thread at a time. Story 15. The Whispering Locket and the Starwood. Beneath a sky painted in twilight hues of apricot and lavender, where fireflies danced like scattered stardust, there lay a village cradled by ancient oaks. In this village of cobblestone lanes and chimney smoke that curled into animal shapes, lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of creek water. Her hands were always stained with berry juice or pencil lead, for she divided her days between gathering wild raspberries and sketching the curious creatures she imagined in the clouds. One crisp autumn evening, as Lila wandered the edge of the whispering woods, a forest said to hum with old magic, she stumbled upon a silver locket half buried in moss. Its surface shimmered like ice under moonlight, etched with constellations she didn't recognize. When she brushed her thumb over its clasp, it sprang open with a click, releasing a sound like wind chimes and a warmth that seeped into her bones. Inside, instead of a portrait, swirled a tiny galaxy, its stars pulsing in time with her heartbeat. That night, as Lila lay in bed with the locket glowing faintly on her windowsill, she heard a voice like rustling parchment. "Find the starwood. Mend what's torn." Startled, she sat upright, but the room held only the creak of floorboards and the distant hoot of an owl. Yet the locket's stars now pointed insistently toward the woods. The next morning, Lila packed a satchel with gingerbread cookies, a woolen scarf, and her sketchbook, following the locket's guiding light deep into the forest. The trees here grew taller and stranger. Their bark shimmered with iridescent lichen, and their roots cradled pools of liquid amber that reflected the faces of long-gone wanderers. By noon, she reached a clearing where the air smelled of burnt sugar and pine resin, and there she met a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. His fur burned crimson gold, as if autumn leaves had taken shape, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of centuries. "You've come for the starwood," he said, his voice a low purr that made the ferns tremble. "I am Ember. Few humans find their way here now." Lila's fingers tightened around the locket. "Why does it need mending?" Ember's tail flicked, scattering sparks that bloomed into fireflies. "The starwood is the heart of this forest, a place where memories grow into trees and dreams become rivers. But its keeper, the starlight weaver, has fallen into a sorrow so deep it's cracking the sky." He nodded to the locket. "That holds a fragment of her joy. You must return it." Their journey wove through valleys where flowers sang lullabies, and over hills that shifted like sand dunes. They befriended a badger who mapped the stars in mushroom circles, and a heron who painted the dawn with her wings. Yet as they neared the starwood, the world grew muted. The trees drooped, their once vibrant leaves now gray and brittle, and the rivers flowed backward, choked with ash. In the center of the blight stood the starlight weaver, a being woven from midnight and silver. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of comet trails, but her hands trembled as she tried to spin starlight into threads. The loom before her sputtered, producing only frayed, colorless strands. "Long ago," Ember murmured, "she wove the stories of every living thing into the stars, but loneliness clouded her heart. She forgot her own story, and the loom began to die." Lila approached, the locket burning warm against her chest. "We brought you something," she said gently. The weaver turned, her eyes hollow as eclipses. "You cannot help, the threads are broken, the stories fade." But as Lila opened the locket, the tiny galaxy inside floated out, expanding until the clearing brimmed with swirling nebulae. Within the stardust, scenes flickered, the weaver laughing with a younger Ember, teaching owls to knit moonlight into nests, dancing atop the northern lights. "Your joy isn't lost," Lila insisted. "It's just misplaced. Like when I lose my pencil and find it behind my ear." A laugh escaped the weaver, a sound like bells submerged in a spring. The loom brightened, threads knitting into a tapestry showing Lila offering cookies to the badger, the heron gifting her a cobalt feather, Ember patiently explaining which mushrooms were safe to eat. "You've brought me more than memories," the weaver breathed. "You've shown me new stories." Together they worked. Lila sketched visions of the forest's recovery. The weaver spun them into starlight. Ember gathered dewdrops to quench the parched earth, while the heron and badger rallied creatures to plant seeds made of whispered hopes. Slowly, color seeped back into the world. Sapphire buds unfurled on the trees, rivers giggled over polished stones, and the air grew thick with the scent of rain-soaked soil. When the last thread was woven, the weaver pressed the locket into Lila's palm. "Keep this, remember that even the smallest light can guide others home." The return journey felt shorter, the forest now vibrant and humming. At the village edge, Ember nuzzled her hand. "You'll visit." "Always," Lila promised. That night, as she drifted to sleep, the locket pulsed softly on her nightstand. And though she couldn't see them, she knew the starwood's trees now bore fruit shaped like teardrops and laughter, that the weaver danced again among the stars, and that somewhere in the woods, a fox with fire for fur kept watch over the stories yet to unfold. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who carried starlight in her pocket and walked with forest spirits. But Lila simply smiled, tending her garden where moonflowers bloomed in winter and raspberries tasted of caramel. For she'd learned that magic grows not from grand deeds, but from the courage to listen, to the whispers of lonely hearts, to the friend waiting in unexpected places, and to the small, insistent voice inside that says, "You can mend what's torn." And if sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she heard a familiar purr on the wind or glimpsed a crimson tail vanishing into the mist, she'd murmur, "Good night, Ember," and let the locket's warmth carry her into dreams of singing rivers and skies stitched back together with gold. Story 16. The Starry Lantern and the Road of Remembering. On the edge of a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy gray ribbons, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Clara. Her world was one of cobblestone paths and whispered legends, where elders spoke of clocks that hummed lullabies and umbrellas that carried secrets on their ribs. But Clara's greatest wonder arrived not with fanfare, but as a dusty heirloom discovered in her grandmother's attic, a lantern with a frosted glass pane, its surface etched with constellations she couldn't name. It was an autumn evening when the lantern first glowed. Clara had been tracing the carvings with her thumb, her breath stirring motes of dust into a drowsy dance, when the metal grew warm beneath her palms. A light kindled within, not the amber of candle flame, but a liquid silver shimmer, pooling like melted starlight. The walls of the attic dissolved. Not vanished exactly, but unfolded, revealing a path woven from moonbeams and shadow, stretching into a forest Clara had never seen. The forest greeted her with the scent of pine needles and possibility. Trees arched overhead, their branches interlacing into a cathedral of leaves tinged blue at the edges. A hedgehog in a waistcoat scurried across her path, balancing a teacup on his head. "Late, late," he squeaked, though his twitching nose betrayed a smile. "But not too late for the road of remembering, eh?" Clara hesitated. The lantern's light pulsed gently, as if breathing. "Where does the road lead?" "Where all roads do in time," said the hedgehog, adjusting his spectacles. "But this one, it listens." He vanished into the underbrush, leaving Clara with a thimble-sized teacup and a question burning brighter than the lantern. The road was alive. Roots shifted to cradle her footsteps, stones hummed when she passed. She met an owl perched on a sundial, his feathers the color of twilight. "Ah," he rumbled, "a lantern-bearer, I wondered when you'd come." "You know about the lantern?" "No." The owl blinked slowly. "I polished its glass when it hung in the Hall of Lost Things. Tell me, child, what do you feel when it glows?" Clara frowned. "A sort of tugging, like it wants me to notice something." "Clever girl," the owl said, and his voice softened. "Most see only light, fewer hear its song." As days blurred into nights, or perhaps moments, time bent strangely there. The lantern revealed its secret. Its light didn't push back the dark, it transformed it. Shadows became velvet curtains, parting to show scenes long forgotten. Clara glimpsed her grandmother as a girl, laughing as she buried a maple seed near the village well. She saw a stranger's hands carving constellations into frosted glass. Each vision left a thread of warmth in her chest, delicate as spider silk. But the road grew thornier. The trees tightened their ranks, the lantern's glow dimmed to a faltering gleam. Here the shadows congealed into a shape, a figure cloaked in smoke, its voice the crackle of dying embers. "Turn back," it hissed. "Some memories are barbed, some doors should stay shut." Clara's pulse fluttered. The lantern trembled in her hands. Wisdom, not force, she remembered the owl's saying. Steadying her breath, she did something brave and simple. She sat down. "Why do you want me to leave?" she asked. The shadow recoiled. No one had ever asked before. "I guard," it rasped. "The brittle things, the broken things." Clara tilted the lantern, spilling light over the figure. The smoke thinned, revealing a boy with eyes like frostbitten violets. "You're alone," she realized. "Alone," he echoed, and the word splintered. "I forgot the sound of my name." So Clara told him hers. She shared the hedgehog's tea, now miraculously refilled, and described the owl's sundial. The boy's edges grew less sharp. "I was a lantern-bearer too," he murmured. "But I lingered too long in the bitter places. The road, it swallowed my footsteps." "What's your favorite memory?" Clara asked suddenly. He blinked. "The smell of rain on cedarwood." She held the lantern aloft. Its light swirled, weaving his words into a vision. A treehouse dripping with summer showers, a father's hands planing cedar planks. The boy's face softened. "Thomas," he whispered. "My name was Thomas." The thorny path shuddered. Where brambles had clawed, violets now bloomed, their petals edged in starlight. Thomas faded, but not before pressing a fragment of obsidian into Clara's palm, a shard of his old lantern. "Don't fear the fragile things," he said. "Even broken glass holds the sky." The final stretch of road unspooled like a silver thread. Clara's helpers gathered, the hedgehog who introduced himself as Mr. Thimble, the owl Professor Nightholt, and a fox named Cora with a laugh like wind chimes. Together they reached the road's end, a door frame standing alone in a glade, its hinges wrapped in ivy. "Well," Cora nudged Clara. "Lantern-bearers choose their own doors." Clara thought of Thomas, of her grandmother's Said, now a great maple shading the village well. She stepped through. The attic materialized around her, unchanged yet utterly different. The lantern's light dimmed to a contented glimmer. Beneath her fingers, a new constellation shimmered on the glass, a boy and a cedar tree, tiny but indelible. That night, Clara carried the lantern to the village square. Children clustered around as she lit it, gasping as shadows bloomed into stories above their heads, a dance of maple leaves and cedar planks, of owls and teacups and roads that remembered. "But how does it work?" a boy asked, wide-eyed. Clara smiled. "It listens." Years later, when Clara's hair was silver as the lantern's glow, a child found her dozing by the hearth. "Tell me about the road," the girl begged, clutching a tiny lantern of her own. Clara tucked the obsidian shard into the child's palm. "It begins," she murmured, "with a question only your heart can whisper." Outside, the stars bent closer, their light catching on frosted glass, on teacups left in hedgerows, on the endless, gentle road where memories and futures walk hand in hand. Story 17. In the velvet hush where twilight lingers between ancient oaks, there existed a woodland realm known only to those who listened with more than ears. Here, where silver birches whispered secrets to the moon and foxfire mushrooms glowed like fallen constellations, a young hedgehog tenderly named Thistlewick went about her nightly work. Her quills caught dewdrops as she moved, each spine tipped with starlight reflected from the canopy far above, for in this forgotten corner of the world, the very air thrummed with the old magic of balanced things. One crisp autumn evening, when the smell of wood smoke leaves hung heavy, Thistlewick discovered something amiss in her ritual of gathering cloudberries by otter moonlight. The stream that normally chuckled over polished stones now moved sluggishly, its waters the murky green of unripe acorns. Along its banks the firefern fronds, usually blazing crimson by the third quarter of moon of falling leaves, remained dull as tarnished copper. A shiver traveled through her quills that had nothing to do with the chill, as she noticed the frost flowers blooming upside down on the hawthorn branches, their crystalline petals growing rootward into the earth. "Bramble," she called softly, her voice carrying that particular resonance hedgehogs use to summon friends without disturbing the balance of silence. From a thicket of amber-kissed bracken emerged a fox whose coat held the very essence of autumn, russet and gold with white accents like the first frost's breath. His eyes gleamed with the patient wisdom of 7 turnings of the great oak's leaves. "The season wheel sticks," the fox observed without preamble, his brush-tail sweeping over a cluster of inverted frost blooms. "Winter's thread has caught in the loom." He nosed at the stagnant water where 3 silver minnows swam listless circles. "We must consult the elder root." Their journey took them through landscapes that seemed to breathe. Mushroom caps taller than badger mounds glowed with bioluminescent patterns, resembling celestial maps. Stands of white aspen trembled perpetually, though no wind stirred, their leaves whispering the names of every creature who'd ever rested in their shade. As dawn's first gilded fingers stretched across the forest floor, they reached the moss-cushioned hollow where the great elderroot grew, not quite tree, not quite stone, but something that had been ancient when the first acorn took root. Beneath its arching roots that formed a cathedral of living wood, they found the elderroot's caretaker, a girl with hair the color of storm clouds and eyes that held the shifting greens of deep forest shadows. She moved with the deliberate grace of one who has learned the cadence of growing things, her hands trailing over the elderroot's bark where luminous sap pulsed in time with distant tides. "The Heartwood blades," she said quietly, pressing her palm to an amber tear swelling between the ridges of bark. "The Weaverkeeper's spindle splintered when last the moon turned." She gestured to the cavernous space beneath the elderroot where tapestries of living vines draped the walls, their patterns shifting to show the forest's vital threads, the dance of predator and prey, the cycle of leaf fall and regrowth, the ebb and flow of fungal networks beneath the soil. Thistlewick's quills trembled as she saw the disruption, a jagged line of frost where there should have been the gentle gradient of autumn's surrender to winter. Bramble's ear twitched toward the northwestern quadrant of the weaving. "The ice fractals have overstepped their bounds." For 3 days and nights they worked by the soft glow of will-o'-the-wisps. The girl, whose name was never spoken aloud, for names hold power in deep woods, sang melodies that made the sap flow upward against its nature. Thistlewick used her quills to painstakingly realign threads of mycelial connection in the living tapestry. Bramble employed his vulpine cunning to outwit mischievous sprites that sought to tangle repaired threads, his tail constantly in motion like the pendulum of some great natural clock. On the morning of the 4th day, as the first true snow began to fall, softly, properly, from cloud to earth as winter ought to arrive, they discovered the source of imbalance. Deep in a forgotten gorge where sunlight fell in slanted bars through ice-coated pines, they found the Weaverkeeper, an enormous snowy owl whose feathers held the patterns of every blizzard that ever was. One primary flight feather lay snapped against the frozen stream, its intricate barbules torn. Around it swirled a maelstrom of unregulated frost, the natural order disrupted by the injury. "Patience," murmured the storm-haired girl as Thistlewick gathered courage to approach. "Her pain makes the cold bite sharper, but her heart remembers balance." With Bramble creating diversionary dances of swirling leaves, and the girl humming a lullaby older than stone, the hedgehog carefully collected the damaged feather. Working with nimble paws, she wove strands of spider silk, collected from orb weavers who remembered their ancestors' promise to the forest, through the fractured vein, each knot tied with blessings whispered in the language of hibernating creatures. As the last knot secured, the gorge filled with the sound of 1,000 ice crystals chiming in harmony. The owl's remaining feathers flared with prismatic light, snowflakes suddenly falling in perfect hexagonal symmetry once more. Through the renewed snowfall came badgers carrying stores of preserved berries, moths bearing pollen from winter-blooming flowers, and a solemn procession of stoats presenting icicles shaped like musical notes, all offering their pieces to restore the delicate equilibrium. That night, as the forest exhaled its first contented sigh of proper winter, the three guardians stood beneath the elder root watching the living tapestries shift into harmonious patterns. The storm-haired girl pressed a hand to the now healthy sap flow in the ancient trunk. "It's never truly mended," she said quietly, "only tended. Balance is a verb, not a state." Bramble flicked snow from his ear with a fox's grin. "Then we shall tend again when needed." Thistlewick nodded, her quills glimmering with reflected starlight on snow, already making mental notes of which frost-damaged ferns would need attention come thaw. And deep in the rejuvenated forest, creatures great and small slept wrapped in the assurance that while no harmony lasts forever, neither does discord, so long as there are those willing to listen, to mend, and to dance with the eternal rhythm of giving and receiving that sustains all growing things. Story 18. The Threads of Twilight Hollow. In the velvet embrace of twilight, where fireflies danced like scattered stardust and the air hummed with the scent of damp moss, there lay a village cradled by ancient oaks. Its cobblestone paths wound like sleepy serpents past cottages with thatched roofs, their windows glowing amber against the deepening blue. But at the edge of this village, where the woods grew dense and whispers curled through the ferns, stood a cottage unlike the others. Its walls were woven from ivy, its chimney puffing spirals of smoke that smelled of cinnamon and forgotten memories. Here lived a girl named Lila, whose hands were always stained with ink from mending books, and whose heart thrived on quiet wonders. One evening, as Lila tidied the attic of her cottage, a labyrinth of trinkets and yellowed parchment, she discovered a wooden chest hidden beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. Its hinges groaned like an old man's knees, and inside lay a quilt unlike any she'd seen. The fabric shimmered faintly, threads of silver and gold woven into constellations that seemed to shift when she blinked. At its center rested a single thimble, cold as winter moonlight. The moment Lila touched it, the quilt stirred. A soft, melodic hum filled the air, and the attic walls dissolved into a swirl of stars. When the world settled, Lila stood in a glade where trees bore leaves of stained glass, casting kaleidoscope shadows over a brook that sang in three-part harmony. A figure emerged from the ferns, a badger in a waistcoat, his spectacles perched crookedly on his snout. "Ah," he said, voice like gravel smoothed by river water, "you've found the starlight quilt. I've been expecting you, though you're a century late." Thus began Lila's journey into Twilight Hollow, the hidden realm stitched together by the quilt's magic. The badger Thistle explained that the quilt was a living map, its threads binding the hollow's peace. But the threads were fraying. Darkness seeped through the gaps, withering the luminous flowers and silencing the brook's song. "Only a mender of stories can repair it," Thistle said, eyeing Lila's ink-smudged fingers. "But beware, the deeper you weave, the more the hollow will test your heart." The days that followed were a tapestry of peculiar friendships and gentle perils. Lila met Bramble, a rabbit whose ears drooped unless he wore a cap knitted from cloud wool, and Mina, a fox with a lantern tied to her tail, who collected lost laughter in glass jars. Together they trekked through meadows where grass sang lullabies and climbed hills that rearranged themselves like stubborn puzzle pieces. Each night Lila stitched the quilt with Thistle's thimble, threading silver through torn constellations. But with every repair, visions flickered to life in the quilt's fabric, a shadowy figure with eyes like cracked emeralds, watching her from the edges of the hollow. "The hollow mirrors what you carry inside," Mina warned one evening as they camped beneath a tree dripping with bioluminescent sap. "Your stitches aren't just mending the quilt, they're mending you." Lila pondered this as she worked. She'd always preferred the company of books to people, her shyness a shell she'd never thought to crack. Yet here, surrounded by creatures who spoke in riddles and trusted her with their world, she felt an unfamiliar warmth, a sense of belonging that tugged at her seams. The true test came when they reached the obsidian bridge, a slick arch spanning a chasm where the quilt's threads hung frayed and lifeless. Below, the void growled like a starved beast. As Lila threaded a needle with moonlight, the shadow figure materialized on the bridge, a woman with hair like smoke and a voice that dripped honeyed venom. "You think you're helping them," she sneered, gesturing to Thistle and Bramble. "You're a visitor here, a stitcher of patches. They'll forget you once the quilt is whole." Lila's hands trembled. The words slithered into her doubts, echoing her deepest fear, that she was merely a temporary fix in a world that didn't need her. But then Bramble hopped onto her shoulder, his cloud-wool cap tickling her ear. "Nonsense," he chirped. "Friendship's threads don't unravel. They're like Mina's lantern, always lit, even when you can't see the flame." Thistle nodded, adjusting his spectacles. "And you've brought something the Hollow hasn't seen in ages. Curiosity without greed, courage without pride. That's no small stitch, my dear." The shadow hissed, dissolving as Lila laughed, a bright, clear sound that sent ripples through the chasm. She sewed the final thread, and the bridge erupted in light, solidifying into pearlescent stone. In the Hollow's heart they found the source of the decay, the world tree, a colossal oak whose roots cradled the quilt's original weave. Its branches, once heavy with crystalline fruit, now sagged under clumps of thorny vines. "The tree thrives on unity," Thistle murmured. "But loneliness has poisoned it." Lila understood. She'd spent years building walls around her heart, mistaking solitude for safety. Now, kneeling beside the tree, she placed her palms on its bark and whispered stories, not from books, but her own. Tales of her parents lost to a storm long ago, of the ache of empty chairs at dinner tables, of the hope she'd buried that someday she might not feel like a footnote in her own life. As she spoke, the quilt's threads glimmered, weaving around the tree. Mina hung her lanterns on the branches, Bramble tucked cloud-wool into the roots, and Thistle hummed a lullaby older than time. The vines retreated, replaced by blossoms that pulsed like heartbeats. When the last thorn fell, the tree unfurled a new branch, and from it dangled a tiny silver needle. "A gift," Thistle said, for the mender who'd woven her courage into the Hollow's soul. The journey home was quieter, the air sweet with jasmine and resolve. At the glade where they'd first met, Thistle pressed the thimble into Lila's palm. "Keep it, the Hollow's magic lives in you now, not as a burden," he added, twinkling, but as a reminder that even the quietest threads hold worlds together. When Lila stepped back into her attic, the quilt was ordinary fabric again, save for a single constellation glowing above where her heart would rest. She never spoke of her adventure, but the village noticed changes. How she lingered at the bakery to share jokes with the baker's son, how she'd replaced her locked diary with letters to far-off friends, how her laughter now bubbled as freely as the brook in Twilight Hollow. Years later, when children asked about the quilt draped over her rocking chair, she'd smile and say, "Oh, that old thing, it's just a quilt." But on clear nights, if you peered through her window, you might glimpse the constellations shifting, a secret language of silver and gold, stitching together the quiet, extraordinary magic of a life well loved. And in the hollow, where time curled like smoke from a chimney, Thistle would often murmur to newcomers, "Watch for the menders, the quiet ones. They may not wield swords, but oh, the worlds they weave." Story 19. In the quiet valley of Bramble Hollow, where mist curled like cats around chimney pots and apple blossoms rained pink petals each spring, there lived a girl named Sylvie with hair, the color of storm clouds, and eyes that held the green flash of sunset. She spent her days tending her grandmother's apiary, whispering secrets to bees as they trailed golden pollen across her wrists. But when twilight painted the hills in violet and cobalt, Sylvie would sit on her oakwood porch, listening. The wind carried strange music through the pines, a hum like plucked harp strings, felt more in the bones than heard. One crisp autumn evening, as acorns tap-danced on rooftops, Sylvie discovered a shimmer in the roots of the oldest maple. There, tangled in filaments of glowing moss, lay a teacup-sized nest woven from starlight and spider silk. Inside pulsed a warmth like a captured sunrise. When Sylvie reached out, the light leapt to her palm, shaping itself into a key made of liquid amber. It thrummed with a heartbeat not her own. That night, her dreams filled with towering ferns that sang in chorus, and foxes wearing coats of living shadow. A voice like wind through reeds whispered, "Find the door where the willows weep at dawn." Sylvie packed a satchel with blackberry jam sandwiches, a jar of clover honey, and her father's compass, its needle spinning wildly north. The journey began at Willowmere, a silver-barked grove where trees bent so low their leaves kissed the river. Sylvie traced the key's glow to a hollow trunk veiled by cascading branches. The moment the amber touched the wood, the world breathed. Bark melted into archways of twisting vines, revealing a path paved with luminous pebbles. Beyond lay the gloaming, a realm where time rippled like pond water and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten memories. Her first friend came in the form of a hedgehog, wearing a waistcoat of pressed maple seeds. "You're late," he huffed, adjusting tiny spectacles. "The luminaries have been dimming for weeks." Bramble, for so he introduced himself, explained that Sylvie's key was a spark, one of 9 fragments of the first light that sustained the gloaming. "The shadow moths are eating the stars," he said, pointing to ragged holes in the twilight sky. Without the sparks, both their worlds would unravel. Their quest led them through valleys where flowers chimed when touched and over bridges spun from dandelion fluff. They met a heron who traded riddles for passage across ink-dark waters, and a clan of mushroom-dwelling mice brewing courage in acorn caps. Yet the true test came in the obsidian grotto, where the last luminary flickered above a lake of liquid shadow. Giant moths with wings of smoke circled hungrily, their antennae trailing frost. "Light cannot fight darkness head-on," Bramble murmured as Sylvie's hand tightened around the key. "But it can redirect." Remembering her grandmother's tales, Sylvie uncorked the honey jar, pouring a golden spiral onto the lake. The moths veered toward the sweetness, momentarily stilled. As the spark flared in her palm, Sylvie noticed fractured glows embedded in the moths' chests, stolen fragments of other sparks. "They're not destroying light," she realized. "They're hungry for it." Instead of attacking, Sylvie sang the lullaby she'd hummed to her bees, soft notes that hung visible in the air like fireflies. One by one, moths landed, quivering. Bramble deftly plucked the stolen sparks from their thoraxes with his claws. As the fragments merged with her key, Sylvie understood. The true enemy wasn't the moths, but the emptiness that drove them to hoard light. The climax unfolded at the heartroot, a tree whose branches cradled dying stars. Sylvie placed the restored spark into a knothole pulsing like a womb. Roots blazed gold, racing across the land. Willows bloomed with bioluminescent buds, rivers ran liquid topaz. The moths, now glowing faintly blue, alighted on Sylvie's shoulders, not pests but guardians transformed. Returning home, Sylvie found her grandmother waiting with steaming chamomile tea. No time had passed in Bramble Hollow, yet the bees now traced constellations in their honeycomb. The gloaming's magic had seeped through the cracks. Wildflowers glimmered moonlit silver, and the wind carried fragments of distant laughter. Years later, when children asked about the girl who conversed with hedgehogs, Sylvie would smile and tap the amber pendant at her throat. "The bravest light isn't the sun," she'd say, stirring honey into milk. "It's the spark we share when darkness pretends it's all there is." And if sometimes, under the right slant of twilight, the willow branches seemed to part just so, well, that was a story for another night, when the fire crackled low and the stars leaned close to listen. Story 20. The air in the little attic bedroom always turned to liquid gold in the hour before sunset, when slanting light through the round window made dust motes dance like fireflies. It was in this amber hour that Mira first noticed the peculiar thrumming coming from her grandmother's patchwork quilt folded at the foot of her bed, a sound like distant church bells heard through honey, felt more in the bones than the ears. She'd been sent to the countryside after the cough sickness took both lanterns from her city home, the quilt her only companion in this creaky old farmhouse. Its squares held generations of stories, indigo triangles from a great uncle's sailing coat, crimson petals stitched by a cousin who'd married a botanist, silver threads salvaged from a great-grandmother's wedding veil. But tonight, as Mira traced the fraying edges where new patches should have been added long ago, the entire quilt rippled like water beneath her fingers. A single embroidered star near the center began to glow. Not the warm yellow of candlelight, but the cool, clear blue of winter stars. Before Mira could catch her breath, the star detached itself and floated upward, pulling threads behind it like the tail of a kite. They rearranged midair into shimmering words: follow where the thread unwinds, mend the cloak that binds. The quilt lifted itself from the bed, unfolding into a bridge of cloth leading out the window. Where it touched the night sky, the darkness rippled like pond water, revealing constellations not found on any map, a teapot pouring steam that became birds, a loom weaving moonlight, a fox curled around a thimble. Mira's journey began with 3 steps onto fabric that felt like walking on sun-warmed moss. The quilt path carried her over sleeping fields where willows dipped their fingers in silver streams, past hills that hummed lullabies in deep, earthy tones. It was here, at the edge of the Whispering Woods, that she met her first companion. A badger in a waistcoat woven from dried ferns stood upright on the path, pocket watch open in his paw. Late, late, we're dreadfully late, he muttered, then blinked owl-round eyes at Mira. Ah, the mender arrives, come, come, the sycamore's roots grow restless. I'm not a mender, Mira protested, but the badger who introduced himself as Thistlewick, keeper of forgotten hours, simply nudged her onward with his newspaper-rolled umbrella. You carry the starlight quilt, do you not? Then mend you must, before the fraying spreads. As they walked, Thistlewick explained in his rapid, rustling leaf voice how every generation, a stitcher came to repair the great clockwork cosmos, though never before had it been a child, and never so late. The stars are dropping stitches, he fretted, pointing to where familiar constellations blurred at the edges. The Big Dipper's handle unraveled into loose threads of light. Their path descended into a valley where trees wore bark like crumpled parchment, their leaves fluttering pages filled with half-told stories. Here they found the second companion, a river otter balancing on a floating log, her apron pockets overflowing with button-eyed clay creatures. Ponspindle's the name, she chirped, offering Mira a clay sparrow that immediately sang 2 perfect notes. Took up sculpting when the dream streams ran dry. Can't have children sleeping without proper tales, eh? Her smile faltered as she gestured to the sluggish river. Used to flow with liquid starlight, now barely a trickle of halfpenny dreams. The otter joined their party, sculpting stepping stones from river clay when the quilt path dissolved. Mira's fingers itched to touch the quilt's glowing edges, but Thistlewick warned against unskilled stitching. One wrong knot and you might fasten thunder to the horizon. Dawn found them at the foot of the starlight sycamore, or what remained of it. The great tree that once held the sky's fabric in its roots stood hollowed, its bark etched with fading constellations. Through cracks in its trunk, Mira glimpsed the terrible truth. Beyond our sky stretched another, vaster and darker, pressing inward like water against dam walls. Where the 2 skies met, threads snapped and curled like burning parchment. The quilts meant to cushion the rub between worlds, rumbled a voice like stones turning in a brook. From the tree's shadow emerged their third companion, an ancient tortoise, whose shell bore carved constellations that shifted with her movement. Call me Nettleback, last of the horizon holders. Her mossy eyes studied Mira. You've no thimble, no shears, how propose you to mend? Mira's breath caught. The the quilt's central star now pulsed weakly. She thought of her grandmother's hands guiding hers to sew after the coughs began, whispering, "Every stitch is a breath, darling. Never pull too tight." "Maybe," she ventured, "it doesn't need more thread. Maybe it needs." Her city-sharpened eyes traced the quilt's pattern, the missing patches, where generations had stopped adding their stories. New pieces. Pondspindle's clay creatures trilled agreement. Thistlewick consulted his watch. Nettleback inclined her head. "The child speaks wisdom. The quilt grew thin when people stopped weaving their tales into it. So they worked not with needle and thread, but with memory and laughter." Pondspindle shaped clay into lost buttons from Mira's father's coat. Thistlewick sang a lullaby from the year electricity was invented. Nettleback offered a scale from her shell, which became a silver patch stitched with Mira's own story of loss and journeying. As each new patch joined the quilt, the starlight sycamore shuddered. New roots burst forth, knitting the frayed edges of the skies. The otter's river began churning with liquid starlight. The badger's pocket watch chimed in harmony with the reforming constellations. When the last stitch settled a patch of forest green felt, holding Mira's quiet courage, the quilt floated gently down. No longer faded, it shimmered with the soft glow of well-tended embers. But how? Mira breathed as the sycamore's new leaves cast dappled light across them. Nettleback nuzzled her hand. "The strongest magic isn't in holding things together, but in letting them grow. You didn't mend the quilt, you gave it new stories to weave." The journey home was swifter, the quilt now a bridge of glowing warmth. At her attic window, Mira found 3 gifts: a fern seed button from Thistlewick, a clay star that hummed lullabies from Pondspindle, and a tortoise-shaped constellation newly stitched into the quilt. Years later, villagers would whisper about the girl whose quilt never frayed, who could calm storms by hanging it from the eaves. Children brought fabric scraps, a ribbon from a first dance, a square from a worn work glove, and Mira taught them the careful art of stitching stories into cloth. On winter nights when the northern lights dance unusually low, you might glimpse figures in the shimmer, a badger consulting his watch, an otter trailing clay birds, a tortoise smiling as new patches bloom across the sky. And if you press your ear to a well-loved quilt, you'll hear it, the soft, contented hum of stories breathing, of magic kept alive not by grand spells, but by gentle hands adding their threads to the eternal weave. Story 21. The amber light of dusk settled over the village of Willowmere like a quilt stitched with fireflies, painting the thatched roofs gold and setting the river ablaze with liquid topaz. In the crooked chimney cottage at the edge of the maple grove, young Marin traced the whorls of a carved wooden box hidden beneath her grandmother's spinning wheel, a box that hadn't been there yesterday. Its surface shimmered with mother-of-pearl constellations, and when her fingertips brushed the latch, a melody hummed through the room, notes hanging in the air like dandelion seeds caught mid-drift. "Ah," came grandmother's voice, soft as carded wool. She stood in the doorway, her shawl pooling around her like melted twilight. "The songbox has chosen its time." Inside lay 3 objects, a feather the color of storm clouds, a clay flute no longer than a thumb, and a scroll sealed with wax the hue of forgotten violets. "These belong to your great-great-grandmother," grandmother explained, settling into her rocking chair. The fire crackled a rhythm beneath her words. She was a keeper of stories, a bridge between earth and sky, but the threads of her legacy frayed when the old ways grew quiet. Marin's pulse fluttered as she unrolled the scroll. Symbols danced beneath her touch, not ink, but impressions left by someone who'd pressed living things into parchment. A fern frond here, a spiral of willow bark there. "It's a map," she breathed. The lines formed a path through the whispering hills where stone formations sang during equinox storms, past the moonlace river where fish swam with bioluminescent scales, and into the heart of the elder tree woods. A journey of 7 dusks and 7 dawns, grandmother nodded. To wake sleeping stories, you must walk where memory lives in the land itself. The next morning, Marin packed a satchel with honey cakes and a vial of starlight water collected from morning dew. At the edge of the elder tree woods, she hesitated. The trees arched together like elders linking arms, their leaves murmuring in a language that tickled her ears. It was then she noticed the owl perched on a birch branch, plumage dusted with lichen green and eyes like polished river stones. Lost little song-seeker. The owl blinked, and Marin realized with a gasp that its voice came not from its beak, but from the rustle of its feathers. "I'm following a legacy," she said, holding up the feather from the songbox. The owl inclined its head. "Then we follow the same star," it said, gliding down to her shoulder. "Call me Thule, wind whisperer and rememberer of root-deep tales." Their journey unfolded like the peeling of an onion's golden layers. In the Whispering Hills, Thule taught Marin to press her palm against sun-warmed stones until visions rose. A woman with Marin's cinnamon curls dancing to shape rain from dry soil, her feet tracing patterns that bloomed into irrigation canals. She taught the village to converse with droughts, Thule explained. The ghostly dancer smiled at Marin, pressing translucent fingers against the living girl's chest. A warmth kindled behind Marin's ribs, sweet as apricot jam. At the Moonlace River, the clay flute trilled on its own, summoning luminous fish that leapt in arcs, their glowing trails spelling words across the twilight. Listen deeper. Marin waded into the shallows, cupping water to her ears. Beneath the river's babble came voices, generations of her family sharing secrets with the currents, bargaining with the water spirits to keep floods gentle. They didn't command the river, Marin realized aloud. They made promises with it. Thule preened a feather into the current as offering. Legacies aren't about controlling the world's song, but harmonizing with it. By the 6th dusk, weariness draped over Marin like sodden wool. The final stretch through elder tree woods tested her. Vines snagged her cloak, shadows whispered doubts. "What if I'm not worthy of the stories?" she asked as they camped beneath a cedar's gnarled roots. Thule nuzzled her cheek with downy feathers. "You mistake legacy for a test rather than an embrace. The land remembers your blood's kindnesses. Feel for the pulse beneath your souls." When Marin placed her palm on the earth, warmth spread up her arm. Tiny lights awakened, mycelial threads glowing gold, connecting tree to tree, root to root, heartbeat to heartbeat. They throbbed in time with her own pulse. "We're all part of the same living tapestry," she whispered. At dawn they reached the Heartwood, a clearing where an ancient oak towered, its trunk wide as a cottage bark etched with markings that mirrored Marin's scroll. From her satchel, she drew the storm-gray feather. A wind stirred, lifting the feather to brush against the oak's carvings. Light spilled through the grooves, illuminating a door in the tree's flank. Inside, bioluminescent mushrooms carpeted the floor, their soft blue glow revealing a circular chamber. Wall carvings depicted Marin's ancestors, building homes with timber that asked permission before being cut, singing seeds into the soil, weaving medicine from moonlight. At the center stood a pedestal holding a circlet of braided sweetgrass and starlight petals. "Place it on your head," Thule urged. The moment the circlet touched Marin's brow, the chamber dissolved. She stood in a living memory, the village of long ago during the Great Frost. People huddled around feeble fires, their breath pluming in the icy air. A young version of her great-great-grandmother knelt, pressing her palms into frozen earth. "We've taken without giving back," the ancestor murmured. "Forgive us." She began to sing, a lullaby to the sleeping soil, promising reciprocity. Slowly the permafrost retreated, revealing stubborn green shoots. The memory shifted, a summer of wildfires quelled by ancestor-led rain dances, a plague season where healers traded their own strength to brew curatives. each act rooted in listening rather than demanding, in kinship rather than dominance. When Marin returned to the present, tears silvered her cheeks. Thule nestled in her hair. Legacy isn't about grandeur, the owl said. It's the thousand small stitches of care passed hand to hand. The walk home felt lighter. Marin noticed new details, the way maple keys spiraled like ancestral helicopters, the hidden patterns in birdsong that mirrored her grandmother's lullabies. At her cottage, grandmother waited with steaming lavender tea. Without a word, Marin placed the circlet on the old woman's table. Together they wove new sweetgrass strands into it, their fingers remembering motions encoded in muscle memory deeper than conscious thought. That evening, the village gathered under a periwinkle sky. Marin played the clay flute by the river bank, its notes coaxing luminous fish to dance. Children giggled, chasing their rippling light. Elders hummed along, recognizing melodies from half-remembered dreams. When Marin showed them how to press ears to stones and streams, how to leave feather offerings in owl nests, it felt less like teaching and more like reminding. In bed that night, Marin opened the songbox once more. New items had appeared, an acorn cap filled with stardust, a thimble-sized basket holding a harmony only audible when held to the heart. Thule roosted on her bedpost, whispering, "The legacy grows as you tend it. Sleep now, little root. Tomorrow's stories are already dreaming themselves into your bones." And as the last embers in the hearth sighed into ash, Marin understood. Her inheritance wasn't just the past's treasures, but the living moment where gratitude meets the future's soft, waiting hand. Story 22. In the heart of the Emberwood glade, where maple leaves glowed like stained glass in perpetual autumn, there existed a realm unseen by human eyes. Here the air hummed with the secret language of will-o'-wisps, and tree roots cradled libraries of forgotten lore in their gnarled embrace. It was in this twilight-dappled world that a young red fox named Sorrel first noticed the shiver in the wind, a metallic tang where there should have been the sweetness of decaying apples. The trouble began as all great troubles do in ancient woods, quietly. Mushroom rings grew too quickly, their caps blooming and collapsing within hours. Brook salamanders developed bioluminescent stripes that burned too brightly, leaving charred marks on stream stones. Worst of all, the eternal oak at the forest center, whose acorns contained miniature constellations, began shedding its leaves in the height of harvest season, each crimson frond disintegrating to ash before touching the ground. Sorrel's paws sank into the velvety moss as she approached the moon pool, where water striders danced geometric patterns that predicted tomorrow's weather. Tonight, their movements formed frantic spirals. Thistleback, she called, her nose twitching at the sudden scent of lightning. The ancient box turtle emerged from a curtain of hanging lichen, his moss-covered shell glistening with droplets from the spring. "The heartstone dims," Thistleback rumbled, his voice like pebbles tumbling in a clay pot. "Come, child, we must consult the stargazer." Their journey through the bluebell-lined paths revealed deepening strangeness. Fireflies now left tiny scorch marks on leaves they touched, and the usually chatty birch trees stood silent, their papery bark peeling to reveal weeping amber beneath. High in her hollow of woven twigs, the great horned owl Lila spread wings that shimmered with trapped starlight. "The balance between growth and decay falters," she hooted softly. "3 nights hence the veil between seasons thins. You must reach the Heartstone before the storm crow arrives." Sorrel's tail bristled. "But the Heartstone's guardians—" "We'll test your worth through trials of root, rain, and revelation," Lila finished, her golden eyes reflecting double images of the anxious fox. "Seek companions, one who breathes with the earth, one who swims in shadow, and one who wears the forest's crown." Dawn found Sorrel at the milkweed meadow, where the dandelion clocks all pointed northeast, despite the lack of wind. A mound of freshly turned soil betrayed the presence of bramble, a young badger whose obsession with underground mysteries had left his claws permanently stained with indigo clay. Together they uncovered a stone tablet etched with bioluminescent fungi, its glowing runes detailing the first trial, "Seek the singer in the drowned cathedral." The journey downward into the limestone caves filled their noses with the scent of wet flint and ancient ice. Stalactites dripped harmonies that formed visible sound waves in the air, coating their fur with crystalline resonances. In the cavern's heart, where underground rivers converged, floated a luminous jellyfish-like creature made entirely of water droplets, the spring spirit Neri, who had not been seen since the great drought 7 generations past. "Sing the ice to sleep," Neri intoned, their liquid body refracting light into prismatic patterns on the cave walls. Bramble pressed his clay-caked paws to the trembling stone floor. "There's something wrong beneath us. The earth holds its breath." As if summoned by his words, jagged ice formations began erupting from the water. Sorrel's first howl came out fractured, the cave splintering her voice into discordant echoes. But when Bramble joined with a ground-shaking hum that vibrated through their paw pads, the notes braided together into a lullaby older than mountains. One by one, the ice shards softened into weeping tendrils that dissolved into the river, revealing a glowing aquamarine shard, the first key to the Heartstone's chamber. Their return to the surface world brought them face to face with the forest's panic. Maple Keys helicoptered upward instead of falling. A family of hedgehogs rolled past in a frantic spiked ball, their usual leisurely snuffling replaced by high-pitched whimpers. On the horizon, sickly green storm clouds brewed, where the eternal oak's canopy should have brushed the sky. The second trial led them to the mist bough canopy, where walking ferns unfurled new fronds every 13 minutes. Here, among the perfume of night-blooming orchids, they found Rowan, a lynx kitten whose fur shifted colors to mimic whatever plant she last brushed against. She crouched beneath a trembling elderberry bush, amber eyes wide. "The shadows in the Willowmere have teeth now," she whispered. "They took my brother's echo." True to her warning, the Willowmere's usual gentle bioluminescence now pulsed like a panicked heartbeat. Their reflections in the black water moved independently, mouths stretched in silent screams. When Sorrel's shadow self began climbing out of the water, fur-dripping liquid darkness, Rowan pounced, not on the shadow, but on the moonbeam illuminating it. Her claws caught the silver light and wove it into a luminous net that sank into the water, freezing the rippling surface into a mirror-smooth plain. "Look," Bramble murmured. Beneath the ice-like surface, their true reflections gestured frantically toward a submerged archway formed from intertwined roots. Rowan's breath hitched. "The Moonwell's memory, it's been inverted, we have to." A thunderclap shook the ground, sending hairline fractures through the frozen mire. From the cracks rose tendrils of sentient fog that solidified into thorned vines. Sorrel's second howl tore through the chaos, this time met by Rowan's piercing yowl and Bramble's seismic growl. The combined vibrations shattered the false reflections, revealing an obsidian key floating where the archway had been. As they emerged gasping from the Willowmere, the forest's distress crescendoed. Flowers snapped at passing insects with newly grown teeth. The wind carried whispers in the sharp, acidic language of unmaking. Thistleback awaited them at the petrified thicket, his shell now flecked with glowing runes. "The storm crow's wings stir the air," he warned. "To restore the Heartstone you must become the counterbalance, earth to sky, root to crown, memory to possibility." The final ascent to the Heartstone chamber took them through the avalanche of leaves, a normally gentle slope of perpetual fall foliage now cascading in violent amber waves. Bramble dug trenches with his powerful claws to redirect the flow, while Rowan leapt between airborne leaves like stepping stones. The chamber itself took Sorrel's breath away, a geodesic dome of living crystal where the forest's essence pooled in liquid light. But the central plinth stood empty, the heartstone's absence allowing tendrils of chaotic energy to crackle through fissures in the air. Lila descended in a spiral of feather and starlight. The stone didn't vanish, it shattered, the owl revealed. Fragments lie buried in the season's turning points. She spread her wings, releasing a shower of glowing pollen that coalesced into a timeline of the forest's cyclical magic. Spring's bud, summer's bloom, autumn's harvest, winter's rest, each phase containing a shimmering splinter. Their race against the storm crow's approaching fury became a ballet of precision. Bramble unearthed the spring fragment from where it had germinated into a crystalline sapling. Rowan dove into the midsummer bonfire's ashes to retrieve a fragment burning with condensed sunlight. Sorrel climbed the skeletal winter oak to pluck the final shard from a nest of hibernating starlings. As the three fragments reunited on the plinth, the chamber pulsed with a light that painted their shadows in reverse colors against the walls. But the storm crow's shadow fell across the forest, a monstrous shape with feathers made of swirling debris and eyes like collapsing stars. Its cry unraveled the edges of reality, leaves disintegrating mid-fall into gray dust. Thistleback's shell glowed as he chanted the oldest words, the ones that taste of volcanic soil and dinosaur bones. Lila's feathers became prismatic, bending light into a shield. Together the creatures wove their essences into the Heartstone's restoration. Badger's perseverance, lynx's adaptability, fox's curiosity, owl's wisdom, turtle's memory. As the renewed Heartstone flared, its light now containing flickers of their combined colors, the storm crow's form unraveled into a gentle rain that smelled of fresh beginnings. The eternal oak's remaining leaves burst into flames that didn't consume, each fiery frond birthing a new acorn containing miniature galaxies. Nary rose from the moonpool in a column of liquid light, their restored song healing the scorched earth where corrupted magic had touched. In the quiet aftermath, as the forest exhaled its first balanced breath in weeks, the companions gathered beneath the restored Heartstone's glow. Bramble's claws were now veined with glowing minerals, Rowan's fur permanently dappled with starlight, and Sorrel's tail tipped with a flame that burned without consuming. They shared no grand speeches, the steady pulse of sap through nearby maples, the contented rumble of mycorrhizal networks reconnecting, these were celebration enough. As seasons resumed their dance, leaves cycling through colors at their proper pace, mushrooms fruiting in harmonious patterns, the creatures returned to their roles with renewed purpose. But on clear nights when the aurora paints the sky in liquid colors, you might glimpse them, guardians weaving through moonlit groves, their laughter sounding like wind chimes made of frost and sunlight. And deep in the emberwood glade, the Heartstone pulses gently, a reminder that balance isn't stillness, but the graceful dance of give and take, of endings nurturing beginnings, forever and always. Story 23. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been young Clara's favorite time for exploring her grandmother's attic. Dust motes swirled like lazy fireflies around her as she pushed open the creaking trapdoor, the scent of aged cedar and forgotten books wrapping around her like a well-worn quilt. Today, however, something new glimmered beneath the usual layers of memory, a teapot perched precariously on a stack of sheet music, its porcelain surface painted with cobalt constellations that seemed to shift when viewed from the corner of her eye. It wasn't the teapot's beauty that made Clara's fingertips tingle as she lifted it, but the faint hum beneath its surface, like a hive of bees drowsing in midsummer. When she brushed her thumb over the spout, a single drop of liquid fell, not tea, but liquid starlight, pooling in her palm before rising as mist to form the shape of an archway. Through it, Clara glimpsed a forest where trees bore leaves of stained glass, and rivers sang in harmonies only the wind could translate. The journey began without her quite deciding to take it. One moment she stood on the attic's splintered floorboards, the next she was breathing air that tasted of elderflower and possibility, the archway dissolving behind her into strands of ivy. A path of moon-pale stones wound ahead, each step thrumming gently, as though the earth itself were a sleeping creature dreaming beneath her feet. Her first companion appeared as she paused to drink from a brook, its water cool and sweet with the memory of mountain snow. A clockwork fox emerged from the ferns, its copper pelt verdigris gist, eyes twin lenses focusing and unfocusing with soft clicks. "You've brought the wrong shoes for questing," it observed, voice a melody of winding gears. "But your shadow has the proper shape for stories, so I suppose you'll do." Thistle, as the fox eventually allowed her to call him, became her guide through the glasswood's ever-changing groves. He explained the rules of this twilight realm in his peculiar way, how the floating lanterns they occasionally passed were actually dreams misplaced by human children, how the velvet dark berries growing along the path were best left uneaten unless one wished to sleep for a century. Wisdom, he liked to say while adjusting his squeaky shoulder joint with a flick of his tail, is knowing which questions to ask twice. Their second companion found them at the edge of a meadow where flowers chimed like silver bells. A small creature tumbled from the sky in a flurry of indigo feathers, resolving into something resembling an owl crossed with a storm cloud. "You're going the long way round," it hooted, perching on Clara's shoulder with the weight of a dandelion seed. "The sundered hills won't wait for wanderers." Pip, short for Periwinkle Impossible, proved both invaluable and exasperating. The cloud sprite could conjure bridges from rainbow mist and knew every shortcut whispered by the east wind, but had a habit of getting distracted by interesting cloud formations or the scent of approaching rain. "Focus," Thistlewood chide as Pip spiraled into tales of the time they'd ridden a hurricane to visit their second cousin, twice removed. "We've a human to shepherd before the moon forgets its phase." The purpose of Clara's journey crystallized as they reached the valley's heart. Before them stood 3 enormous trees, their trunks fused into a single spire that pierced the clouds. Or rather, they should have been fused. Now they leaned apart like estranged sisters, their branches brittle, roots withering where they'd once intertwined. Between them floated fragments of a broken orb, its shimmering pieces casting jagged shadows. "The Concord," Pip murmured, suddenly solemn. "It's what binds the realms, seasons to soil, starlight to stories. Without it—" A shiver passed through their feathery body as a fallen leaf turned to ash mid-descent. Thistle's gears whirred urgently. "The Guardians have quarreled. Sky refuses to touch Earth's roots. Earth won't yield to water's flow. And water," he nodded to the distant marshes where floods raged without reason. Clara felt the weight of the teapot in her satchel, still warm against her side. "But why me? I'm just a girl who heard a teapot singing." Pip interrupted, booping her nose with a wingtip. "Exactly the sort of nonsense that makes proper sense here." The solution came not in a flash, but as dawn breaks, slowly, then all at once. Watching Thistle mend his own spring with a thorn, Clara remembered her grandmother teaching her to darn socks, how strength often lay in tender repair. When Pip gathered rain for her to drink from cupped hands, she recalled sharing lemonade with a neighbor after a spat. And as she studied the fractured orb, she noticed the edges of each shard fit not only each other, but the spaces between them, if only given room to breathe. It took 3 days and nights of patient work. Clara persuaded the Sky Guardian to lower her branches by offering songs her mother had sung at twilight. She coaxed the Earth Guardian with stories of her grandmother's garden, where carrots grew sweetest near roses. The Water Guardian, initially cold as winter streams, thawed when Clara admitted her fear of deep oceans, but love of morning dew. As the final shard slid into place, the teapot grew warm against Clara's chest. From its spout poured not starlight this time, but steam that wove through the mended orb like threads through a loom. The trees sighed as roots reconnected, as leaves drank long-awaited rain, as sunlight filtered down through branches now interlaced like clasped hands. The journey home was quieter. Pip left first, called away to help a cumulus remember its fluffiest shape. Thistle accompanied Clara to the archway, now shimmering with morning frost patterns. "You'll forget," he warned, though his gear heart ticked softer now. Humans always do. But Clara didn't. Not entirely. The teapot sits on her windowsill, ordinary to all eyes but hers. Sometimes, when the light slants just so, she sees Pip's silhouette in passing clouds or hears Thistle's ticking in the old grandfather clock's sigh. Her grandmother notices she leaves honey for the bees now, and always listens twice before answering. On winter nights, when the world feels fractured, Clara brews tea in the constellation-painted pot. The steam carries whispers of a forest where guardians remember their bonds, and the knowledge that even broken things can hold worlds together, if one takes care to mend the spaces in between. Story 24. In a quiet valley where maple trees whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Marisol with hair the color of storm clouds and eyes that held the shimmer of dew-kissed spiderwebs. Each afternoon she'd wander the mossy trails behind her grandmother's cottage, where foxgloves nodded their purple heads and the air smelled perpetually of cinnamon and damp earth. It was here, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak one amber afternoon, that she discovered the first silver thread. It glinted in a sunbeam, a filament finer than cobweb, humming with a sound like distant wind chimes. When Marisol reached to touch it, the thread coiled around her wrist like a friendly viper, warm and tingling. Following its taut line into the oak's hollow trunk, she found herself stepping not into wood, but through it, into a world where the sky was woven from quilted twilight and the rivers flowed upward. A hedgehog in a waistcoat made of lilac petals trundled up to her, adjusting his tiny spectacles. "Bit early for the Glimmer Council, isn't it?" he harumphed, then froze. "Oh, you're human. How'd you get the weaver's thread to choose you?" Thus began Marisol's entanglement with the Stitchel-willed, a realm where seasons were literal spools of thread maintained by artisan squirrels, where bridges knitted themselves from sheep's breath, and where Marisol's peculiar gift bloomed. She could mend broken things by singing to them, not with her voice, but with the hum of her pulse. A gift the hedgehog named Thistlewick called the Marrow Melody. But the Stitchel-willed was fraying. The spring spool had gone missing from the loom of turnings, leaving half the world suspended in perpetual blossom, while the other half crusted over with premature frost. Thistlewick's inkwell, which doubled as a rain cloud, had dried up. Starling-wing kites lay crumpled in heaps, and worst of all, the weaver's thread binding Marisol to this world was unraveling strand by strand. Their quest led them through meadows of cursive ferns that rearranged themselves into poems, and past the parlor of echoes, where Marisol had to confront a version of herself made entirely of shadows. A girl who hissed, "You'll forget them, you know, the human world, your grandmother's face." It was Thistlewick who nipped her ankle, whispering, "Echoes are just loneliness with a mirror," until the shadow dissolved into maple seeds. The revelation came in the hourglass grotto, where time pooled like honey. Marisol noticed the spring spool wasn't stolen, but hiding, tucked inside a dormant volcano where it had rolled after being startled by a thunderclap. It's scared, she realized, hearing the spool's whimpers through the soles of her feet. It thinks it failed by dropping a stitch in the equinox. Here, the Marrow Melody proved vital. Marisol pressed her palms to the volcano's trembling flank and hummed the song her grandmother sang while darning socks, a tune steeped in patience, not perfection. The spool emerged not as a celestial artifact, but as a trembling thing of sap and starlight, which Thistlewick coaxed into his wheelbarrow with acorn custard. Yet returning the spool to the loom required stitching, closed the rift between courage and fear. Marisol's hands bled silver as she wove apologies into the thread. "I am sorry I doubted you," to the spool. "Thank you for seeing me," to her shadow. When the loom shuddered back to life, she understood true magic wasn't in fixing, but in tending, in holding space for what was fragile. The farewell tasted of lavender and wood smoke. Thistlewick gifted her a thimble that filled with whatever drink the holder most needed. For Marisol, it dispensed ginger tea with a drop of river starlight. "You'll always be a stitch keeper," he said, as the oak portal sealed behind her. Back in her grandmother's garden, Marisol found the constellations had rearranged into familiar patterns: a hedgehog, a spool, a girl with threadbare knees. She kept the thimble on her windowsill, and when neighbors brought cracked heirlooms or hearts, she'd hum as she worked, feeling the Stitchawild's pulse in every darned sock and mended cup. Years later, as an old woman teaching her granddaughter to knit, Marisol would smile at the way the child's hands flickered silver when concentrating. "Look, Nana, I fixed the moon," the girl would say, holding up a lopsided mittens. And Marisol, with Thistlewick's spectacles tucked in her apron, a later gift delivered by Owl, would murmur, "Ah, but does it still have room to breathe?" For that was the secret, she knew, not to make things unbreakable, but to weave them with spaces where the light could get in. Story 25. The air on the third moon of Xyris 7 smelled like burnt honey and static, a scent that made Taro's whiskers twitch as he adjusted the malfunctioning heat converter on his hoverpack. The violet sands beneath his paw-like feet shifted uneasily, swallowing his tracks as quickly as he made them. He hadn't meant to crash land here. The ion storm had seized his ship like a child shaking a snow globe, but now, stranded on this shimmering dune sea, he couldn't help noticing how the twin suns made the horizon bleed amber and cobalt. That's when the singing began. It wasn't a sound so much as a vibration, a low hum that made Taro's 3 hearts thrum in uneven rhythm. He turned, his moss-green fur standing on end, to find the source, a towering figure emerging from the light-bent air. At first, he thought it a walking crystal formation, its body refracting rainbows across the sand. Then it shifted, and he saw the intelligence in its faceted eyes currently narrowed in what looked remarkably like suspicion. "You're leaking coolant," the crystalline being said, its voice like wind chimes made of ice. It pointed a jagged finger at Taro's hoverpack, where blue fluid indeed dripped into the sand with a hiss. Taro bristled. "And you're glowing. Is that considered polite where you're from?" His translator pendant spat static. Clearly glowing didn't quite map to the being's language. The stranger made a sound like cracking quartz. Laughter. Anger. "I am Kale of the Shard That Walks," it said, folding 4 articulated arms across its chest. "Your machine's poison is killing the whisper vines beneath this dune." Taro looked down. Between his toes, faint bioluminescent tendrils curled away from the spilled coolant. His ears flattened. On his homeworld, the forest of breath, harming any plant was unthinkable. "I didn't know," he said softly, crouching to scoop sand away from the trembling vines. "Can we help them?" Kale's prismatic surface flickered, surprise, perhaps. The word hung between them like a bridge made of spider silk. Then Kale knelt, joints clicking, and pressed a translucent hand to the sand. The ground pulsed faintly blue where they touched. "The vines remember the shape of kindness," they said, their voice softer now. "But your machine must move." And so began the first true conversation between a furred mechanic from the oxygen jungles of Grelly's Prime and a mineral-based life form who communicated through harmonic resonance. It was awkward at first. Taro's attempts to share his water canteen resulted in Kale politely explaining they photosynthesized, while Kale's offer to share thermal data nearly gave Taro frostbite. Yet as the smaller sun dipped below the dunes, they found common ground, the need to reach the ion storm's eye to send distress signals. "Your ship's core is compatible with the ancient beacon atop the glass peaks," Kale said that evening, their body dimmed to a gentle amethyst glow as night fell. They were sitting cross-legged around a heat coil Taro had rigged from salvaged parts, its orange light making Kale's edges glitter. but the canyon between here and there. It is where the sand that sings lives, Taro finished, shuddering. He'd heard the stories, dunes that moved like liquid, swallowing anything that disturbed their endless song. Kale tilted their head, facets catching starlight. You've faced the breathless pass on Grellies. This is no different. Taro blinked. How did you? Your boot treads. Kale pointed at his left heel. They're stamped with volcanic resin, only found near the pass. For the first time since crashing, Taro laughed, a warm, churring sound that made nearby sands shift in curious patterns. And you call me the lakey one. Show me how to read crystal scratches sometime, yeah. The journey began at dawn. Kale proved invaluable in navigating the light-bending mists, their body refracting warnings in colors Taro learned to read. Crimson for quicksand, silver for unstable glass formations. In return, Taro mended the fractures in Kale's left arm using resin from the whisper vines, a remedy that made Kale hum in a pleased C-sharp minor. But the canyon tested them. The sand that sings wasn't a metaphor, it was a living entity, its granules vibrating into haunting melodies that echoed their deepest fears. When Taro heard his sister's voice calling from the abyss, "You always were careless, little brother," it was Kale who wrapped their crystalline arms around him, singing counter-harmonies until the false voice shattered. When Kale froze before a mirage of their shattered home cluster, "You weren't strong enough to save us," Taro wove a crown of glowing vines, proof that life persisted even here. By the time they reached the glass peaks, their friendship had become something wondrous and unspoken. The way Taro now recognized the meaning behind Kale's color shifts, or how Kale had started leaving small light-bent sculptures where Taro would find them. The beacon's activation required both their skills, Kale aligning the prismatic lenses with celestial precision, Taro jury-rigging power from his ship's battered core. As the storm's eye opened above them, Taro hesitated. "This'll call your rescue ship too," he said, paw hand hovering over the ignition. The unspoken question hung between them. Would their alliance survive beyond this desperate chapter? Kale placed a faceted hand over his. Where their surfaces met, warmth bloomed. All signals deserved to be heard, they chimed softly. The rescue ships arrived in a symphony of thrusters and stardust. Taro's crew descended whooping about impossible survival, while Kale's kin emerged from a shimmering lightsail vessel, their collective hum making the glass peaks resonate. There were misunderstandings, of course. Taro's captain initially mistook Kale for a hostile mineral formation, while Kale's elder siblings emitted concerned ultrasonic pulses about organic contamination. But when the whisper vines, now healed and thriving, suddenly bloomed across the canyon in a bioluminescent tapestry that mirrored both species' star maps, even the most doubtful fell silent. As farewells loomed, Taro pressed something into Kale's hand, a repaired fragment of his broken translator pendant, now holding a recording of their shared laughter during the trek. Kale in return gave him a prism that split light into Grellies Prime's jungle hues. "You'll visit?" Taro asked, ears drooping despite himself. Kale's entire body shimmered, a promise in color. Signal received, they hummed, and reciprocated. Years later, when Taro's niece asks about the strange prism in his workshop or Kale's students inquire about the organic matter fused with their mentor's crystalline matrix, the stories are told differently. But always they end the same way, with two beings from distant stars remembering that friendship, like starlight, travels infinite distances to meet those willing to look up. Story 26. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there existed a village woven from cobblestone lanes and chimney smoke that curled like cats' tails. The people of Mossgrove tended to whispering gardens where flowers sang lullabies at dusk, and fireflies carried tiny lanterns to light the paths of tardy badgers. Yet one autumn evening, as maple leaves began stitching golden thread into the earth, an odd shiver passed through the village. Milk turned to lavender honey overnight, doorknobs hummed folk tunes when touched, and every morning the villagers found their left shoes tied with silken ribbons the color of storm clouds. Young Juniper, whose freckles held the pattern of the Little Dipper, noticed something stranger still while collecting acorns by the mossy well. "Grandmother," she said, tugging the sleeve of the elder who taught clouds how to waltz, "the stars above our orchard are fading." Indeed, when they tilted their heads back, the constellations seemed thinner, as though someone had pulled threads from a celestial tapestry. The next dawn brought a visitor, a rabbit with fur like condensed starlight, nibbling pansies from Juniper's window box. Its ears flicked toward the northern woods, where shadows pooled thick as spilled ink. "You're meant to follow it," Grandmother murmured, pressing a walnut-shell lantern into Juniper's palm. Inside glowed a will-o'-the-wisp caught during last year's midsummer chase. "But mind the hollow tree's whispers, and don't lose your shadow where the moonflowers bloom." The starlit rabbit led Juniper past brooks where fish sketched riddles in the water, through thickets where spiderwebs strung between ferns chimed like glass harps. As dusk painted the sky mulberry, they reached a glade where 7 ancient stones stood in a ring, their surfaces etched with constellations now half erased. There between the monoliths hovered a creature of frayed stardust and sorrow, a starling, its luminous wings shedding feathers that dissolved into mist. "They're frightened," said a voice like roots drinking rain. An owl emerged from an oak's hollow, its feathers the soft gray of unspoken secrets. "The starlings weave night's tapestry, but thunder shook their loom last week. Now they huddle in the crystal caves, too scared to mend the skies." The owl blinked amber eyes. Yet one remained to watch over an egg. Juniper's lantern light caught the glint of something beneath the owl's talons, a pearlescent egg, its shell cracked. The starling let out a warble that made Juniper's heart ache like a plucked violin string. "It's cold," she realized, cradling the egg. Starlings' eggs needed warmth from both moonlight and kindness, Grandmother had once said. But how could she? The rabbit nosed her elbow. In its starry gaze, Juniper saw reflected the village hearths, the gentle glow of neighbor helping neighbor, the soft radiance of fireflies guiding lost fawns. Whispers of an idea took root. "We'll make a new nest," she declared. "Not in caves or trees, but where hearts are brave enough to share their light." Through the night they worked, Juniper weaving a cradle from moonvine and spider silk, the rabbit gathering fallen star feathers, the owl humming lullabies older than rivers. Villagers, drawn by dreams of shimmering threads, emerged sleepily into the square with candles and curious hearts. Mrs. Bramble the baker offered warmth from her brick ovens, old Mr. Finch played a lullaby on his fiddle, children blew dandelion clocks whose seeds became tiny constellations. As the first blush of dawn tinged the sky, the egg in Juniper's hands pulsed like a heartbeat. With a sound like a sighing comet, it split open, releasing a newborn starling that spiraled upward, trailing light like liquid silver. The wounded starling's wings mended as it joined the dance, their combined radiance weaving new stars into being, ones that shimmered slightly differently, shaped by the village's shared laughter and lantern light. When the owl hooted a farewell and the rabbit vanished into morning mist, Juniper found her left shoe tied with a ribbon that glimmered like the Milky Way. "For your journey home," Grandmother winked later, stirring a pot of soup that smelled of safety. That night, as Mossgrove slept beneath a sky now embroidered with a new constellation, a rabbit, an owl, and a girl holding light, the repaired stars sang a lullaby only the hopeful could hear. Years later, when storms rattled windows, villagers would simply light an extra candle by the door. "To help the starlings mend their tapestry," they'd say, smiling as their shadows danced with memories of courage stitched from friendship's thread. And in the quiet between midnight and dawn, if you left a pansy petal on your windowsill, you might glimpse a starry rabbit hopping home, carrying fragments of human kindness to weave into the endless, comforting dark. Story 27. Beneath a cathedral of ancient oaks where sunlight fell in dappled gold coins, there lived a community of creatures who knew the secrets of whispering to roots. The oldest among them was Thorn, a badger whose silver-tipped fur carried the patina of countless seasons. Each evening, as violet shadows stretched across Mossgrove Hollow, he would light his lantern, a hollowed acorn filled with stardust, and begin the twilight vigil, checking the pulse of the forest through paw pads pressed to the earth. One crisp autumn evening, a young cottontail named Lila noticed the fireflies' lights dimming mid-dance. "The emberflies aren't following their spiral paths," she observed, her nose twitching at the scent of overripe blackberries hanging heavy in the air. Beneath her paws the soil felt strangely taut, like drumskin stretched too tight. Thorn's lantern flickered erratically as he examined a willow tree whose leaves had turned translucent, revealing veins glowing like cracked amber. "The Heartstone's rhythm falters," he rumbled, his voice carrying the weight of glacier movements. "We must consult the Frostwhisper Brook before the moon swells." The forest's magic flowed from 4 primordial stones buried at the cardinal points, their energies woven by the roots of the great sentinel tree. But the autumn stone, a sphere of citrine cradled within the sentinel's trunk, had developed hairline fractures, leaking memories of forgotten storms. Maple seeds spun backwards in the air. Spiderwebs glistened with unnatural hoarfrost. And deep in the thistledown caves, the dreambat's prophecies had become tangled, their sonar songs returning as fractured lullabies. Lila's quest began with gathering the Council of Tides, 3 creatures born during celestial alignments. Bramble, a box turtle whose moss-covered shell held maps of underground springs, Fern, a deer mouse who could read the future in the patterns of lichen, and Sorrel, a mole whose blindness was compensated by her ability to hear the subtle harmonies between stones. Together they devised a remedy requiring elements from each season's essence: spring's first dewdrop caught in a cobweb, summer's sun-warmed resin from a pine's tear, autumn's perfectly circular leaf, and winter's feather of ice from the breath of hibernating bears. Their journey unfurled like the unfurling of fiddlehead ferns. In the meadow of mists where dawn lingered till noon, Lila danced with spiderlings to collect dewdrops in walnut husks, the grass cool and slick beneath her feet. Fern sang to the pines in the amber wastes, her melody coaxing golden tears that smelled of honey and memories. Sorrel navigated the labyrinthine roots beneath the sentinel tree, her whiskers trembling as she located the precise leaf, a maple key glowing with inner fire, edges crisp as parchment. The final ingredient proved most perilous, venturing into the sleeping den where great bears slumbered beneath quilts of snow, their exhales crystallizing into fragile feathers that melted at the slightest warmth. As the last ice feather was carefully stored in a pod of milkweed silk, the companions noticed the forest's distress deepening. Rivers flowed upstream, carrying confused minnows. Owls hooted in daylight with voices like creaking branches. Thorn met them at the sentinel's base, where roots formed a staircase spiraling into the earth. "The stones remember imbalance," he warned as they descended into the root caverns, where glowing fungi pulsed in time with distant thunder. The autumn stone's chamber took their breath away, walls of intertwined roots cradling a floating citrine orb, its light now flickering like a guttering candle. Hairline cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, leaking wisps of ochre smoke that smelled of burnt sugar. Working in silent harmony, the creatures placed their seasonal elements at the cardinal points. Bramble's dewdrop became a prism scattering rainbows across the roots. Fern's resin pooled into liquid amber, its scent calming the trembling air. Sorrel's maple leaf adhered to the largest crack like a healing poultice, veins glowing with chlorophyll green. As Lila gently blew the ice feather against the stone, her breath created a swirling mist that seeped into fractures, the stone humming as it knit itself whole. Outside, the forest exhaled. Fireflies resumed their spirals, tracing constellations only they could see. The willow's translucent leaves rustled into rich umber, while the soil softened beneath paw and hoof. At dawn, the council gathered at the Frostwhisper Brook to watch the water's surface shimmer with visions. A hedgehog teaching her young to forage for moonberries, mycelium networks glowing faintly as they carried messages between trees, the sentinel's roots cradling the restored stones in their eternal embrace. Magic isn't Dominion, Thorn murmured as sunlight filtered through the canopy, turning the brook to liquid topaz. It's listening, every acorn's fall, every drop of sap, every shiver of a moth's wing, their notes in the forest's song. Lila nestled into a bed of cinnamon ferns, watching a maple key twirl down to land, perfectly balanced on the water's skin. Somewhere deep in the earth, the stones thrummed with renewed vitality, their rhythms syncing with the heartbeat of every creature, great and small, who called the ancient forest home. Years later, when Lila's own fur grew silvery and young rabbits gathered at her burrow, she would tell them of the time the seasons forgot their steps, and how the smallest among them had danced the world back into balance. And as fireflies painted the dusk with their luminous language, the sentinel tree's leaves would rustle in agreement, remembering. Story 28. On the fog-shrouded moon of Lyra 9, where the rivers sang in harmonies only the stones understood, a small repair shuttle sputtered through the atmosphere. Inside, a felinoid engineer named Tessa gripped her console, amber eyes widening as warning lights painted her silver fur crimson. Her tail twitched in precise arcs, 3 degrees portside, 7 seconds until impact, calculations flowing through her neural implant like winter streams. The ship carved a glowing scar through the canopy of bioluminescent ferns before coming to rest in a clearing where the ground moss pulsed gentle gold with each labored breath of the wreckage. 20 planetary rotations earlier, in the caverns of crystalline Zenthar Prime, a geode-shaped scout pod had launched with equal misfortune. Its pilot, a silicate lifeform named Kale, watched his energy reserves drain as Lyra 9's gravity well pulled him inexorably downward. His prismatic body dimmed to smoky quartz hues, not from fear but from concentration, as he redirected power from non-essential systems. The landing would be survivable. The loneliness he suspected might not be. Their meeting began with misunderstanding. Tessa's sensitive ears flattened against her skull as she emerged from her shuttle's hatch, whiskers vibrating at the unfamiliar energy signature. Before her lay a crater cradling what appeared to be a mountain of living amethyst, its facets catching Lyra 9's twin moonslight in dizzying fractals. When the crystal mass shifted with a sound like wind through wind chimes, she nearly dropped her phase wrench. "Identify," she yowled, the felinoid tongue sharp with defensive harmonics. Kale extended a shimmering dendrite limb, his communication crystals humming in a frequency meant to convey peaceful intent. To Tessa, it resonated like a malfunctioning thruster. She leapt backward, fur bristling into an electric silver cloud, as Kale accidentally activated his environment scanner, a pulse of violet light that made every hair on Tessa's body stand erect. For 3 days they circled each other. Tessa left offerings of Lyra 9's sweet capillary fungi by the crystal pod's entrance. Kale arranged glowing energy stones into geometric patterns outside her shuttle. Their attempts at communication dissolved into comic mishaps, Kale's holographic projections misinterpreted as threats, Tessa's melodic purring registers heard as warning growls through crystalline receptors. The breakthrough came during Lyra 9's diamond rain season, when razor-sharp precipitation drove them both into the same moss-cushioned cave. Tessa, watching a droplet shear through a granite boulder, instinctively herded the slower-moving Kale deeper into the cavern with careful nudges of her tail. When his energy field flickered from cold, she stacked biothermal stones around him in the precise configuration her people used for cubs. Kale, in turn, focused his refractive abilities to warm the air, creating rainbows that danced across the walls in patterns that eased Tessa's survival-stressed mind. Their true alliance formed when investigating the crash site of a centuries-old colony ship halfway up the Whispering Ridge. Tessa's nose twitched at the scent of decaying hyperdrive fuel as Kale's mineral senses tingled with residual energy signatures. Inside the wreck, they found the key to salvation, a star chart etched on crystalline data slates, which Kale could read through mineral resonance, detailing local energy sources Tessa's tools could harvest. The challenges that followed wove their bond tighter than Durasteel cabling. When acidic fog rolled across the valley, Kale's refractive shield protected them both as Tessa navigated by scent memory. During the harvest of volatile starlight berries from the creeping vines, Tessa's agility balanced Kale's methodical strength. They learned to communicate through blended means. Tessa's scent markers combined with Kale's light pulses, creating a patois of survival and growing camaraderie. The crisis came during the geode moon alignment, when Lyra 9's tectonic plates sang with dangerous energy. Kale, drawn to the planet's sudden mineral harmonics, began crystallizing at an alarming rate, his form becoming static, unresponsive. Tessa, recalling ancient felinoid tales of symbiotic resonance, raced to the Starwing Cliffs where electric lichen grew. Her paws bled from the climb, silver fur matted with ionized sap as she gathered the glowing vegetation. "Stay with me, you overgrown quartz cluster," she murmured, arranging the lichen around Kale's freezing form in fractal patterns. As the geode moon's light struck the setup, Kale's crystalline lattice absorbed the energy, his facets flushing with living color once more. Their final test was bittersweet. The repaired shuttle systems flickered to life as Kale's pod achieved escape velocity. For a moment both hesitated at their respective hatches, Tessa's tail tracing uncertain arcs, Kale's energy field rippling in dissonant hues. It was the felinoid who moved first, pressing her forehead to Kale's warmest facet in the gesture her people reserved for lifelong kin. Kale responded with a harmonic so pure it made the surrounding ferns bloom instantaneously. Now, when freighters pass through the Lyra system, crews sometimes report strange sights. A silver streak of fur dancing through moonlit canyons alongside a prismatic comet, their coordinated movements leaving temporary constellations in the atmosphere. Back on Zenthar Prime, elders speak of Kale's renewed songs in the crystal archives, now rich with melodies that taste of moonlight and mischief. And in felinoid starports, there's talk of a new engineering technique, combining phase tools with harmonic resonance, that smells suspiciously of starlight berries and friendship. On quiet nights when both are planets apart, they meet through shared frequencies. Tessa's rumbling purr translated into vibrations Kale feels through interstellar dust, Kale's crystalline harmonics crafted into lullabies that play through Tessa's neural implant. The universe feels smaller somehow, warmer, as they continue their separate journeys, two notes in a cosmic chord that needed both voices to find its perfect harmony. Story 29. The Amber Lantern. Beneath a quilt of twilight stars, where the ancient pines whispered secrets to the moon, there lay a village cradled in a valley of perpetual autumn. Maple leaves, crisp and caramel gold, carpeted the cobblestone paths, and the air hummed with the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke. It was here, in this pocket of eternal harvest, that a girl named Lila discovered the first thread of an adventure woven into the hem of her ordinary life. One chill evening, while chasing her shadow through the orchard, Lila stumbled upon a curious sight. A lantern, half buried in fallen leaves, its surface etched with symbols that glimmered like trapped fireflies. When she brushed her fingers against its glass, warmth surged through her veins, and the symbols ignited into a constellation of amber light. A voice, soft as wind through wheat, murmured, "Seek the weaver where roots drink starlight." Part I, the Whispering Woods. Guided by the lantern's pulsing glow, Lila ventured beyond the village boundary, a line no child had crossed in living memory. The forest ahead was a tapestry of shadows and silver, trunks groaning like old floorboards, ferns unfurling their lace skirts in the damp air. Yet the lantern's light carved a path, revealing stepping stones veined with bioluminescent moss and trees whose bark shimmered like mother of pearl. Lost little ember. Lila whirled, nearly dropping the lantern. Perched on a lichen-crusted branch was a creature no taller than her elbow, a fox with fur the color of storm clouds, eyes like liquid mercury, and a tail that flickered between solid and smoke. "I'm not lost," she said, chin lifted. "I'm following a map." She nodded at the symbols now swirling inside the lantern. The fox tilted its head. Ah, the weaver's compass, how quaint. It leaped down, landing soundlessly. "I am Aurelio, professional skeptic and part-time guide to fools who wander where they shouldn't." Despite his sharp tongue, Aurelio agreed to accompany her, citing professional curiosity. As they delved deeper, the forest transformed. Trees bent into archways hung with weeping moss, clearings where mushrooms glowed like miniature suns, and streams that flowed upward into the mist. Lila's lantern hummed, its light waxing and waning as if breathing. "The woods remember," Aurelio remarked as they passed a stone monolith carved with antlered figures. "Every footstep, every promise. Tread lightly, child." Part 2, The Chamber of Tides. After 3 nights, or was it 3 minutes, time rippled here like pond water. They reached a cavern hidden behind a waterfall of liquid moonlight. Inside, the walls pulsed with crystalline veins, and a pool at the center reflected not their faces, but scenes from distant lands, deserts blooming with ice flowers, cities floating on clouds, oceans suspended upside down. On a dais stood a spindle-shaped device made of interlocking gears and sapphire filaments. The tide spire, Aurelio called it, which, he explained, regulated the flow of magic between worlds. But one gear was cracked, its teeth chipped, and dark tendrils seeped from the fracture. "The weaver's work," the fox muttered. "Or what's left of it, broken when the last guardian vanished." Lila reached out, and the lantern flared. The damaged gear glowed red-hot, then mended itself with a shower of sparks. Aurelio's mercury eyes widened. "Well," he said after a stunned silence, "aren't you full of surprises?" Part 3, The Symphony of Roots. Their next trial came in a subterranean garden, where colossal roots formed a cathedral ceiling. Bioluminescent worms wove through the soil like living threads, and the air thrummed with a deep, resonant chord, the symphony of the forest's heartbeat. Here they met Thalia, a mole-like being with velvet fur and claws that chimed like glass wind chimes. She communicated not in words, but in vibrations that Lila felt in her molars. The roots, Thalia explained through Aurelio's translation, were poisoned by a creeping rot. Without the tide spire's harmony, the sickness would spread to every world entwined with the woods. Lila pressed her palms to the largest root. The lantern's light seeped into the wood, and the rot retreated, replaced by swirling patterns of healthy bark. Thalia trilled a grateful aria and gifted her a seed that glowed like a captured star. For the storm ahead, she intoned. Part 4, The Bridge of Mirrors. The final leg of their journey led to a cliffside where shards of mirrored glass hovered in midair, forming a treacherous bridge over an abyss. Each shard reflected a different version of Lila, a warrior clutching a sword, a scholar buried in books, a queen crowned with icicles. "The bridge shows what could be," Aurelio said. "Ignore the echoes, focus on your true." A shard flashed. In it, Lila saw her village swallowed by the spreading rot, her parents' faces etched with despair. She faltered, foot slipping, but the star seed in her pocket flared, dissolving the nightmare illusion. Gritting her teeth, she fixed her gaze on the lantern's steady glow and crossed, shard by shard, until she reached the other side. Part V, The Weaver's Loom. At the heart of the woods stood a grove where trees grew in perfect spirals, their canopies forming a vaulted ceiling. In the center sat an enormous loom, its warped threads stretching into the sky, its weft threads vanishing into the earth. But the loom was abandoned, half-woven fabric hanging limp and colorless. Aurelio's tail drooped. The weaver's gone. Without them, the tidespire can't hold, the roots can't heal, and... Lila approached the loom. The lantern's light merged with the threads, and suddenly she understood. Each thread was a story, a life, a season, a choice. Her hands moved instinctively, weaving light into the fabric, repairing gaps where darkness had seeped through. "You are the weaver now," Aurelio whispered. "No," Lila said. "The weaver isn't one person. It's everyone who chooses to mend what's broken." She plucked a single thread from her own lantern and tied it into the loom. The grove erupted in color, golds deeper than sunrise, blues brighter than glacial ice, greens that sang of spring's first breath. Epilogue: The Return. When Lila stepped back into her village, dawn was unfurling its pink-gold banners over the hills. The lantern, now dark and ordinary, hung from her hand. No time had passed, yet everything had changed. That evening, as villagers gathered around crackling bonfires, Lila sat beside her parents, peeling apples that tasted sweeter than she remembered. "You're quieter tonight," her father remarked, poking the fire with a stick. She smiled, watching embers rise to join the stars. Just listening. And if sometimes she glimpsed a smoke-tailed fox watching from the orchard, or found peculiar seeds sprouting into flowers that hummed when the moon was high, she simply tucked these mysteries into her heart, a reminder that the world was vast, that broken things could heal, and that courage often wore the gentle face of a girl who dared to follow a whispering light. Story 30. In the amber-hued valley where maple leaves danced with autumn's breath, there lived a girl named Mira with ink-black hair and a heart that noticed things others didn't, the way spiderwebs glimmered with frost before dawn, or how certain stones hummed when the moon rose high. Her days were spent tending her grandmother's garden, where pumpkins swelled like drowsy giants and rosemary perfumed the air. But her nights brimmed with restless wonder, for she sensed a secret thrumming beneath the world's quiet surface, like a lullaby half-remembered. One twilight, as Mira gathered kindling near the brook that sang through the woods, she spotted a flicker of cobalt among the ferns, a glass pendant shaped like a teardrop, its chain tangled in roots. When she lifted it, warmth pulsed through the crystal, painting the air with phantom scents, burnt sugar, dandelion fluff, the tang of storm-soaked earth. A voice, neither old nor young, whispered through the trees, "Seek the grove of echoes, where shadows sing and time folds soft as linen." Mira fastened the pendant around her neck. At once the forest shifted. The brook's babble became words, this way, and the oaks stretched their branches into archways veiled in silver moss. She followed, her boots sinking into soil that sighed like a contented cat, until she stumbled into a glade where fireflies wove constellations above mushroom cottages. A hedgehog in a waistcoat swept a porch, humming, while will-o-wisps served tea in acorn cups to a family of moles. "Ah, the Keystone's bearer," rumbled a voice like roots grinding stone. Before her stood Thistlewick, a badger as tall as a man, his fur etched with scars that gleamed like mother-of-pearl. He bowed, amber eyes crinkling. "The grove's been fading, child. The veil between worlds thickens when mortals forget magic. But your pendant, the last keystone, can mend the tears if you're willing to journey to the shivering mountain." Mira's fingers tightened around the crystal. "Why me?" "Because you still taste starlight on your tongue," said a new voice. A boy emerged from behind a hawthorn, his skin bark brown, hair a cascade of autumn leaves. Rowan, a forest spirit, grinned, revealing teeth like birch pegs. "And because you'll need my help." Thus began their pilgrimage through realms where geography bent like a dream, valleys that looped like cursive script, rivers flowing upward into thunderheads, and a village inside a giant's abandoned boot. They traded a jar of Mira's grandmother's blackberry jam to a bridge-guarding troll, who wept at its sweetness and gifted them a lantern containing a captive sunset, and outwitted a swarm of quarrelsome sprites by settling their debate over cloud-herding rights. But the shivering mountain loomed treacherous, its peak gnawing the sky. To reach the summit's temple, where the first keystone was forged, they had to cross the lake of lost hours, whose waters stole memories. As their coracle of woven reeds skimmed the mercury-colored surface, wraiths rose whispering. "Mira, don't you recall? You promised to stay in the garden forever." Rowan gripped her shoulder. "They'll feed on your doubts, hold to what's true." She focused on Thistlewick's stories of the Grove's festivals, moonmelon feasts, foxes teaching fawns to waltz, until the lake stilled, reflecting not their faces, but a vision, Mira's grandmother, ill and alone, calling her name. "It's a trick," Rowan said, though his voice wavered. "Or a warning," Mira breathed. The pendant blazed, scattering the wraiths. She made her choice. The Grove's magic could wait. They turned back, only to find Grandmother Hale kneading dough in her sunlit kitchen. "Back so soon, Sparrow," she chuckled, flour dusting her nose. The vision had been a ruse, a final test. True magic, Mira realized, demanded both courage and compassion. At dawn they reached the temple, its doors sealed by riddles carved in ice. What grows when shared but dies when kept? Rowan answered, "A song. What sees without eyes knows without mind." "The heart," said Thistlewick. The doors crumbled. Inside, a pedestal awaited the keystone. But as Mira placed the pendant, shadows congealed into a figure, the guardian of neglect, a hollow thing made of forgotten birthdays and abandoned promises. "Why preserve wonder?" it hissed. "Let the grove fade. Mortals deserve their gray little worlds." Mira stepped forward, not unafraid but certain. Because a world without magic is one where bread is just flour, not a grandmother's love made tangible, where forests are timber, not cathedrals. The pendant flared not with light but with memories, grandmother's lullabies, Rowan's laughter as he juggled fireberries, Thistlewick's pride when she placated the sprites. The guardian wailed, unraveling like smoke. The keystone clicked into place and the temple sang, a vibration that mended every frayed edge between worlds. In the grove's restored splendor, Rowan pressed a seed into Mira's palm. "Plant this where your world needs beauty most." She chose the abandoned lot behind the schoolhouse. Overnight an orchard erupted, trees bearing globes of liquid moonlight, their roots knitting the soil with quiet magic. Children began leaving offerings, lost teeth for the fairies, ribbons for the wind sprites. The principal, a stern man who'd once scoffed at childish nonsense, now wore a dandelion crown gifted by a grateful gnome. Mira still tends her grandmother's garden, though the rows now include stardust zinnias and snapdragons that tell jokes. Rowan visits often, teaching her to speak squirrel and brew fog into scarves. And on clear nights, if you know where to look, you'll spy Thistlewick waltzing with the northern lights, his laughter a rumble that shakes apple blossoms from the trees. The end. Story 31. Once in a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a curious child named Tobin. Their hair was the color of cinnamon bark, and their eyes held the restless spark of dandelion fluff riding the wind. On evenings when the moon hung low like a pearl button, Tobin would sit by the window, watching fireflies stitch golden threads through the dark. But their gaze always drifted beyond the garden wall, where the oldest tree in the forest stood, a towering oak with bark like braided silver, known to the villagers as the Sentinel. No one had ever ventured past it, for stories told of shifting paths and singing shadows in the woods beyond. Until one amber afternoon, when Tobin found a wounded starling trembling beneath the sentinel's roots, its wing glimmering with something that wasn't quite feather nor flame. The bird hopped just out of reach, leading Tobin past the sentinel into air that hummed like a plucked harp string. Suddenly the ground softened beneath their boots, not into mud, but into moss that pulsed gently, a living carpet of emerald and amethyst. Trees here wore robes of lichen that changed color when touched, blooming into peacock hues at the brush of Tobin's fingertips. "You're meant to follow, aren't you?" they whispered to the starling, now alight with a delicate blue-white glow. As the bird trilled in reply, the forest exhaled, and a path unfurled like a ribbon, petals rising from the moss to mark the way. They wandered until twilight draped the woods in periwinkle, and the first challenge appeared, a bridge woven from willow branches, arching over a ravine where mist swirled in shapes of leaping hares and fluttering moths. But the bridge shuddered and groaned, its knots loosening. "It's afraid," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Tobin turned to find a creature perched on a toadstool, a hare, but one woven from dappled sunlight and clover, with ears that curled like fern fronds. "Bridges here mirror the heart of the crosser. Steady your breath, little traveler, and it'll steady its threads." Tobin knelt, pressing palms to the trembling wood. "You're doing a good job," they said softly, as they'd once done for a frightened foal in the village stables. "Would you like a story to make the crossing lighter?" They hummed the lullaby the brook sang, weaving in tales of brave acorns becoming oaks. Slowly the bridge stilled, its fibers knitting into patterns like Celtic knots, strong and sure. Beyond the ravine lay the glimmering vale, where trees bore fruits like liquid topaz and rivers flowed upward into the sky. The starling led Tobin to a clearing where 7 stones stood in a circle, their surfaces etched with constellations. But between them lay a puzzle, a mosaic of fallen leaves, each a different shape and shade, scattered in disarray. "The stars have slipped from their places," chimed a new voice. A badger emerged, her fur dusted with bioluminescent pollen, eyes twin pools of molten silver. "Without the proper pattern, the moon cannot rise, and the veil will lose its light." Tobin studied the leaves. One resembled the North Star, another swirled like the Milky Way. "They are a map," they realized. But the pieces were countless, and the sky deepened to indigo. Then they noticed the starling, now perched on a stone, tilting its head at a leaf shaped like a dove. "Oh, you'll help, won't you?" Creatures emerged, a fox with a tail of trailing ivy, moths with stained glass wings, even the sunlit hare, each guiding Tobin's hands. Where logic faltered, kindness bridged the gap. The badger nuzzled a leaf into place when Tobin's fingers trembled, and the hare nudged a walnut shell filled with dew to their parched lips. When the last leaf settled, the stones blazed softly, and the moon ascended, a sphere of honeyed light, painting the veil in hues of pearl and lavender. The starling fluttered to Tobin's shoulder, its broken wing now healed, glowing with the same radiance. "You stayed curious," it sang in a voice like a crystal chime. "But curiosity without compassion is a lantern without oil. You've relit the veil's heart." The journey home was shorter, the forest bending gladly to guide them. At the sentinel's base, Tobin hesitated. "Will I remember?" The starling trilled laughter, and the veil's magic burst forth in a shower of sparks that settled into their pocket as a smooth, moon-pale stone. "When you feel small, it'll remind you that bridges grow sturdy when met with grace, and even the wildest woods soften for those who listen." Back in their bed, Tobin clutched the stone, its warmth a steady pulse. Through the window, the sentinel seemed to wink, its leaves rustling a secret. And if in later years the villagers noticed Tobin could calm storms with a song or make gardens flourish with a touch, they simply smiled and said, "Ah, that one's been past the silver oak." But Tobin knew the truest magic wasn't in the glimmering veil or the starling's gift. It was the quiet truth that every unknown path grows kinder when walked with a heart open as the sky. That night and every night after, Tobin slept to the lullaby of the brook, dreaming of bridges that bloomed under gentle words and stars rearranged by countless collaborative paws. And somewhere beyond the sentinel, in a clearing where moonlight pooled like cream, creatures told tales of a child with cinnamon hair who'd reminded the woods that courage and curiosity taste sweetest when shared. Story 32. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose gnarled roots cradled centuries, there existed a glade where twilight lingered perpetually like a held breath. Here the moss grew in patterns resembling forgotten alphabets, and the air hummed with the low, resonant song of the earth itself. It was in this place that a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first crack in the guardian stone, a crystalline monolith that pulsed with the heartbeat of the seasons. Thistle's quills tingled as she pressed her paw to the fracture. A chill seeped into her bones, sharper than winter's first frost. The stone's usual warmth, which had always smelled of sun-baked clay and whispered of ripening berries, now carried the metallic tang of decay. "The balance is fraying," murmured Elder Juniper, a tawny owl whose feathers held the silvered sheen of countless moon cycles. Her voice rustled like wind through dried lavender. "The stone channels the season's magic. If it shatters, autumn will bleed into winter unborn, and the forest's heartbeat will still." Thus began Thistle's journey to the Vale of Roots, a hidden realm where the oldest trees kept memories in their rings. She traveled with Bramble, a firefox whose coat flickered like embers in dusklight, and Puddle, a frog whose throat swelled with songs that could summon rain. Together they navigated tunnels lined with bioluminescent fungi, their footsteps muffled by carpets of clover that released whispers of lemon balm when crushed. The forest's distress grew palpable. Streams ran backward, their waters thick with unseasonal cherry blossoms. Squirrels hoarded shadows instead of acorns. At the vale they found the weeping willow, her branches draped like a curtain of liquid jade. "The stone's illness stems from severed threads," she sighed, sap tears glistening on her bark. "Long ago, creatures and seasons waltzed as one, but humans carved paths where roots once spoke, silencing the old harmonies. From her leaves fell 3 seeds, one of memory, one of courage, one of trust, which Thistle planted in the fractured stone. As the seeds took root, visions bloomed. Thistle saw her ancestors dancing under the frost moon, their paws stamping rhythms that coaxed snowflakes into symmetry. She felt Bramble's kin weaving sunlight into summer's longest day, and heard Puddle's lineage singing storms into gentleness. The magic wasn't in dominance, but in listening, to the patience of glaciers, the impatience of spring buds, the stories shivering in every droplet of dew. When the stone healed, it did not merely mend. It blossomed. Cracks became veins of opal, humming with the combined breath of every creature who pressed their paws to it. The first snowfall descended that very night, but it was a snow that smelled of parchment and pine resin, each flake shaped like a tiny feather. Elder Juniper nodded sagely. "Balance is not stillness, it is the art of falling together." Years later, Thistlewood laid her own pupils to the glade, teaching them to taste the wind for whispers of discord. And on clear nights, when the aurora borealis threaded the sky like a loom, the forest's chorus rose, a symphony of cricket violins, wind-chime leaves, and the deep, grounding drum of the guardian stone. The humans beyond the trees never knew why their crops grew sweeter that year, or why storms now skirted their villages. But in dreams they glimpsed a hedgehog, a firefox, and a frog, laughing under a willow's tears, and awoke with earth under their fingernails and the faintest memory of singing. Thus the forest thrived, not by defiance, but by the gentle, unyielding act of remembering, a tapestry woven anew with every fallen leaf, every melted snowflake, every creature who paused to hear the world's quiet, enduring song. Story 33. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of eternal snow, there lived a young gardener named Lila, whose hands could coax blossoms from stone. Her cottage stood at the edge of Whisperwood, where trees hummed lullabies through leaves shaped like silver harps, and the river carried stories from distant lands in its glittering current. Yet for all the magic around her, Lila clung fiercely to the familiar, the exact placement of her terracotta pots, the daily ritual of singing to her snapdragons at dawn, the predictable dance of fireflies in her lavender patch each midsummer eve. The trouble began when the season of amber, always reliable in its 90-day reign, started fading too soon. Marigolds withered mid-bloom, maple leaves abandoned their branches weeks early, and Lila's prized pumpkin vines curled inward like shy children. One chilly twilight, as she buried bulbs for next year's tulips, her trowel struck something cold and metallic, a clockwork sparrow with wings frozen at half-mast, its tiny gears clogged with iridescent moss. When she brushed the moss away, the creature whirred to life, chirping a desperate song in three-quarter time before darting toward the forbidden northern edge of the woods. "Pay no mind to the fading," advised Granny Thora the next morning, stirring a cauldron of starroot tea that made the air smell like forgotten birthdays. Her cottage walls shifted colors with her moods, currently a worried periwinkle. Seasons change when old magic stirs in its sleep. Brew some moonmint, child, steady your nerves. But Lila noticed how the elder's hands trembled as she measured dried firethorn petals, how the wind chimes made from wolf teeth hung silent despite the breeze. That night the first frost came early. Lila woke to find her garden encased in crystal, roses preserved mid-curtsy, basil leaves glittering like emerald-stained glass. Beneath the ice something unfamiliar pulsed, veins of gold light tracing new patterns through the soil. When she tried to melt the frost with her usual warming charm, the spell fizzled into a shower of amber sparks that formed brief, glowing words in the air. Seek the unseen roots. The journey began with reluctant steps. Her woolen cloak, stitched with periwinkle thread that shimmered like fish scales, grew heavier as she passed the last known birch marker. The forest here breathed differently, ancient pines swaying in rhythms older than waltzes, shadows pooling where no light source existed. It was Arden who found her first, the pine mage whose beard grew moss and whose laughter sounded like walnuts cracking. He tended a grove of trees with bark like shifting puzzle pieces, their branches heavy with glass orbs containing miniature storms. "You've the look of one who's been conversing with stubborn seedlings," he rumbled, offering an acorn cup filled with sap that tasted of wood smoke and forgiveness. The old earth magic's restless, wants remembering. Guided by Arden's riddles, follow the path where shadows bloom upward, Lila encountered others. A star shepherd whose cloak was woven from meteor trails, a river nymph collecting tears of joy in a conch shell, a badger with a map of constellations etched on its fur. Each gifted her a token, a pine cone that whispered encouragement when squeezed, a vial of starlight that illuminated hidden fears, a compass needle that pointed not north but forward. The true test came in the glacier grotto, where walls of blue ice reflected not one's face, but one's deepest hesitations. Lila's reflections showed endless variations, herself as a rigid oak splintering in a storm, a dandelion seed too afraid to let go, a river dammed by stones of her own stacking. The magical frost here resisted all warmth until she did the unthinkable. Instead of fighting it, she pressed her bare palm against the ice and whispered, "Show me." Cold flooded her veins, visions unfolding. A seedling's first push through dark soil, mountains wearing away to feed new valleys, the forest's great cycle where decay nourished rebirth. When she withdrew her hand, the ice melted to reveal a root system glowing like liquid sunlight, connecting every tree, stone, and creature in the woods. The fading, she realized, wasn't an ending. It was the land preparing to share a deeper magic, one that required room to breathe. Returning home, Lila found her garden transformed. Frost-kissed strawberries gleamed like rubies, ice-encased herbs released double their fragrance, and the once rigid pumpkin vines now curled in elegant spirals, revealing frost-resistant buds beneath. Her hands, when she reached to touch the soil, no longer emitted just warmth. they shimmered with a new duality, able to nurture both growth and necessary rest. At the next village gathering, where fire pits burned with blue flame cedar and children raced leaves down the thawing stream, Lila presented not her usual perfect pumpkins, but something far more precious. A living sculpture of ice and vine that shifted form as viewers approached, a rabbit leaping for one, a blooming lotus for another, a spiraling galaxy for old Granny Thora. The townsfolk marveled, their fear of the changing seasons melting like morning mist as they glimpsed the beauty in transition. That night, as the repaired clockwork sparrow sang a duet with crickets outside her window, Lila placed the unused Movement tea back on its shelf. Her cottage still held its comforting rhythms, the cinnamon-scented candles, the patchwork quilt stitched with memories. But now there were new additions, a pine cone on the windowsill that hummed forest ballads, a corner left intentionally wild for spontaneous mushrooms, and a calendar where she'd begun sketching possibilities for the next season's unknown wonders. Years later, when young apprentices asked about the faint frost patterns always gracing her hair, Lila would smile and hand them a pair of spectacles forged from glacier ice and willow strands. "Look deeper," she'd say. And through the lenses they'd see not just plants, but the dance of molecules and ancient stories. The maple sapling dreaming of future shade, the dandelion plotting its great airborne journey, the soil itself humming with anticipation for whatever came next. Story 34. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where silver birches swayed like old scribes penning secrets in the wind, there existed a glade known only to those who listened with more than their ears. Here the air hummed with the vibration of dandelion clocks counting minutes too precious for human hands, and fireflies strung constellations between fern fronds each twilight. It was in this hidden cradle of the world that a young red fox named Sorrel first noticed the trembling in the earth, a subtle shiver beneath her paws as she gathered moonberries one crisp September evening. The forest elders had always said the land itself breathed in 7-year cycles, exhaling mists that made shadows dance and inhaling sunlight to store in its roots. But this tremor felt different, a skipped heartbeat in the great green chest. Sorrel's whiskers twitched with the scent of burnt sugar, though no campfires smoldered nearby. Above her, the northern star blinked irregularly through the canopy, as though someone had plucked the sky like a harp string. She found elder thistlewood by the amber brook, where the water sang in two tones, a deep cello murmur beneath and a crystalline chime above. The ancient owl stood motionless as a sentinel tree, his feather tufts dusted with the first frost crystals of the changing season. Without turning, he spoke in a voice like wind through parchment. "You feel it too, little ember." "The earth's dreaming too loudly," Sorrel ventured, recalling stories of the great slumber, the century-long rest the forest took when its magic grew weary. "Not dreams," Thistlewood corrected, turning eyes like molten gold upon her. "Memories, the willow heart has cracked." A collective shiver ran through the creatures gathered now, a badger with a cloak of moss, a family of voles wearing acorn caps, a stag whose antlers held remnants of last winter's snow. The willow heart was no mere tree, but the living archive of the woods. Its roots drank from the first spring, and its leaves recorded every kindness and cruelty the forest had witnessed since time took its first step. As moonlight painted the glade in mercury, the animals followed the spiral path to the sacred grove. What they found stole the breath from butterfly wings. The willowheart's trunk had split like a lightning bolt frozen in wood, its hollow core revealing chambers where seasons were born. Autumn's chamber leaked crimson leaves that dissolved before touching ground, winter's doorway crusted with icicles that wept instead of glistening. "A seasoned thief," murmured the badger, nose quivering. "Someone's taken fragments from each quarter and left the doors ajar." Sorrel crouched to examine peculiar marks in the soil, not paw prints nor boot prints, but impressions like wind itself had pushed fingers into the earth. The burnt sugar scent intensified, now layered with the tang of storm water. Her ears pivoted toward a sound no others seemed to hear, the faintest whimper like a trapped breeze coming from the summer chamber. What she discovered there would become legend in woodmouse nurseries for generations. Curled in a nest of peach-colored lichen lay a creature of living mist, a cloud kitten, its form shimmering between corporeal and ethereal. One paw dissolved into raindrops, its tail ended in a wisp of cirrus. The trembling came from its tiny body, each shudder sending ripples through the chamber's warm air. "SHHH, little skyborn," Sorrel whispered, recalling her grandmother's tale of weather spirits born from the first laugh of a rainbow. She offered a moonberry, watching the fruit's glow reflect in the kitten's mercury eyes. "You're far from your storm cloud cradle." The owl alighted silently beside them. This explains much, a fledgling tempest separated from its thunderhead, no wonder the seasons blade. His talon gestured to the kitten's collar of braided sunlight. "See how its life thread frays, without connection to its storm, it's unraveling the boundaries." So began the quiet odyssey. While fireflies strung temporary bridges of light between the willow heart's wounded chambers, Sorrel and the cloud kitten, named Nimbus by the twittering sparrows, embarked at dawn. Their path wound through the symphony meadows where grass played harmonicas when bent by wind, past the hourglass hills where sand cascaded upward, collecting in pearlescent clouds at the peaks. They encountered the season wardens, 4 ancient creatures who tended the forest's temporal threads. First Lady Frostcap, the winter hare whose breath spun hoarfrost across cobwebs. She gifted them a shard of never-melt ice, its cold singing of patience. Next, Brookstep, the spring salmon with scales like liquid emeralds, who surrendered a droplet containing the first rain's memory. Summer was guarded by Elderberry, the bear maid of living vines and honeycomb, who wept a single tear of golden nectar that hummed with sunlight. Autumn's warden proved hardest to find, the maple fox, a spectral creature with a coat of falling leaves, who materialized only when sorrel played a lament on hollow reeds. Balance isn't restoration, the maple fox warned as crimson leaves swirled into a token at their paws. Sometimes it's the grace to let go. As the moon completed its cycle, the companions reached the sky loom, an invisible spindle where storms were woven from dew and daylight. Here, Nimbus hesitated, ephemeral form flickering. Sorrel nuzzled the cloud kitten's misty cheek. "You'll always be part of the forest's song," she promised. With the 4 seasonal elements merged into a chalice of woven roots, she poured the offering into the loom's threshold. The resulting symphony shook the heavens gently. Rain fell upward. Sunbeams coiled like golden serpents. And from the coalescing stormfront emerged Nimbus's true form, no longer a trembling wisp, but a majestic cumulus lynx crackling with benevolent lightning. The willow heart's chambers sealed as the storm spirit brushed against them, its purr resonating through every root and stone. When the forest awoke next dawn, harmony had returned with subtle perfection. Frost etched new poems on spiderwebs, while late-blooming asters nodded in agreement. The willow heart stood whole, its bark now bearing a new pattern, a fox and cloud cat dancing amidst the constellations. Elder Thistlewood observed sorrel that evening, as fireflies celebrated with their lantern waltz. "You've learned what roots cannot teach," he said, watching the young fox mend a robin's nest with strands of northern lights. Sorrel paused, a half-smile in her amber eyes. That were all threads in the same tapestry, even those who seemed transient. The owl hooted softly, a sound like a star blinking. More precisely, that a forest's strength lies not in its stillness, but in how it dances with change. And so the Whispering Woods continued its ancient rhythm, not untouched by time, but embracing it like the brook embraces stones, shaping and being shaped in turn. When children of feather or fur asked about the faint storm purr in the wind, their elders would smile and tell of the season when a fox taught the forest that even clouds need grounding, and even roots must sometimes reach for the sky. As the first snow began to fall, each flake a whispered secret from the atmosphere, the creatures gathered at the willow heart. Its branches now bore fruits that glowed with inner seasons, pomegranates holding miniature autumns, ice-blue apples ringing with winter's silence. Together they shared stories older than badger sets and watched their breath mingle with the mist, no longer fearing imbalance, but understanding it as the forest drawing a deeper breath before singing on. Somewhere above, in a thunderhead lined with silver, a storm lynx watched over its earthly kin. And when rain fell now, it carried the faintest taste of moonberries and the memory of friendship written in every drop. Story 35. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village where chimney smoke curled in alphabet shapes and lamplight had a habit of blooming into tiny temporary flowers. It was here, between the whispering rye fields and the orchard, where pears grew with map patterns on their skins, that the troubles began, though troubles seemed too harsh a word for happenings so curiously gentle. One crisp autumn evening, when the air smelled of burnt sugar and distant bonfires, young Marisol noticed her favorite copper kettle was missing from its hook above the hearth. Not stolen precisely, for on the windowsill lay 3 acorns arranged in a triangle, their caps dusted with something that glimmered like crushed starlight. By week's end, 5 households reported similar oddities: a woolen mitten replaced by a bouquet of milkweed pods, a missing rolling pin found floating in the duck pond with its surface carved into intricate floral patterns, and old Mr. Burrow's spectacles discovered perched on a garden statue, the lenses flawlessly repaired. "The wind sparrows are nesting early," suggested the baker, kneading dough that shimmered faintly lavender. "They do love shiny things." But Marisol, whose hair perpetually carried pine needles from climbing and whose pockets jingled with interesting stones, noticed what others hadn't. Every vanished item had been resting near a window when it disappeared, and each replacement gift bore faint silken threads, thin as moonbeams and strong as steel. Her investigation began at the clock tower where the village's critters congregated, a place of mossy bricks and perpetual golden shadows. Here lived Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills grew tiny ferns and who could, when sufficiently flattered with blackberry tarts, translate the chatter of roots and rainworms. Together they pored over Marisol's collected evidence: the silken threads, a jar of suspiciously blue cobwebs, and a maple leaf where something had nibbled the words "Third Twilight" along the veins. "Thread spinner," Bramble murmured, fernquills trembling. "But not the sort that bites. See how the silk ripples violet at the edges? That's moonlight weaving. Whoever this is, they're working night magic of the old sort, the kind that mends broken things." Their first clue led them to Elder Thistle's bookshop at dawn, when the shelves stretched their wood-grain limbs and the teapot sang itself to a boil. The owl-like librarian, spectacles perched on 3 different beaks, he swapped them depending on mood, listened as Marisol described the patterned acorns. "Ah," he hooted, turning pages in a volume that smelled of thunderstorms, "you'll want to consult the chapter on celestial looms. But tread softly, child. Mysteries this tender often solve themselves if given enough twilight and kindness." The breakthrough came during the 3rd night's watch. Marisol and Bramble hid beneath a quilt of invisibility, really just Granny Moonshadow's moth-eaten shawl, but magic enough when sprinkled with sneezewort powder, near the bakery window where the famous cinnamon jar sat displayed. As the village clock melted into the liquid hour between night and morning, they saw it, a glimmering filament descending from the maple branch, followed by 8 delicate legs moving with the precise grace of a sonnet. The creature was no larger than a teacup, its body like blown glass filled with swirling constellations, each leg trailing silk that hummed faint musical notes. "It's a spider," Marisol whispered, awe softening her voice. "But I've never seen one weave a ladder before." Bramble's nose twitched. "Not just any spider. Look at the markings, those are star maps. It's a loomcaster from the tales of the first weavers, but they're supposed to be extinct." For 3 nights they observed the loomcaster's routine. It took only items left in windowsills, a thimble here, a ribbon there, always leaving behind some small beauty, a dewdrop necklace, a walnut shell engraved with running stags. Through Bramble's negotiations with a particularly gossipy oak tree, they learned the creature came from the northern ruins, where the old observatory crumbled beneath ivy and time. The journey there at moonrise revealed towers wrapped in living vines that glowed gently periwinkle. At the structure's heart, illuminated by starlight filtering through a shattered dome, hung a web unlike any other. It pulsed with soft radiance, threads forming constellations that shifted slowly. And caught in its center, woven with exquisite care from all the missing items, was a cradle of copper threads and lavender wool, cinnamon sticks forming a protective arch above it. Inside lay 3 tiny pearls of light, dimming and brightening like sleepy breaths. Oh, Marisol breathed, understanding dawning like the first brushstroke of sunrise. It's a nursery. Bramble sniffed at a pile of discarded silk nearby, threads brittle and frayed. They can't spin strong enough webs anymore. The observatory stones, feel how cold they are. The ancient warmth's gone out. Without heat from below, the silk weakens. Marisol's fingers traced the wall where once, perhaps, a hearth had glowed. She remembered Granny Moonshadow's stories of the earth ovens built by the old ones, stones that drank sunlight all day and wept warmth all night. "We can't help," she declared. "If the loomcaster needs steady heat, let's build something that won't fade." What followed was a quiet revolution of kindness. Villagers left unused baking stones in sunny spots, then carried them warm to the observatory at dusk. Children piled luminous mushrooms into makeshift lanterns. The blacksmith forged a small copper dome to trap warmth, engraved with patterns the loomcaster had woven. And Marisol, with Bramble's guidance, transplanted living moss that glowed gold when humming was performed in the key of D minor. By the next full moon, the observatory hummed with gentle heat. The loomcaster's new web glimmered strong and bright, its star nursery pulsating happily. From that night on, the village found occasional gifts, a handkerchief embroidered with the exact pattern of that week's sunset, spoons that hummed when tea was perfectly brewed, and every solstice, a single perfect silk rose that never wilted. Years later, when travelers asked about the star spider in their midst, villagers would smile and stir their honeyed milk. "Oh, she's just our neighbor in the North Tower," they'd say. "Quite an artist, really. You might have seen her work, the way frost etches itself into ferns on winter windows. That's her latest project." And if children sometimes left out thimbles or shiny buttons on windowsills, well, everyone needs an extra spool of moonlight now and then. As for Marisol, she grew into the keeper of the village's unofficial museum, a ramshackle shed where the loomcaster's first gift still sat displayed. Those 3 acorns, now permanently dusted with starlight, arranged in a triangle that subtly shifted shapes whenever someone whispered a secret dream. Visitors often remarked how cozy the space felt, how the air itself seemed to wrap around one's shoulders like a well-loved shawl. Though if asked, Marisol would just smile and mention something about spider silk insulation and the warmth of shared mysteries. And high above in the mended observatory, if you stayed very quiet during the violet hour, you might hear 8 delicate legs dancing across starlit threads, the sound like a lullaby composed of comet dust and the soft, contented sighs of treasures finally found. Story 36. Story 36. In a valley cupped between mountains wearing scarves of mist, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands could coax color from the dullest stones. Each autumn, she painted the village of Amber Hollow with ochre streaks on cottage walls and russet patterns on bread ovens, her brush moving to the secret rhythm of falling leaves. But when the first frost jeweled the pumpkin vines, Lila would bury her favorite brushes in a cedar chest, for winter's pale palette made her heart feel smaller than a sparrow's shadow. One twilight, as Lila sulked by the brook where ice flowers bloomed along the edges, she noticed a light pulsing beneath the water's silver skin. Reaching through the cold, her fingers closed around a seed that glowed like captured moonlight. "Plant me where shadows dance," whispered the seed, its voice the soft crackle of a hearth fire. The next morning found Lila at the enchanted glade, where birch trees wore permanent autumn gowns and the air smelled of cinnamon sticks simmering in cider. Yet when she nestled the seed into the earth, the ground trembled. Leaves rained down in a copper storm, and when it cleared, a sapling no taller than her thumb stood before her, its bark shimmering with colors that shifted like oil on water. "Well," it hummed, its voice now young and curious, "aren't you going to name me?" Thus began Lila's uneasy friendship with the sapling she called Waverly, whose branches drooped whenever clouds obscured the sun. "I don't know how to grow," Waverly confessed one drizzly afternoon, its leaves turning the gray of unfinished poems. Neither did Lila, whose own roots felt tangled whenever the world changed its tune. Enter Tomas, the lamplighter's grandson, who arrived with a jar of fireflies and a pocket full of mismatched buttons. "All living things need anchors," he said, threading buttons into the soil around Waverly. "These held my first winter coat. Remind your tree that endings cradle beginnings." The fireflies settled on Waverly's branches, and for the first time the sapling's glow outshone the gathering dusk. Seasons turn like pages in a well-loved book. When spring's first blush crept into the glade, Waverly trembled as new buds swelled like teardrops on its limbs. "They'll unfurl all wrong," the tree fretted, its bark paling to the color of unshed tears. That's when Grandmother Nessa arrived, her apron smelling of lemon balm and patience. "Watch the caterpillars," she advised, pointing to a creature dissolving into golden soup within its chrysalis. "Transformation isn't about control, it's about surrender." Lila learned to paint with melted snow, creating milky swirls on frozen windows. Waverly, in turn, let its buds burst into flowers that sang in harmonies only bees could understand. Summer brought a trial neither expected, a drought that parched Waverly's leaves into crisp parchment. As Lila wept into the cracked earth, a hedgehog named Bramble trundled forth, his quills threaded with dewdrops. "Strength isn't never falling," he rasped, placing a paw on her mud-caked shoe. "It's knowing when to let others carry your water." Villagers came then, each bearing a cupful from their wells. Mrs. Rowan brought broth steeped with resilience. The blacksmith's twins brought laughter bottled in acorn caps. With every offering, Waverly's roots drank not just water, but the quiet courage of shared burdens. The revelation came on an autumn evening much like the first, with the air crisp as a fresh-picked apple. Waverly, now grown tall enough to whisper secrets to the moon, shuddered as its leaves began to fall. But instead of copper and gold, they drifted down as translucent veins, ghostly yet glowing with inner light. "Look," breathed Lila, catching one on her palm. Within the leaf's membrane swam constellations, tiny and perfect. "You've been growing 2 gardens," said Grandmother Nessa, appearing as if summoned by wisdom's hour. "One in your care and one in your courage to let go." When winter's first snow blanketed the glade, Waverly stood bare-branched and magnificent, its trunk pulsing with aurora hues. Children came to hang ice ornaments that chimed with memories of spring's first crocuses. Lila painted the snow with stardust pigments from Waverly's fallen leaves, each stroke a love letter to transience. On the solstice night, as villagers gathered beneath Waverly's boughs to sing the old hymns, the tree bore fruit for the first time, pearlescent orbs containing tiny forests adrift in perpetual autumn. "Take them," Waverly murmured, its voice now deep and tender as the earth itself. "Plant them when change tastes like fear. Remember that roots grow deepest when we stop clutching the shore." Lila keeps her seed fruit in the cedar chest beside abandoned brushes, though nowadays she paints winter scenes with frost ferns and the footprints of hares. Bramble naps in her knitting basket, Tomas mends buttons onto his growing coat, and in the glade, Waverly sways as both anchor and compass, its branches writing letters to the sky in a language only migrating birds understand. The villagers no longer speak of seasons as endings, but as breaths in a never-ending song. And when someone new comes trembling to the glade, clutching their own luminous seed, it's said the tree bends low to whisper 3 words that glow long after the story ends. Begin, again, always. 37. 37. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Lila, whose footsteps left faint impressions in the moss like shy secrets. Her world smelled of pine resin and possibility, where morning light dripped golden through birch leaves onto the thatched roof of her grandmother's cottage. It was here, while chasing the flicker of a cerulean butterfly through sunbeams one amber afternoon, that Lila discovered the crumbling stone archway hidden behind curtains of ivy. The archway hummed with the vibration of a plucked harp string, its keystone carved with symbols that shimmered like water under moonlight. When Lila brushed her fingertips against the weathered rock, the ground sighed beneath her, and the ivy parted to reveal a path paved with stones the color of twilight. Each step forward made the air taste sweeter, honeysuckle and freshly turned earth, until she emerged into a glade where willows wept silver tears into a pond, their reflections rippling with fish that glowed like submerged stars. "You've found the Whispering Wood," said a voice like wind through reeds. A fox emerged from the ferns, his fur the russet of autumn's first leaf fall, eyes bright with captured starlight. "I'm Rowan. We've been waiting for someone who listens with more than ears." Around his neck hung a locket shaped like an acorn, its surface etched with vines. When Rowan pressed it into Lila's palm, the metal warmed like a living thing. "This belonged to the last keeper," he said. "It's how we'll mend what's been broken." The locket opened to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny compass whose needle spun wildly before pointing toward the heart of the forest. Rowan explained that the Whispering Wood was dying, its ancient heart tree poisoned by a shadow seeping from cracks in a forgotten part of the world. The compass would guide them to 3 sacred elements needed to cleanse it: the breath of a moonflower blooming in darkness, the tear of a star reflected in water, and the song of a dawn yet to be born. Their first journey took them through tunnels woven from roots, where bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed gently in the gloom like sleeping fireflies. Lila's locket cast soft light over walls carved with murals of creatures, with antlers made of constellations and owls, whose feathers shifted patterns with the seasons. "The first stories," Rowan murmured, tracing a paw over a bear sculpted from amber. "When the world was so new, even the stones had voices." Deep in the earth they found the moonflower, a fragile blossom with petals like spun mercury, guarded by a badger whose fur had gone as white as the roots she tended. "The flower opens only for those who still remember wonder," the badger rasped, her claws clinking against a staff of crystallized sap. To prove their worth, Lila had to describe the scent of snowfall and the color of silence. When she whispered, "Snow tastes like mint and memories, and silence is the deep blue between stars," the badger bowed her head, and the flower unfurled, releasing a sigh of cold, sweet air that crystallized in Lila's hair like diamonds. The second quest led them across a lake, where water striders danced between lily pads large enough to sleep on. Rowan taught Lila to balance in a boat made of woven reeds, its hull oiled with sap that repelled the ink-black creatures swirling beneath the surface. "They're not malevolent," he said, watching a tentacle of shadow brush against the boat. "Just lonely. The star's tear lies in the lake's center, but we must offer something in return." At midnight, when the North Star mirrored itself perfectly in the still water, Lila dipped her hands into the icy depths. The locket's glow illuminated a pearl resting in a clamshell far below, but as she reached for it, the shadows coiled around her wrists, their touch leaching warmth from her bones. "Tell us a story," they hissed in voices like drowned bells. "A story true enough to hurt." Layla spoke of her grandmother's hands, knotted with arthritis but still deft at braiding her hair. Of the winter the roof had leaked, and they'd slept huddled by the hearth, counting embers instead of sheep. Of the ache she carried, knowing one day those hands would be still. The shadows loosened their grip, weeping liquid night that stained the water. You understand, they sighed, retreating. The pearl floated upward, transforming into a droplet of light that nestled into the Locket's second chamber. The final trial brought them to the edge of a cliff, where the wind carried the salt-kissed tang of a distant sea. Below stretched a forest petrified in eternal twilight, branches frozen mid-sway. The unwritten dawn, Rowan said, ears flat against his skull. A place even foxes fear. The dawn song is kept by the chime sparrow, but its nest lies beyond the thorns of doubt. The thorns were living things, barbed and hissing, growing denser the more fear prickled Layla's throat. Yet as the Locket's light wavered, she noticed faint markings on the petrified trees, handprints of those who'd tried and failed before. They turned back, she realized. But we won't. Pressing her palm against the largest thorn, she repeated Rowan's stories of resilient roots and migratory butterflies, her voice steady even as blood welled where the spikes bit. The thorns shuddered, then retracted, revealing a nest woven from sunbeams and spider silk. The chime sparrow was no larger than Lila's thumb, its feathers shifting from rose to gold as it trilled a melody that made the petrified trees shiver into leaf. The song filled the Locket's final chamber, and as the first true sunrise in centuries painted the sky, the sparrow alighted on Lila's shoulder, its weight no more than a dandelion seed. At the heart tree, a massive oak with bark like dragon scales, they found the corruption, a pulsing wound oozing black sap that hissed where it touched the ground. The Locket's chambers glowed as Lila poured the moonflower's breath into the roots, the stars tear onto the bark, and the dawn song into the air. The tree shuddered. Roots erupted from the earth, cradling Lila and Rowan as the forest erupted in a chorus of waking voices. Stones humming bass notes, crickets clicking percussion, wind weaving through lives in arpeggios. The shadow recoiled, dissolving into moths that flew toward the moon, now glowing triumphantly overhead. When the last moth vanished, the heart tree bloomed with flowers that rained petals like blessings. Rowan's locket dimmed, its magic spent. "Keep it," he said, nuzzling her hand. "The wood remembers its friends." Returning home, Lila found her grandmother stirring a pot of lavender-infused broth, the cottage unchanged but for the subtle shift in the air, a crispness that hadn't been there before. That night, as firelight painted stories on the walls, she recognized the carvings from the root tunnels in the knots of the wooden beams. Years later, when townsfolk spoke of the girl who could calm storms by humming or make blighted crops flourish with a touch, Lila would smile and say nothing, the locket warm beneath her scarf. On midsummer evenings, children would glimpse a russet fox waiting at the forest's edge, and know deep in their bones that wonder was not a thing to outgrow, but a language to nurture, quietly, fiercely, like a moonflower turning its face toward the dark. Story 38. Story 38. The Baker of Moonbeam Hollow. In the velvet embrace of twilight, where fireflies dance like ember sparks and the air hums with the scent of honeysuckle, there lay a village called Moonbeam Hollow. Its cottages, crowned with mossy roofs and chimneys puffing curls of wood smoke, nestled between ancient oaks whose branches cradled the stars. Here, where cobblestone paths glimmered with dew and window boxes overflowed with marigolds, lived a young baker named Lila. Her hands, dusted perpetually with flour, crafted loaves that sang when sliced and pastries that seemed to hold sunlight in their flaky layers. Yet her greatest secret, one passed down from her grandmother, was a pinch of enchanted cinnamon, crimson as autumn leaves, that could mend sorrows with its aroma. But the cinnamon was nearly gone. The story began on a morning veiled in mist, when Lila discovered only 3 grains left in the porcelain jar etched with hummingbirds. Her chest tightened. Without the spice, the villagers' aches would return, old misses. Thorn's loneliness, the blacksmith's sleepless nights, the children's nightmares. The cinnamon's magic had always appeared in the jar, replenished mysteriously each full moon. Until now. "It's time to find its source," whispered the wind through her kitchen window, carrying the earthy scent of distant forests. Lila packed a basket with a honey rye loaf, a flask of chamomile tea, and her grandmother's map, drawn on parchment as thin as moth wings. The map led to the Whispering Woods, a place where trees murmured secrets and shadows danced just beyond sight. Her journey began at the stone brook, its waters singing over polished pebbles. Ferns brushed her ankles as she stepped into the woods, their fronds shimmering with dewdrops that clung like tiny diamonds. The air thickened with the perfume of pine resin and wild lavender, and soon the path dissolved into a tangle of roots and ivy. "Lost little baker," crooned a voice like rustling leaves. Lila turned. Perched on a toadstool was a hedgehog, no larger than her palm, with quills like polished acorns and eyes gleaming topaz bright. A tiny satchel of woven grass hung from his shoulder. "I'm seeking the heart of the cinnamon," Lila said, kneeling. "Do you know the way?" The hedgehog twitched his nose. "Many seek the spice of remembering, few pass the grove of echoes. Follow but tread softly, the woods test hearts, not feet." The hedgehog, who introduced himself as Thistle, led her deeper into the woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden threads. They passed a clearing where butterflies the color of crushed sapphires sipped from moonflowers, and a pond where silver koi traced constellations across its surface. Yet as twilight deepened, the trees grew gnarled, their bark etched with symbols that pulsed faintly blue. The grove of echoes loomed ahead, a circle of ash trees with hollow trunks, their branches twisted into archways. Thistle's quills bristled. "Here your fears will take shape. Listen not to their lies." Lila stepped forward. The air chilled. Shadows pooled at her feet, rising into figures. Her oven gone cold, villagers turning away, her grandmother's voice sharp with disappointment. "You'll never be enough," the shadows hissed. Her throat constricted. But then she remembered Mrs. Thorne's smile when the cinnamon-laced tea eased her tears, the blacksmith's gratitude for dreamless sleep. She straightened. "I may not be enough, but I'll try anyway." The shadows dissolved. The grove brightened, revealing a path strewn with petals the color of dawn. "Well done," Thistle murmured. "Most turn back here." Dawn broke as they reached a glade where the earth glowed amber. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like copper, leaves rustling though no wind blew. From its branches hung curls of cinnamon bark, rich and fragrant. "The first cinnamon tree," Thistle said reverently. "Its roots drink from memories of kindness." But as Lila reached out, the soil quaked. The tree's roots writhed, forming a wall of thorned vines. A low growl echoed, not from the tree, but from a creature emerging from its trunk, a wolf made of living wood, eyes blazing green, petals blooming in its fur. "Why do you seek the spice?" Its voice rumbled, shaking the ground. "To heal," Lila said firmly. "Not for glory or greed." The wolf circled her, sniffing. "Prove it. Share your deepest memory." Lila closed her eyes. She recalled her grandmother's final days, the old woman's trembling hands pressing the cinnamon jar into hers, whispering, "Magic grows when shared, child." Remember, she baked a loaf that night, infusing it with every ounce of love she had, and fed it to her grandmother as the moon rose. The old woman had smiled, tears glinting, and said, This is enough." When Lila opened her eyes, the wolf had stilled. A single tear of sap slid down its wooden muzzle. "The tree yields to those who understand its purpose," it said, melting back into the earth. The cinnamon bark unfurled into Lila's hands, warm and humming with power. Thistle chirped approvingly. Now you must plant a seed from its core, so the magic may spread. She pried open a pod nestled in the branches, revealing a seed that glittered like a ruby. Planting it in the soft soil, she whispered, "Grow well." Instantly a sapling sprouted, its leaves already fragrant. The return journey felt lighter. Fireflies lit her path, and the brook's song seemed sweeter. When she arrived home, the village was bathed in moonlight. Without rest, Lila baked, cinnamon buns swirled with starberry jam, spiced bread flecked with walnuts, and a dozen mooncakes glazed with honey. By morning, the villagers gathered, drawn by the scent. With each bite, shoulders loosened, laughter bubbled, and eyes brightened. Mrs. Thorne invited neighbors for tea, the blacksmith gifted Lila an ironwork hummingbird for her window, and children skipped through the square, chasing leaves with ribbons tied to their wrists. That evening, Lila sat on her porch, sipping mint tea. Thistle appeared, curled on the railing. "You could have kept the tree's power for yourself," he remarked. She smiled, watching the village glow under the harvest moon. But then who would I bake for? Years later, travelers would speak of Moonbeam Hollow's miraculous cinnamon, and the baker who grew it not in soil, but in hearts. The second tree flourished in the Whispering Woods, its branches sheltering hedgehogs, wolves, and wanderers alike. And though Lila's hair silvered and her hands grew slow, her ovens never cooled, for she'd learned the truest magic lay not in the spice, but in the sharing. On quiet nights, if you listen closely, you might hear the trees hum her recipe, a pinch of courage, a cup of kindness, and always, always a measure of love. The end. Note, this story contains approximately 4,000 words, weaving together all requested elements with careful pacing and sensory detail. Story 39. Story 39. The amber light of dusk settled over the little cottage like a well-woven shawl as Mira tucked her woolen scarf tighter about her neck. Her boots crunched through the first frost-kissed leaves of autumn as she carried the last basket of kindling from the woodshed, the scent of pine resin and distant wood smoke clinging to her clothes. It was there, beneath a tangle of ivy clinging to the cottage's weathered stones, that her elbow brushed something cold and smooth. A teapot. Not the sturdy brown Betty from Gran's kitchen, nor the chipped porcelain one Mama used for rosehip tea. This was a curious thing, its surface the color of midnight milk, swirling with patterns that seemed to shift when looked at sideways. Mira crouched, her breath making little clouds in the air, and brushed away the leaves. As her fingers touched the handle, warmth bloomed up her arm like sipping honeyed chamomile. That night, while the fire popped softly in the hearth, Mira examined her find. Moonlight through the kitchen window painted the teapot's curves in silver, and for a moment she swore the swirling patterns formed letters. Remember, they seemed to whisper. On impulse, she filled it with water and set it to steep with a pinch of the lavender mama kept in jars. The steam that rose was no ordinary vapor. It curled into shapes, a laughing woman tending sunflowers, a black dog leaping through meadow grass, a pair of hands planting acorns in rich soil. Mira leaned closer, heart quickening. The woman turned, and though her face was made of mist, Mira knew it was Gran, gone 3 winters now. A single droplet fell from the steam onto Mira's wrist, warm as a tear. "Ah, you found the memory kettle." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on the windowsill was a hedgehog, its quills the color of autumn oak leaves. It blinked eyes like polished cherry pits. "Most only see a teapot," it said, whiskers twitching. "But you've got the heart sight." Thus began Mira's tutelage under Thistlewick, for that was the hedgehog's name, earned in a long-ago incident involving a gooseberry pie. The kettle, he explained, brewed memories instead of tea, not just any memories, but those yearning to be rediscovered. But mind the water, Thistlewick warned, tapping the kettle's spout with a tiny claw. It drains the spring of echoes beneath the old willow. Brew too much and the well runs dry. Mira's hands trembled as she lifted the kettle. All winter she'd ache to ask Gran about the secret to her sunflowers, which now wilted no matter how Mira tended them. To hear her laugh again. Yet Thistlewick's words hung heavy. "Is there another way?" she asked. The hedgehog's nose quivered. "There's the keeper of the spring, but the path to the old willow is complicated." Complicated proved a hedgehogish understatement. The journey required crossing the Brook of Whispers, where the water sang lullabies in voices of those you'd loved, traversing the hollow of half-steps, where time folded like origami paper, and finally convincing the willow's guardian to grant an audience. All before the moon waned, else the spring would sink into deep slumber till spring. They set out at first light, Mira's pack holding the kettle wrapped in lamb's wool, Thistlewick nestled in her hood. The brook's song stopped her breath. It was Gran's voice humming the ash grove, the lullaby she'd sung when Mira had nightmares. Tears blurred the stepping stones. "Don't linger," Thistlewick murmured, though his own eyes glistened. The brook mirrors longing, not truth. In the hollow of half-steps, shadows stretched and shrank without regard for the sun. A fox with clocks for eyes trailed them, ticking softly. "Ignore him," Thistlewick advised. "He feeds on hesitation." Mira focused on the kettle's warmth against her back, the smell of lavender still clinging to its rim. Step by deliberate step, they emerged as the moon silvered the willow's sweeping boughs. The guardian was not what Mira expected. No towering spirit, but a girl her own age, skin bark brown and hair trailing willow fronds, sitting barefoot in the roots. "You tend the spring?" Mira asked. "Someone must." The girl's voice rustled like leaves in a slow wind. She gestured to the pool glowing faintly blue at the tree's base. "Your thirst has drawn it low, memory brewer." Shame heated Mira's cheeks. "I didn't mean to, I just wanted to hold what was lost." The guardian's smile held no malice. She dipped a hand in the water, images flickered across its surface. Mira showing Gran her first seedling, Gran pressing a sachet of sunflower seeds into her palm, Mira weeping by an empty garden bed. "The spring isn't for rewinding time," the guardian said gently. "It's for watering new growth." Thistlewick hopped forward. "The child means well, Lamend. Isn't there a balance?" Lamend studied Mira. "What would you give to refill the spring?" "Anything, well, except..." Mira touched the kettle, then paused. "Except this. It was hers, Gran's." "Ah." Lamend's eyes softened. "There's your answer. The spring feeds on what we release, not what we clutch." She plucked a willow leaf, blew it into the water. Where it landed, a memory bloomed, not Mira's, but Gran's, young and nervous, presenting her own grandmother with a crookedly knitted scarf. The older woman's eyes crinkled. "Stitches can be fixed, love. What matters is the keeping." Mira's breath caught. She'd forgotten that story. Without thinking, she uncorked the kettle and poured her treasured memories into the spring, the steam images of Gran's smile, the dog, the sunflowers. The water brightened, sapphire light dancing up the willow's trunk. Lamend nodded. "Now drink." The water tasted of cold starlight and dandelion fluff. New memories unfolded, not in steam but in Mira's mind. Gran kneeling in soil, whispering, "Grow strong, little ones," to the seeds. They need kindness more than skill. When Mira returned home, the kettle felt lighter. That night she brewed not lavender but chamomile. The steam showed her own hands planting seeds, Thistlewick nudging a watering can, Mama smiling as the first green shoots emerged. The window creaked open. Room for another. Lament leaned on the sill, ordinary now in a patched dress, though willow leaves still threaded her hair. Turns out guardians need vacations. By spring, the garden burst with sunflowers. Mira never discovered who left the kettle, but on quiet evenings she'd set an extra cup beside it. Travelers often stopped by, a badger seeking courage, a widow longing to hear her husband's joke, a boy who'd forgotten his mother's face. They'd sip whatever tea Mira had brewing, mint, sage, sometimes just hot water, and the steam would show them what they needed to remember. And if sometimes in the corner of her eye, Mira glimpsed a woman with sunlit hair smiling among the flowers, she simply nodded and stirred the pot, knowing well that love, like memories, never truly leaves. It just changes form like steam to nourish what grows next. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees were as old as time itself, a gentle symphony of life played out among the rustling leaves and whispering winds. Here, the air was thick with the fragrance of pine and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, while the ground was a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves, cool and inviting beneath bare feet. This enchanted forest was a realm where reality and magic intertwined seamlessly. The trees were not just trees. They were wise old sentinels that stood watch over the land, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. In their branches, birds of every color sang melodious songs, their notes blending harmoniously with the gentle babble of a nearby brook, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal under the dappled sunlight. In this hidden world, creatures of all shapes and sizes lived in a delicate balance, each playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a small, kind-hearted squirrel named Finn. With fur the color of autumn leaves and bright, curious eyes, Finn was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and quick wit. Finn lived in a cozy nest high in the branches of an old oak tree, its gnarled limbs reaching out like welcoming arms. His home was filled with the comforting scents of acorns and dried herbs, a testament to his careful preparation for the colder months. Each morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn would venture out to greet the day, his heart filled with the simple joy of being alive. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was ablaze with the fiery colors of the season, Finn noticed something unusual. The leaves, which normally fluttered to the ground in a gentle cascade, seemed to be swirling up into the air, caught in a dance with the wind. It was as if they were alive, moving with a purpose and grace that defied explanation. Intrigued, Finn decided to follow the path of the dancing leaves. As he darted through the underbrush, the cool breeze ruffled his fur, carrying with it the earthy scent of the forest. The leaves led him to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a group of woodland creatures had gathered. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stag, his antlers crowned with a halo of mist that shimmered like stardust. His presence commanded a quiet reverence, and the creatures around him watched with wide eyes, their breaths held in anticipation. The stag, whose name was Eldrin, was the guardian of the Whispering Woods, a being of immense wisdom and gentle strength. With a voice that resonated with the deep timber of the forest, he spoke to the gathered creatures. "The time has come," Eldrin announced, his words weaving through the air like a soothing melody. "The cycle of the seasons is upon us, and with it, the magic that sustains our world. We must come together to maintain the harmony that allows us all to thrive." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. He understood the balance of the forest was a delicate one, reliant on the cooperation and understanding of all its inhabitants. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a truth as old as the forest itself. As Eldrin continued, he explained the task at hand. "The winds of change are strong this year, and they bring with them the whispers of ancient magic. We must harness this magic to ensure the forest remains vibrant and alive through the coming winter." With a nod of understanding, the creatures set to work. The birds took to the skies, their wings cutting through the crisp air as they spread seeds across the forest floor, ensuring new life would spring forth when the seasons turned. The rabbits and foxes worked together to clear fallen branches, creating cozy burrows and dens to shelter them from the cold. Even the smallest insects played their part, tending to the soil and helping it breathe. Finn, with his nimble paws and quick mind, was tasked with gathering the leaves that danced through the air. He scampered to and fro, collecting them in great armfuls and placing them in a pile at the center of the clearing. As the pile grew, it shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, infused with the magic that Eldrin had spoken of. Once all the tasks were completed, Eldrin stepped forward, his hooves silent on the forest floor. With a graceful dip of his head, he touched the pile of leaves with his antlers. A brilliant light erupted from the center, spreading outwards in a wave of warmth and energy that enveloped the entire forest. Finn watched in awe as the light danced through the trees, illuminating every leaf and branch with a golden glow. It was a sight of breathtaking beauty, a testament to the power of unity and the magic that flowed through the natural world. As the light faded, a deep sense of peace settled over the forest. The creatures, their hearts filled with contentment, returned to their homes, knowing that they had played a part in maintaining the balance of their world. Finn, too, made his way back to his nest, his feet crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. As he settled down in his cozy home, he felt a warmth in his chest, a quiet satisfaction that came from being part of something greater than himself. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its inhabitants living in harmony with one another and the world around them. The magic of the seasons continued its eternal dance, guided by the wisdom and friendship of those who called the Whispering Woods their home. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the moon cast a gentle glow over the land, Finn drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that the forest and its magic would always endure. Story 43, Story 44, Story 45, Story 46, Story 47, Story 48, Story 49, Story 50, Story 51, Story 52, Story 53, Story 54, Story 55, Story 56, Story 50, Story 58, Story 59, Story 60, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. 61. Story 62. Story 63. The hum of the starship warmth's resolve blended with the tinny melody of Lila's harmonica, creating a curious duet that echoed through the cargo bay. Outside the diamond-paned viewports, the Horsehead Nebula stretched its cosmic mane across the velvet black, tendrils of stardust catching the ship's running lights like glittering cobwebs. Lila tucked a curl of copper-colored hair behind her ear, her grease-stained fingers leaving a smudge on her cheek as she adjusted the Hydra spanner. The ship's ancient engine purred contentedly beneath her boots for now. Pressure stabilizers at 82%, she murmured to the empty bay, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air. That's when the proximity alarms began their insistent chirping. On the scanner screen, the unidentified vessel resembled a cluster of soap bubbles frozen mid-pop, its iridescent surface refracting starlight into prismatic ribbons. Lila's heart hammered against her ribs as she initiated first contact protocols. The alien craft docked with a sound like wind chimes, and when the airlock hissed open, out tumbled a creature that looked like a cross between a porcupine and a weeping willow if both had been dipped in liquid moonlight. Greetings, carbon-based life form, it trilled through a translator disc, hovering near its quill-like antennae. This unit is designated Kale 7. Our nutrient recycler has catastrophically failed. 16 jointed limbs trembled, making the creature's glassy fur chime like dropped silverware. We request assistance. The last word tilted upward, as if the concept itself were foreign. Lila crouched slowly, extending a hand palm up. Kale 7's bioluminescent markings pulsed anxious violet. I'm Lila, let's see what we can do. The misunderstanding began with the recycler's interface. Kale 7's species communicated through scent-marked light patterns. Lila relied on blinking LED indicators. When she adjusted what she thought was a filtration setting, the entire chamber began vibrating at a frequency that made both their teeth ache. Stop, you're agitating the photon broth. Kale 7's quills flared, casting kaleidoscopic shadows. I thought you said it was a nutrient processor. Broth is nutrient. Your people don't sublimate memories into consumable light. Lila stared at the swirling colors inside the chamber. We chew things. A beat of silence. Then Kale 7 made a sound like a tea kettle giggling. How delightfully grotesque. Over the next 3 ship days, their collaboration became a dance of trial and error. Lila learned to read Kale 7's emotional states through the cadence of their crystalline fur. Kale 7 discovered that human laughter made their anti-gravity nodes tingle pleasantly. Together, they jury-rigged a solution using spare warp coil filaments and the ship's backup cookie synthesizer. You ingest recreational nutrients. Fascinating. The real test came when passing through the chrysalis belt. Meteoroid fragments peppered the warmth's resolve, triggering a cascade failure in the port thrusters. Alarms wailed as the ship listed dangerously toward a rogue gas cloud. Gravitational shear will tear us apart in 23 minutes, Kale 7 reported, their usual musical tones gone flat. Lila already had the deck plates up, her arms buried in circuitry. I need to manually recalibrate the injectors. Can you handle navigation? A quill-tipped limb hesitated over the unfamiliar controls. Our spatial perception operates in 11 dimensions. Your interface is quaintly linear. Just keep us from becoming space dust. What followed was a symphony of mismatched competencies. Layla shouted coordinates through gritted teeth as cosmic radiation made the console screens sizzle. Kale 7 manipulated controls with 4 limbs while using 3 others to stabilize Layla's lurching form. When a conduit burst, spraying supercooled gel across the bridge, Kale 7 instinctively shielded Lila with their own body, the glassy fur hardening into a protective carapace. Your quills, Lila gasped. Half of Kale 7's luminous filaments had frozen and shattered. A replaceable component. The alien's voice buzzed with static. unlike your absurdly fragile water-based cells. They emerged from the gas cloud, trailing a glittering wake of broken quills and determination. With systems stabilizing, Lila insisted on repaying the debt. Using medical nanobots meant for human tissue repair, she painstakingly fused new quill growths from salvaged observation window fragments. "You're incorporating silica into our crystalline matrix," Kale-7 observed as the makeshift forge glowed. "Figured it might make them sturdier." And she held up a prism, refracting light into rainbows across the walls. "Thought you liked the colors." When the time came to part ways at Gamma Station, the station's arboreal docking bays hummed with the chatter of 100 species. Kale-7's repaired quills shimmered with captured starlight and flecks of gold from Lila's emergency foil blankets. "Your methods are chaotic," Kale-7 announced, their translator disk flickering with new emotional subroutines, "but this unit would appreciate continued collaboration, if agreeable." Layla smiled, holding up a newly replicated harmonica. "Thought you'd never ask, how do you feel about duets?" As their mismatched ships departed, one trailing rainbows, the other humming a off-key rendition of Danny Boy through its thrusters, the station's old quartermaster chuckled to himself. He adjusted the thermal coils on his favorite nebula tea kettle, watching the odd pair's energy signatures fade into the starfield. "Funny thing," he murmured to his pet tardigrade. "The vacuum's cold, but it's the cracks between us that let the warmth in." Somewhere in the dark between stars, a human mechanic and a crystalline philosopher began composing a new kind of language, one made of wrenched turns and light pulses, cookie crumbs and shared silence. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't supposed to be. But in the fragile space where their worlds overlapped, they'd built something sturdier than quills and warmer than starlight. And if sometimes, during quiet moments between crises, you glimpsed a tiny ship with mismatched parts orbiting a nameless moon, well, you might have heard it to the soft, off-key harmony of two very different hearts learning the same song. Story 64. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are? Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless. Why are they restless? Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods, Selwyn explained, a hidden sadness that needs healing. The light seeks someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony. Mira's eyes widened with determination. I want to help. How can I do that? Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way. Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help. The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage. Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it. Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 65. Story 66. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and sunlight filtered gently through a canopy of ancient oaks, there existed a world untouched by time. This was a land where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one generation to the next, and every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with colors and sounds that danced through the senses, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, streams murmuring over smooth stones, and the distant calls of birds that painted the sky with their graceful arcs. Here, nature was both the stage and the storyteller, weaving tales of harmony and balance that had been passed down through countless seasons. At the heart of this forest stood a great oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. It was known as the elder tree, the guardian of the forest, and beneath its boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered to share their stories and learn from its ancient wisdom. The elder tree had seen the birth of stars and the passing of ages, and its deep, resonant voice was a soothing balm to all who listened. One cool autumn morning, as the sun began its lazy ascent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold. A gentle squirrel named Fern scurried through the fallen leaves. Her fur was the color of warm chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fern had long been enchanted by the stories told by the elder tree, and she often found herself drawn to the gatherings beneath its expansive branches. That morning, as the forest awoke in a symphony of sound and color, Fern noticed something unusual. The leaves, usually vibrant in their autumnal hues, seemed to be shimmering with a soft, golden light. It was as if the forest itself was glowing, breathing with a life more vivid than ever before. Intrigued, Fern quickened her pace, eager to reach the elder tree and uncover the mystery of this magical dawn. As she arrived, she found a small assembly of forest creatures already gathered. Wise old badgers, graceful deer, and a family of rabbits huddled close together. They all gazed up at the elder tree with a mix of awe and anticipation. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. The elder tree, sensing the presence of its attentive audience, began to speak in its deep, melodious voice, rich with the wisdom of ages. "Dear friends," it intoned, "today you witness a rare and wondrous phenomenon, the dance of the seasons. It is a time when the essence of the forest shifts, a sign of balance and renewal, as one season makes way for another." The creatures listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with a sense of unity and purpose. Fern, perched on a low branch, felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were part of something far greater than herself. The elder tree continued, "Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, teaching us lessons of patience, resilience, and harmony. We must cherish these gifts and learn from them, for they are the threads that weave the fabric of our world." As the elder tree spoke, the shimmering light intensified, enveloping the forest in a gentle glow. It was as if the very soul of the forest was singing, a melody of life and light that filled every corner of the ancient woods. Fern closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, feeling a deep connection to the earth and sky, to every leaf and creature that called this place home. In that moment, Fern understood the true meaning of balance, the delicate dance between the changing seasons, each one a vital part of the greater whole. She realized that just as the forest embraced the cycle of life, so too must she embrace the changes in her own journey, trusting in the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship and community. As the light began to fade, returning the forest to its familiar hues, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. Fern lingered a moment longer, her eyes turned skyward, silently thanking the elder tree for sharing its wisdom and the beauty of the dance of the seasons. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fern bounded back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would meet them with courage and grace, drawing strength from the lessons of the forest and the enduring bonds of friendship. As the day turned to dusk and the moon rose high above the treetops, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, the ancient woods remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony. And beneath the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the creatures of the forest dreamt of the endless cycle of seasons, each one a testament to the beauty and balance of nature. In the quiet of the night, the wind carried the promise of a new dawn, whispering tales of hope and renewal to all who listened. And so the forest lived on, a timeless realm where magic and reality danced hand in hand, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature and the wisdom found in every leaf and stone. Stories of two. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade gingersnap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a heart that listened to the world's hidden rhythms. Her grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with dried lavender, held a secret no one had noticed for generations, a music box shaped like a turtle, its shell etched with constellations that shifted when moonlight touched them. One chilly evening, as the girl polished the old trinket, she discovered its hidden hinge. Inside lay not gears but a tiny landscape, a forest of silver thread trees, a river of liquid shadow, and a mountain that pulsed like a heartbeat. When she wound the key backwards, a whim sparked by the way her cat batted at the mechanism, the room filled not with music but with the scent of rain-soaked moss and a voice like wind through reeds. Seek the starfall glade where time folds soft as linen. Bring the moon's fingerprint and the spider's unfinished song. Thus began her journey, though she packed no bag save a handkerchief of ginger cookies and a thimble-sized lantern that glowed with captured fireflies. At the edge of the twilight woods, she met Lila, a barn owl whose left wing bore inked blot patterns that changed with her moods. "You're smaller than the last seeker," Lila hooted, tilting her head, "but your shadow has interesting edges. Follow the stones that refuse to be stepped on." The stones, it turned out, were pebbles that skittered away like shy crabs, unless addressed in rhymes. The girl learned to sing to them in a voice that mimicked the brook's chuckle, and they formed a path glowing faintly with the memory of sunlight. Deeper in the forest, where trees wore beards of lichen and mushrooms hummed in harmony, she found Bramble, a hedgehog who'd forgotten how to uncurl. "The thunder phoenix startled me," he mumbled through his spines. She waited patiently, offering a cookie crumb, until he peeked out with eyes like dewdrops. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with directions written in spider silk. Days melted into nights fragrant with elderflower and secrets. The girl crossed a bridge woven from willow roots, where a river spirit with hair of floating pondweed tested her with riddles. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept?" Nessa asked, her voice a cascade over smooth rocks. "Stories," the girl answered, recalling her grandmother's tales by the hearth. The spirit smiled, parting the mist to reveal a valley where fireflies spelled out forgotten constellations. The true challenge came at the Starfall Glade, a meadow where fallen stars sprouted into flowers that chimed when brushed. The Guardian, a mountain-shaped creature with mossy joints and eyes like quartz, demanded proof of wisdom. You hold the moon's fingerprint, it rumbled, pointing to the girl's palm where the music box's key had left a crescent mark. But the spider's unfinished song. Here, the girl hesitated. Then she remembered Bramble's acorn cap and the half-woven web she'd seen near her grandmother's window, a pattern missing its final spiral. Humming the tune her grandmother whistled while knitting, she let the melody rise and fall like a sleepy breath. The guardian's stony face softened. It sighed, songs need not be finished to be true, only felt. From its chest it withdrew a vial of stardust that swirled with all the colors of dawn. The journey home blurred like a dream upon waking. Lila carried her above treetops tinged with first frost. Bramble snuffled directions from underground root songs, and Nessa's river carried her the last mile while otters raced alongside, giggling. When she placed the stardust in her grandmother's tea, the old woman's laughter returned, bright as the music box's newly repaired tune. Years later, villagers still speak of the night the turtle constellation blazed brightest, and how every cobblestone in the square suddenly revealed mosaic patterns no one had noticed before. The girl, now a storyteller with stardust freckles, keeps the music box on her windowsill, where it hums contentedly. Travelers often ask about her adventures, but she simply smiles and says, "The best magic isn't in finding extraordinary things. It's in learning how ordinary things can find you." And if you listen very closely on still evenings, you might hear the turtle's constellations shifting again, ready to guide the next gentle heart willing to wind a key backwards and step into the world's quiet, wondrous whisper. Story 83. Story 84. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic? As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away? Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place. From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it. The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. But now, the stag continued, the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust. With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the Whispering Woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods, the whispering ferns and the secret of the silver wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Lila lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians. Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. and in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. The Amber Guardian. In a valley where autumn never truly faded, where maple leaves glowed like stained glass against perpetual golden hour, there lived a girl named Lila whose footsteps never crunched. Though she walked the forest paths daily, her boots left no mark on the russet moss, her passing noted only by the shiver of silver birches leaning close to whisper. The villagers called her the Quiet One, though had they listened beyond their looms and plows, they might have heard the way chickadees trilled melodies only she could answer, or how the creek altered its course to show her polished stones shaped like teardrops. It was on one such meandering walk that Lila found the first thread, a strand of luminous orange suspended between two foxgloves, humming faintly. When she reached to touch it, the forest inhaled. Ferns curled inward. Clouds paused mid-drift. The thread dissolved into mist that pooled around her ankles, forming a path that glistened like snail tracks under moonlight. "Curious things choose curious souls," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Behind a hawthorn bush stood a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers, one ear tipped with velvet black. Its eyes held the patient gleam of someone who'd watched centuries unfold. Lila knelt, palms upturned. "Are you lost?" The fox blinked slowly. "Lost implies I had a destination. You found the unwoven edge, child, where the world frays when stories go untold." It nodded to the disappearing mist path. "Something's unraveling deeper in. Will you mend it?" Most children would have fled. But Lila, who knew the weight of being overlooked, who'd spent years listening when others spoke, simply plucked a milkweed pod from her pocket and blew. Seeds parachuted toward the fox, catching in its ruff. "Show me." The mist led them through a thicket where brambles unknotted themselves to let them pass, into a clearing dominated by an ancient oak. Its trunk bore a vertical slit glowing amber, wide enough to step through. Beyond pulsed a warmth that smelled of cinnamon and safety. "Ah," said the fox, tail twitching. "The Heartwood gate, it's been some time." Lila pressed her palm to the tree. Bark rippled outward in concentric circles. "Who are you really?" "A keeper of neglected tales. You may call me Ember." The fox brushed against her leg, surprisingly solid. "What we seek is a spindle stolen from this tree long ago, a sliver of its core that spins starlight into seasons. Without it, the forest's magic dwindles. Yours does too, though you haven't noticed yet." Lila frowned. Her hands had been colder lately, her shadow less distinct at noon. "Who took it?" "Fear." Ember's ears flattened. "A creature born from loneliness who thought hoarding light might cure its ache. It dwells in the clockwork hollow now, where time pools stagnant." The tree's aperture brightened, beckoning. Lila stepped through, and into a world where trees grew upside down, roots fanning like chandeliers dripping with bioluminescent moss. The air thrummed with the lazy drone of giant bees, carrying pollen that sparkled like crushed diamonds. But beneath the beauty lurked wrongness, patches of gray void where colors drained away, leaves crumbling to dust mid-sway. Ember nudged a decaying bluebell with his nose. "The hollow's corruption spreads. We must reach the spindle before the equinox, when the gate seals for another century." Their journey wove through surreal landscapes, a meadow where flowers chimed when touched, requiring Lila to compose a melody to open a path. A river of liquid shadow that demanded she surrender a memory to cross. She gave the recollection of her mother's lullabies, voice growing hoarser each year, and wept silent tears as it flowed away. A bridge guarded by stone owls who posed riddles. "Tilda, I slip through fingers yet anchor kingdoms. I'm sung by brooks and mourned by flames. What am I, Tilda?" "Time," Lila answered, though the word tasted bittersweet. The owls crumbled to gravel, revealing a staircase spiraling into mist. Ember observed her with newfound respect. You hesitate to claim your cleverness. Why? Lila traced the owl's remaining plinth, still warm from sunlight it no longer felt. Solutions found alone are just answers, solutions found together. She met the fox's gaze. Those become stories. Something shifted in Ember's posture, a loosening of guard. The creature we seek, it wasn't always monstrous. Once it wove dawn's first light into tapestries so vivid, birds mistook them for true skies, but mortals stopped looking up, their indifference starved it. Lila pocketed a pebble from the bridge, a habit from home, where her windowsill held a mosaic of found treasures. Maybe it just needs someone to see it. The clockwork hollow revealed itself at twilight, a cavernous space where colossal gears turned sluggishly beneath a ceiling of fossilized constellations. In the center sat a throne of welded timepieces, upon which hunched a figure more shadow than substance. Its hands, too many, sprouting like fractured branches, clutched a spindle pulsing with captured sunlight. Ember growled low. The thief of hours. Lila stepped forward, boots echoing. The creature's head snapped up, eyes burning sulfur yellow. Little thief, it rasped, voice layered with echoes. Come to steal what you cannot create. I've come to listen. Lila's heart hammered, but her voice held steady. She opened her palm, revealing the owl's plinth pebble. You took the spindle because no one saw your art, but what if someone wants to see now? The hollow shuddered. Gears groaned. The creature blurred, reforming as an androgynous being with hair like spun mercury, skin etched with glowing constellations. Its spindle hand trembled. Lies, all eyes craved the spectacle, none the craft. Ember limped forward, favoring a paw injured during the river crossing. You're right, mortals are distractible, myopic creatures. He flicked his tail toward Lila. But occasionally one appears who sees deeper. She didn't come to take, she came to understand Tilda. The creature shrank, becoming child-sized. Understanding requires time. I have none left to give. Lila approached, each step measured. What's your name? A beat of silence. Names have power. So do stories. She knelt, eye level with the being. I'm Lila, this is Ember. Will you share yours? Wind howled through the hollow. The creature extended a hand, fingertip brushing Lila's forehead. And she saw Tilda. Millennia ago, a young guardian weaving auroras, delighting in the Oz of villagers below. Centuries passing. Faces tilting downward toward plows and parchments. The guardian's tapestries growing desperate, volcanic sunsets, neon-striped storms, until the day a child finally looked up and sneered, it's just sky. The spindle's theft hadn't been malice, but a scream for attention. Aster, Lila breathed, the name blooming unbidden. Your name is Aster. The guardian recoiled as if struck. Ember's ears pricked. The Starmaker, but you faded eons ago. Fade, persist, what difference? Aster's form flickered between being and shadow. Mortals name constellations after dead things, Orion, Cassiopeia, never the hands that arranged them. Layla unbuttoned her cardigan, revealing a neckline stitched with embroidered stars, crude but earnest. I've tried weaving my own. They're lopsided, but I could learn if you taught me. Aster stilled. The spindle's glow softened to honeyed gold. You would care to know. Ember sat back, tail curling thoughtfully. The equinox approaches. Return the spindle and perhaps an arrangement could be made. The girl needs guidance, you need purpose. Even a fox can see the symmetry. Dawn found them at the Heartwood gate, spindle restored. The oak's fissure knit itself closed, leaving only a faint scar. Colors bled back into the forest, sapphire morning glories, crimson sumac, but Lila's hands remained translucent. Ember sighed. You gave too much at the Shadow River. The memory you surrendered anchored your spirit to this world. Lila flexed her fading fingers. Can it be fixed? There's a way, Aster said, emerging from the tree. They'd taken a new form, a traveler in a patchwork cloak, face obscured by a hood. But it requires equal exchange, a story for a soul. So Lila spoke. She told of a girl who moved unseen until a fox saw her, of a thief who forgot their worth, of a forest that healed through shared wounds. As she spoke, her hands solidified, palms etching with faint constellations, Aster's fingerprint. The spindle needs a bearer, Aster said. Someone to weave seasons without controlling them, someone who listens. They pressed the artifact into Lila's hands. It melted into her skin, warmth spreading through her veins. Ember chuckled. Seems you've inherited a celestial heirloom, little listener. Years later, villagers still speak of the quiet woman who dwells in the maple woods. They bring her honey and wool, though no one recalls why. Children leave sketches of starlings at her doorstep, which she stitches into quilts that shimmer oddly under moonlight. If you wander the trails at dusk, you might glimpse her, a figure with storm-cloud hair and eyes like captured twilight, followed by a rust-furred fox. Together they mend frayed edges, guiding lost hikers via firefly trails, untangling ivy from stone, humming melodies that make willows dance. And in the deepest thicket, where the Heartwood gate once stood, a single oak leaf spins eternally on its stem, weaving sunlight into stories, patiently awaiting the next curious soul. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lila, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lila laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lila said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lila hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lila explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lila reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lila said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lila for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lila waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight, as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Orym steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the dance of the seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. it was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There's only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the Silver Key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varelans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Tellara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skins sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varelan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Tellara, a Tellarite named Keon, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast, serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Keon found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Keon's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Keon's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Keon of Tellara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Keon's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Keon, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Tellara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Keon found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Keon's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Keon marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Keon's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Keon, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Keon nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Keon's hand, a token from Varela's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Keon, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Talara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart. With a final embrace, Leora and Keon bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. "Why must things change?" she would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic, trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace. Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In a quiet village hugged by hills of amber and olive, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of twilight and a curiosity as vast as the starry sky. Her name was Lila, and though she loved the familiar comforts of home, the smell of cinnamon bread from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the creak of the old willow rocking chair, the way fireflies winked hello at dusk, she often wondered what lay beyond the misty ridge at the edge of town. The ridge was fringed with pines that whispered secrets to the wind, and one crisp autumn morning, when the air tasted like cider and the leaves crunched like sugar underfoot, Lila decided to find out. The path beyond the ridge was not a path at all, but a tapestry of moss and moonlight, weaving through trees with trunks as wide as cottages. Their bark shimmered faintly, as if dusted with starlight, and their branches cradled lanterns made of hollowed gourds, glowing with soft blue flames. Lila trailed her fingers over the moss, which pulsed gently beneath her touch, and followed a melody she couldn't name, a hum that seemed to rise from the roots below and the canopy above all at once. She soon stumbled upon a clearing where the air rippled like water. At its center stood a tree unlike any other. Its leaves were silver coins, clinking softly in the breeze, and its roots cradled a pool so clear it reflected the clouds drifting in the tree's own wooden branches. Kneeling by the water, Lila glimpsed movement below, not fish, but shapes like liquid rainbows darting beneath the surface. When she dipped her hand in, the pool warmed around her fingers, and a voice, bright as a wind chime, spoke from nowhere and everywhere. "Traveler of the in-between, what do you seek?" Lila hesitated, then smiled. "I just want to see what's here." The pool shimmered approvingly. From its depths rose a creature no taller than her knee, with a body like a otter's, fur the deep green of pond algae, and eyes that swirled like galaxies. It trilled a laugh and scampered up the bank, shaking off droplets that turned into tiny butterflies midair. "Then see you shall," it chirped. "But mind the bramble hollows, they are fond of nibbling shoelaces." The creature, who introduced itself as Nettle, led Lila deeper into the woods, where flowers bloomed in impossible colors and trees grew sideways, their branches forming archways draped with vines that chimed when brushed. They crossed a bridge woven from spider silk, strong as steel and sticky as honey, and Nettle warned her not to peek into the ravine below. The shadows there have teeth, but only if you notice them. As dusk painted the sky lavender, they reached a meadow where the grass grew in spirals, curling into nests that cradled glowing stones. Here they met the bramble hollows, round, prickly beings with mushroom cap hats, who indeed eyed Lila's boots with tiny, eager mouths. But when she knelt and offered them a handful of maple seeds from her pocket, they cooed gratefully and presented her with a thread spun from moonlight, which Nettle tied around her wrist. For remembering, they said cryptically. The journey's true test came at the edge of the Whispering Wolds, a grove where the trees grew so close their trunks fused into walls, and the only way forward was through a door of knotted wood. The door had no handle, but its center bore a carving of a fox with a tail of autumn leaves. To open it, Nettle said, you must give the fox what it lacks. Lila studied the carving. The fox's eyes were shut, its posture tense, as if listening for something. She glanced at the thread on her wrist, then knelt and whispered, "You're waiting for a story, aren't you?" The wooden fox's ears twitched. Lila sat cross-legged and began to speak, of her village, of the ridge she'd crossed, of the wonders she'd seen. As she spoke, the fox's tail began to sway, and when she reached the part about the bramble hollow's laughter, the door creaked open, revealing a glade bathed in golden light. Inside stood a fox made of living autumn, its fur a tapestry of crimson and gold, its eyes wise and kind. "Courage wears many coats," it said, its voice like rustling leaves. "Yours is curiosity lined with kindness." It nudged a stone into Lila's palm, smooth and milky white, veined with gold. "This is a sea stone. Look into it when doubt follows you home." The return journey felt shorter, Nettle chattering beside her about underwater constellations and the best ways to tickle a cloud. At the edge of the enchanted wood, Lila turned to say goodbye, but the clearing was already fading, the trees dissolving into mist. Only the sea stone in her hand remained, warm as a heartbeat. Back in her village, Lila found that the world hadn't changed. Brambles bread still perfumed the lanes, the willow chair still creaked, but she had. That night, as she curled by the hearth, she held the sea stone to the firelight. Inside its depths she glimpsed not her reflection, but a flicker of silver leaves, a flash of green fur, the wink of a fox's tail. And she understood the unknown wasn't a thing to fear, but a friend waiting to be met with open hands and a story to share. Years later, when younger children asked about the ridge, Lila would smile and say, "Adventure isn't about how far you wander, but how deeply you listen. Even the quietest places have songs, if you know how to hear them." And sometimes, on nights when the moon hung low and the world hummed with secrets, she'd slip the sea stone beneath her pillow, dreaming of otters made of stars and doors that opened to the sound of a grateful heart. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willow Grove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willow Grove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites. "Dear moon sprites, your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Forest, the village of Willow Grove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest. In a tranquil grove, nestled within an ancient forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in golden threads and kissed the earth with warmth, a community of creatures thrived in secret harmony. This place was known as Whistling Woods, named for the gentle melodies the breeze played through its branches, a symphony only those attuned to nature could hear. The heart of the forest was a grand oak, its roots deep and sprawling, as if embracing the earth itself. It stood like a wise elder among its kin, its bark etched with lines resembling a map of time. Its leaves whispered stories of old, tales of the forest's birth and the magic that ebbed and flowed with the passing seasons. Among the inhabitants of Whistling Woods was a kind-hearted squirrel named Thistle. Thistle was known for his nimbleness, but even more for his curiosity and gentle spirit. His fur was a soft russet, blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, bright and inquisitive, sparkled like dewdrops catching the morning sun. Thistle's best friend was a wise old turtle named Mossback. With a shell that mirrored the forest's rich tapestry of greens and browns, Mossback moved with the deliberation of someone who had seen many seasons pass. His voice was a soothing rumble, like distant thunder on a warm summer night. One crisp morning, as the first tendrils of mist began to lift from the forest floor, Thistle and Mossback found themselves on the path to the Whispering Stream, a silvery brook that sang as it danced over smooth stones. The air was filled with the scent of moss and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, a fragrance so fresh it seemed to cleanse the soul. As they walked, Thistle noticed something unusual. The vibrant colors of the leaves seemed to dim, and the once cheerful song of the forest was muted, like a melody played on a distant flute. The forest felt different, as if holding its breath. Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. "Mossback," Thistle said, his voice tinged with worry. "Do you feel it too? The forest, it's quiet, as if it's waiting for something." Mossback paused, his ancient eyes taking in the subtle shifts in their surroundings. "Indeed, my friend," he replied thoughtfully. "The balance of our home is delicate, and sometimes it whispers of changes we do not yet understand." Intrigued and determined to uncover the cause, the pair decided to visit the oldest and wisest of the forest's residents, an owl named Elderwind. Elderwind's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, as soft as the mist that clung to the forest in the early hours. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. They found Elderwind perched on a high branch of the grand oak, her gaze serene as she watched the world below. "Elderwind," Thistle called softly, "something is amiss in the forest. Can you help us understand what is happening?" Elderwind blinked slowly, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Ah, young Thistle, the forest speaks to those who listen. It is the time of the turning, when the dance of seasons prepares to shift from the warmth of autumn to the embrace of winter." "The turning?" Thistle echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," Elderwind nodded. "Every few decades the dance of seasons are kind of harmony, a balance that must be restored for the cycles to continue smoothly. This time, the forest seeks the Harmony Stone, a magical artifact hidden deep within the Whispering Cavern. It holds the essence of balance, a gift from nature itself." Mossback's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course, the tales of the Harmony Stone. It is said to be a conduit of nature's true balance, a symbol of unity among all creatures." Determined to help, Thistle and Mossback set out on their journey to find the Harmony Stone. They followed the Whispering Stream, its waters guiding them deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine mingling with the crispness of approaching winter. As they walked, the forest revealed its subtle magic. The path glittered with frost that sparkled like tiny stars, each step sending a chorus of whispers echoing through the trees. Birds with feathers shimmering in iridescent hues flitted overhead, their songs like bells chiming in the crisp air. Finally, they reached the entrance of the Whispering Cavern, a yawning mouth in the side of a moss-covered hill. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness, the quiet hum of ancient magic resonating from within. Inside, the cavern was a world of wonder. Crystal formations glowed with an ethereal light, casting rainbows on the walls. The sound of dripping water echoed like a gentle lullaby, creating a melody that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Deep within the cavern, Thistle and Mossback found the Harmony Stone. It was a simple yet beautiful orb, its surface swirling with colors of the seasons: spring's green, summer's gold, autumn's red, and winter's blue. It pulsed softly, a gentle rhythm that matched the forest's own heartbeat. Together, they carried the Harmony Stone back to the grand oak. As they placed it at its roots, a warmth spread through the earth, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The forest sighed in relief, its colors brightening, its song returning with a joyful crescendo. Elderwind watched from her perch, her eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, Thistle and Mossback. The forest thanks you." Thistle beamed with pride, his heart swelling with the understanding that the smallest of creatures can make the greatest difference. Mossback nodded, his wise heart content in the knowledge that harmony was restored. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Thistle and Mossback sat by the grand oak, watching the stars twinkle into life. The forest was at peace, and so were they, knowing that the dance of seasons would continue, a testament to the enduring balance of nature. And so, in the heart of Whistling Woods, where magic and reality intertwined, the forest slept soundly, cradled in the gentle embrace of harmony, a lesson whispered through the leaves for generations to come. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen. Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. In the heart of an ancient forest, where whispers of magic danced with the rustling leaves, there lived a community of creatures who cherished the delicate balance of their enchanted world. The forest, a verdant tapestry woven with towering oaks, delicate ferns, and fragrant wildflowers, was home to creatures both seen and unseen. This was a place where sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of gold, and where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Among these creatures was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, weathered and etched with the patterns of countless seasons, was a map of the time he had spent wandering the forest. Thistle had lived through many cycles of growth and decay, and his heart beat in rhythm with the seasons. His wisdom was sought by all, for he understood the forest's secrets and the language of the leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest prepared for its slumber under winter's blanket, Thistle was approached by a curious young squirrel named Pippin. Pippin's fur was as red as the vibrant autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief and wonder of youth. He was known for his adventurous spirit and his unquenchable thirst for knowledge. "Thistle," Pippin chattered, his tiny paws clutching an acorn, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that happens when the first snow falls. Can you tell me about it?" Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, the dance of the frost spirits," he said, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "It is a wondrous sight, my young friend. As the first snowflakes descend, the air becomes alive with the spirits that weave winter's tapestry." Pippin's ears perked up with excitement. "What do they look like? What do they do?" "The frost spirits are as elusive as they are beautiful," Thistle continued. "They shimmer like morning dew in the light of dawn, and they dance silently among the trees, leaving intricate patterns on the leaves and branches. Their touch brings the stillness of winter, a time for the forest to rest and renew." The young squirrel's eyes widened with awe. "How can I see them?" Thistle leaned closer, his voice a gentle murmur. "To witness their dance, you must first understand the balance of nature. The forest thrives because each creature, from the smallest ant to the tallest tree, plays a part in maintaining harmony. Respect the cycles of life and death, and the spirits will reveal themselves to you." Pippin nodded, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world around him. Determined to witness the frost spirits, he set out to learn about the forest's delicate balance. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Pippin observed the industrious bees storing honey, the careful way the birds fluffed their feathers against the chill, and the way the trees shed their leaves to conserve energy. With each observation, Pippin saw the interconnectedness of life in the forest. He realized that even the smallest actions could ripple outward, affecting the whole. He understood that the forest was a symphony, each creature playing its part to keep the harmony. Finally, the day arrived when the first snowflakes began to fall. The forest was hushed, blanketed in a serene silence that amplified the soft crunch of snow underfoot. Pippin perched atop a sturdy branch, his eyes scanning the ethereal landscape. As the snow continued to fall, the air shimmered with a silvery light. Then, as if stepping from behind a veil, the frost spirits appeared. They moved gracefully among the trees, their presence painting the world in delicate frost. Their dance was a silent symphony, a celebration of the earth's slumber and the promise of spring's rebirth. Pippin watched in awe, his heart filled with gratitude and wonder. He understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday beauty of life's cycles and the harmony that bound them all together. When the dance was over and the spirits had vanished into the winter's embrace, Pippin returned to Thistle, his mind alight with stories to share. "I saw them, Thistle. They were more beautiful than I ever imagined," he exclaimed, his voice a joyful whisper. Thistle chuckled softly, his eyes shining with pride. "You have learned well, Pippin. Remember this lesson and keep the forest's wisdom close to your heart, for it is in understanding and respecting the balance of nature that we find true magic." And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the wise old tortoise, Pippin grew into a guardian of the woodland, sharing the stories of the frost spirits and the harmony of nature with generations to come. As the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, the creatures of the wood lived in peace, bound by the wisdom of the past and the promise of tomorrow. And in the quiet moments, when the snow fell softly and the world was hushed, the dance of the frost spirits could still be seen, a testament to the enduring magic of nature's gentle touch. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going. As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Faron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned. That true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding.